Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engines!
Michael Conti comes up at a corner number 4 to the checkered flag. He wins his first NASCAR iRacing.
Spa-Francorchamps in the Ardennes Mountains. It is a racetrack known for its racing both in open wheel and cockpit cars. Now, joining together, it is the 24 Hours of Spa here on RaceSpotTV. And gentlemen, congratulations, you have made it 12 hours. Now do it all over again. Cameron Walsh here, just popping back into the booth after I had been. And of course, the guys that you had been with is Daniel Benefield, Brenton O'Brien, and Johnny Simon. In no particular order, these are the guys who know what's going on. And hopefully they can fill me in as we get sorted out and sitting down. I guess the biggest question that I have right now is the car number 515, which had over a 2-minute lead when I had left on pure pace, is now 6 laps down. Somebody, what happened?
Well, they actually got it out to 2 laps in front, actually, Cam, so welcome to you to the broadcast. They had severe issues, probably they're about to have another issue. I just missed that. So Richard Avery just had a bit of a moment there with Fernando Perez as we just join in. No, they had a bit of a get-together. Well, I think it was the car 17. The Pure Racing, no, sorry, hang on, the car 17, sorry, just off my screen at the moment.
49 Motorsports.
Yeah, had a severe issue with them, and they went from 2 laps down and had an 8-minute repair. And they 2 laps up to 3 laps down, so they were heavily in recovery mode. Didn't catch why they've lost another 3 laps since. However, since that time, they've got themselves right back into the mix here, and there's actually not that big a gap now between second and third.
Yeah, well, just as we were switching over on the YouTube streams, the Radicals car was able to rather quickly pass Richard Avery. I almost wonder. The cars look to be almost exactly the same damage-wise, so I don't necessarily know why that HPD would be, of Friction Racing would be that much slower, but my goodness, what a change, and what a vicious turn of events. Boy, there's going to be a lot of people out there in the world that hop on and expect to see a Friction Racing up by 4, maybe 5 laps.
Yeah, but they were out of control of the uncontrollable, as I say, and it seemed to be that it wasn't their fault, and where they were 2 laps up and had that problem. But we're only just at the halfway stage. The last lap time of Avery at 2:10.9, down on where he wants to be. But let's compare that to the Radicals Online car, the Anthony Rosselli car, the 2:09.4. This car is getting stronger and stronger as the race goes on. However, looking at the deficit, they are 6 laps behind. That's a massive amount. It's really going to take a mistake from the Vortex Sim Racing team for the Radicals team to get back with a chance of winning this race.
Yes, or maybe perhaps a little bit of unluckiness, which has been plaguing the Radicals in the friction car, obviously. Well, everything was pristine, at least for the first many hours for Friction Racing, but prototypes, okay, so we're still running strong in that. As now, just looking over at the GT field, boy, it seems nothing's changed at all. It's Coanda Sim Sport chasing down INX Racing, or INX Racing chasing Coanda Sim Sport, however you want to do it, with a pure racing team in third, as Daniel Benefield will head off for the night. Daniel, thank you very much for helping out and doing everything. Hopefully we'll see you before the race is over.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I should really be driving now, but oh well. See you guys later.
Well, take care. Thank you. So Daniel Benefield will... Oh, go ahead.
Also, had a position change for 7th and 8th GTI car. Young Tyson Williams has done a passing move. He's actually got a good lap time there too, at 2:09.6. Very competitive, considering they're on lap 319. 319 laps, that's a long way. But they've actually, no matter how you say it, it's still a long way. Tim Bertie now in the second of the Vortex cars dropped down that spot into 8th position. These guys are 19 laps off the pace, but having a great little race within themselves, and that's what keeps their motivation up. Keeps going to push hard, but Bertie's last lap was over 3 seconds a lap slower than the Williams car in front.
Yeah, and you wouldn't know it, that GTI racing car, when I first joined, it was 10 o'clock, it was 12 hours ago. Literally, it was 12 hours ago. The GTI car was stuck in the pits, dead in the water. It had some massive issues in the start. I don't even know what lap that was on, as it was so long that it didn't even record on the pit. On the lap counters there, but that GTI car had massive issues, and now to see them having gone all the way up through the field of GT cars to now they're right on with some of the other prototype cars, that's great to see. But as Coanda finishes up their pit stop, they were in the lead, but I believe INX has taken it already. Marcus Lenderman is back in that Coanda 4 GT, and boy, that 4 GT still looks pretty pristine, other than that little bit of front tire damage that they've had for all race. And that INX racing car as well, currently driven by Jolny Tormala, is looking just as swell.
Yeah, the Coanda car had a bit of an issue quite a while ago now with one of the Ford Motorsports HBDs going into the bus stop there, so suffered a little bit of damage, but it certainly looks like it's cleaned up. Marcus Lenderman was actually our pole position holder for this race in the GT class, so we know he's got a bit of pace. He lives in Singapore now, this young fella, so it's a great time of day for him to drive, so I would imagine now he'll be doing quite a lengthy stint.
Well, and this is the time to do lengthy stints, as right now it's 9:33 on the eastern coast of America. It means that it's, let's do some math here. It's 5 hours ahead to go to England, so do your own math in your head, at least if you can. And then if you go all the way across, the other side of the pond, the Pacific, you'll get to Brenton's territory, and you start seeing a little bit of sun.
Well, you do in the eastern board here. It's 11:30 in the morning, 9:30 over in the western board. But I was saying before that the easy time for a lot of the Aussies to drive, and probably a lot of the drivers as well, is actually the easiest time for us is the night time, because you don't have the family commitments. A lot of the fellas got kids and things like that, and obviously family being generally being a priority. You don't have to worry about that at night time as much. The kids are all in bed, but a lot of the Aussie guys will. I think if there's success in this series or in this format with the Aussies, I think you'll see a lot more of them joining in over the next few days, weeks, months, years in this format.
Yeah, I mean, it's real easy. Well, I don't want to say it's real easy, as I'm obviously not Australian, which I know is a total shocker here. Boy, it seems like having people from all over the world, as it were, all joining these races all at the same time, that's great. To have them all being able to race within sometimes a little more than a couple of inches, but ultimately relatively really close together. It's great to see endurance racing bringing people together like this, because you get to have meet people and make friends with people whom you otherwise would have never really met.
Yeah, that's right, mate. Probably just from your accent, couldn't tell that you weren't Australian there, so that is a bit of a shock to me. We'll have to talk about that later on. I'm genuinely surprised there. But it's really now through iRacing, Road Warrior Series, and the ability to have these 24-hour races, or any enduro really, but especially the 24-hour race here at Spa, and obviously with new tracks coming up in Le Mans. Can you imagine Le Mans when it comes up, and if iRacing have that ability to change the settings of the daylight to night racing as well? Yeah, straight away it just brings excitement to. Yeah, it is. It's going to happen. It just will bring so much more to the series.
Oh, it certainly will. And the roadmap for iRacing, they've been pretty tight-lipped about it lately. I think it's most of the fact that no matter what they say and what matter they say it or when they say it, they always end up catching a ton of flack for it. But ultimately, though, the game plan is to release it's basically a new engine for iRacing, the DX11 engine. If you don't know what DX11 means, I can't explain it to you. But it
sounds like some kind of stealth fighter, I must admit. I don't know much about that.
Yeah. And so it's basically a different kind of graphical engine. It's an upgrade. What we're using now is called DX9. So DX11 is 2 above DX9, so it must be twice as better. At least I believe that's what it should be. It would allow these guys to do a lot more different things with light and shadows and things that are moving, which all are very important in the iRacing service. Actually, Johnny Simon is actually in the pits. Johnny hasn't said a single word this entire time, so we're going to let him speak some words.
Yeah, and some words, dramatic words. I'm watching Anthony Roselli right now in the Radicals Online car, and he is having really significant technical issues. Almost looks like a phantom out there, because he's he keeps popping back on and off the racetrack. So hopefully they can sort themselves out the issues for him, because he is a beast in a HPD vehicle, and so they're currently in second place ahead of Friction Racing's Richard Avery, only about a few seconds separating those two cars. And live timing, obviously, for those who may be joining us for part 3, available at timing.racespot.tv. Back to you, Cam.
Yes, thank you, Johnny Simon. Yes, Roselli is blinking quite a lot, as we call it. The connection is just flickering a little bit in and out. And that's terrible to see that happening to somebody, especially someone that's fast. But, man, hardware failure has kind of been almost the tip of the day here today. The Apex Racing UK car, which I still see is out, their entire day was ended when somebody's steering wheel pretty much disconnected. Friction Racing, I believe, even had that issue, as the Friction Racing car is pulling into the pits right now. Richard Avery bringing that HPV down past the Lasarth, bringing past the wrong one. The first corner there, and I believe he just ripped off the front nose cone on the cement blocks there, which we've talked about quite often, but am I the only one seeing that? Did he rip off that front nose cone? Looks like he's damaged it at least a little bit on the left. Richard Avery's Friction Racing car on the pit lane. That corner, right? Yeah, that corner right at the that corner right at turn 1 It's very, very tight, and if you take it too wide and you're not paying attention, they'll obviously replace the nose cone. But man, that is just that's nuts. As Paul Williams will be hopping into that friction racing car. I could have been the only one to see the damage, but they are doing the tires and the fueling and the driver swap all at the same time, as you can do in the HPD, I guess. At least that's what somebody was telling me. So we should have a pretty good stop from Paul Williams here in friction racing. He'll get back on track. But boy, that's a mountain to climb. That Radicals Online car is now most dominantly in second.
Yeah, this is Paul Williams' first drive here for the Spa 24, so we're actually over halfway now. This is his first lap 335 for this car, and you know, in the teams event, we discussed it a while ago now, you just feel so much more, I'm not going to say committed, but so much more attached to it. Like if you race for yourself, by yourself, and you make a mistake, you get to deal with it personally, whereas right now, Paul Williams, a lot of the hard work's been done early. I said 335 laps has been done. And already, we're just talking about that, on the exit there. Yep, and that's exactly what we're talking about. He's made a mistake. Yeah, so it's exactly what we're talking about. He's taking a long while there to recover.
Find the reverse button, buddy. Find the reverse button. There it is. He finds the reverse gear. All right, he gets away without any damage. Hugo Louis will be bringing that back to us here on a replay real quick. It just looks like on cold tires, he just started to ride the carvings. And Brenton, that HPD decided to not really cooperate with him.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if his heart rate was up before, it's gone up twice as much now and kept it off the walls. That's the important thing there. Just give him a few laps and get himself into a rhythm. Just make sure it's adjusted to how he likes to see it as well, because that's the thing with this endurance team racing. Yeah, there's going to be some guys who have their car set up to how they like it, and at the bottom of the food chain as such, there's the fifth, sixth driver who won't be doing as many laps, but still has to fill in some time, and the car might not suit their driving style. And again, oh no! That is going to be bad for both the friction and the GTI. Really bad.
Oh heavens, oh yes, that is definitely not a good time there. Paul Williams in his very first lap in the friction racing car is not having a good day. Not a good day at all. He'll get that thing started back up, and that rear damage.
It's crabbing really badly.
Boy, that looks terminal. That looks very, very non-good. We'll have to see. That GTI car is still trucking though. It looks like he just did some front end damage to that from the looks of it. Maybe you can get a new no cone on that, and we can see as Hugo Louis will bring us the replay of this incident. Now, of course, perhaps maybe the brake bias is just cranked differently to how Paul is completely used to it, because it just looks like, it looks like the rear's almost locked up before the fronts did. So somebody obviously didn't switch the brake bias back or something. And that GT Racing prototype had nowhere to go.
Yeah, not Tyson's fault in any way, shape or form. They're totally innocent party. And the thing is with the GTI car, that's going to have damage to both sides. So that's drastically unlucky for them. A young Australian fella there doing a pretty good job. Had just worked his way up to 7th place, and totally innocent party there. This is going to really shake things up. It's not the type of thing you see from the Radical team, is it? But
the friction team, no.
Oh, sorry, the friction team. Sorry, how am I going today?
Hey, just real quick there. Tyson did for what he did. He did the cardinal sin. If there's a spinning car, always go to where the nose isn't pointing. And he tried to go around it, and that's where the car slid into him. And I mean, you couldn't blink because it would be over before you opened your eyes again. But boy, that is just rough for Tyson. He is completely innocent party, as Johnny Simon has something for us.
Yeah, the worst thing for Tyson there, as you saw in the replay, was that he's already hugging the apex of the corner. If it was on a straight, he would have had much more room to avoid Paul Williams in front. But yeah, nevertheless, Paul Williams, we know, will be racing in the Pro Series, just achieved his Pro license in Season 1 of the Grand Prix Series. So he's definitely experienced enough, but a horror first lap for them. And now Max, I think they have a driver change. Yeah, so Max Wisden has jumped into the vehicle there. So Paul Williams jumping in for his first lap, and a horror first lap for him. He's had quite some experience for Coanda and friction before in 24-hour events. So today, not working out well for him.
He didn't even get a lap, and he got 1 lap. Frank Levick is already in the car. Oh, that has got to be terrible. Oh, I feel... I'm sorry, but as somebody who is not very proficient at sim racing, I have got to feel terrible for him. That has got to be awful to show up for the 24-hour race. You start your stint, and on the first lap, you have 2 instances of issues, and you're already pulled out. That has got to be a very lonely place right then and there. As Frank Levick leaves that prototype car, it will sit in the pits as the 7-3 Motorsports car will end up taking the position, and they will take over third. Man, Friction Racing, what a bad day. As
well, in good news though, the GTI car is able to continue on. It appears unhindered, which is amazing considering the damage they have, but that car looks fairly clean right now.
Yeah, as well, I mean, the 7.3s had their own issues. I think they're, other than the Vortex Sim Racing HPD1, I think every single prototype has had an issue at some point or another. But just, man, what in the... I literally, all I wanted to do was just show up and do some commentary. I didn't expect to change the race. I was just cursed everybody. So, yeah, whoopsie doodle, my bad. Well, now just to quickly go through the rapidly shrinking field as the Vortex Sim Racing HPD does come down pit lane with Valzes Remniak in the cockpit. It is Vortex Sim Racing HPD1 in the front, and in the back of the leading, 19 laps down, is the other Vortex Sim Racing HPD2 car. So, well, they've got the field earmarked pretty well. But yeah, Radicals Online, down 6 laps. Friction Racing, now almost out of this completely. The GTL VRT has recovered nicely, though. They're 13 laps down. The I can say it right when I'm looking at it. The Abandonati team. Jeepers. The Abandonati team there is 17 laps down. They're in 6th position. DTI in 7th. Vortex Sim Racing in 8th. We're just down to 8 prototype cars right now. Boy, you want to talk about a classic endurance race. This has got all the makings of it. Every prototype has been having issues. Every prototype has been having their own problems. And boy, it is just turning out to be a wild one here at the Spot 24. And guys, we only got 11 hours and 32 minutes to go. I mean, geez, we're almost at the very tail end of the beginning of the race.
Well, some would think it's a sprint race from here. We know that's not true. Just keeping up to date here with the damage sustained here. Frank Levick has been good enough to advise us that the Friction Racing car has got 17 minutes of damage. And the thing is, getting those damage in the 17 minutes, it's a disaster in itself. But the car, it's never really true in coming back. And also Tyson Williams, totally innocent there, and a bit gutted for him, to be honest, because they were doing such a great job, considering I think it'll almost be their endurance race debut. But they've still got a long way to go, and they've done a great job. But just some panel damage there, the left side pot and end plate damage. But I'm not sure that ever gets fixed on these cars anyway, so that could have been from an earlier incident. But
yeah, they can they can replace the front nose cone, and I believe they can even put a rear wing on. I'm not sure about the rear wing, but actually Wyatt Gooden is hopping into the Radicals car, and he will be pulling that Radicals car that's in 2nd place out as well. But yeah, they can change the front nose cone. They can't do much about the sides, though. Anthony Roselli's stint wasn't short, was it? He pitted on lap 314 is when Anthony Roselli came in. So, no, that's about right. About 25 laps. Okay. Never mind. Yep, yes. Yep. So, Wyatt Gooden will pull out, and he actually pulls out right in front of where I wanted to go to next, as car number 9 in position number 9 is Joni Tormala in the Inex Racing 4 GT car, as he is currently in the lead of the GT field as it stands. And that Coanda car is, I don't believe, where is the Vortex car? Oh, no, they're both on the same lap. Okay. So the Coanda Sim Sport with Marcus Lenderman is behind. I'm not necessarily sure by how much. I'd say an entire sector, because the Inex is in Brussels and Coanda hasn't even hit Eau Rouge yet. So you've got Coanda and Inex. These two guys had been relatively close. I mean, pretty much for the entire couple of hours. I was doing 46 seconds. Thank you, Hugo. The entire thing, they were pretty much 5 seconds apart, 10 seconds apart. I think the biggest gap that they had before I left was 6 seconds one way or another. So to see INX having pulled away right now, you can just tell it's from the piloting. It's still Jack Sedgwick, it's still Philip Diaz. Isaac Price got in. I almost wonder if that's where the pace got changed, as PJ Sturgios, of course, also involved in that. And then for Coanda, it's just been Philip Stahn, Renz Broekman had a huge stint. Kyle Glass was back in, and Jordan Jens with his lone stint, of course. So a lot of these cars, a lot of these teams, they're pulling out all the stops on their big stable of drivers. Coanda and INX having amazing driving stables. And boy, they're really trying to flex as much muscle as they can here at the 24 Hours of Spa. Problems for the number 13 car, who's pitting again. That is not a prototype, which is a change for once.
Vortex Sim Racing car.
Vortex Sim
in the
Racing
pits.
car. So
The 13? Oh, the 13. Yes.
Our race leader.
Our race. Oh boy. What did we do? What did we do this time? As Julian Oligo is coming into the pits, he has done 1 lap.
Maybe for a speeding penalty. Who knows?
Maybe. We'll have to see. It doesn't look like they're doing anything to that car. We'll get the pit timer up. He's already revving the engine up. I almost wonder either they forgot the fuel, they checked it, and they didn't get the fuel, which we did see happen. The car actually had stalled out because it didn't have any fuel, even though the box was checked. But ultimately, Julian Oligo, well, I would have to say normally that for the leader this would be a huge thing, but when he got 6 laps, I wouldn't be too worried about it.
No, I don't think they'll be too worried about it at all. But Julian's in the same position as our previous guy. Lap 346, and this is his first laps of the race. So straight away, he may have made a mistake. I'm probably leaning towards what Johnny said, maybe a speeding infringement in pit lane there. So, but they've got such a big buffer, like you said, and 6 laps. Oh, gee whiz, though, he's going to want to
just take it easy.
Work his way into it. You don't need to rush here. Make haste without rushing. So, 6 laps is significant, isn't it? And they keep their heads, keep it clean, and they'll get the deal done.
Speeding in pit lane, yes.
Yeah. So Balazs Remignac was leading the race and sped in the pit lane, as I thought. So had to come back, serve that penalty, and you spoke about it, Brenton. They got a 6-lap lead. Lapping cars right now. You can see as he's approaching Stavolo and Curve Paul Frere as well. He's getting so close to the GT car, taking no room for error. But 6 laps, around 7 kilometers here. What's that, like 42 kilometers in total? I could throw a bowling ball that far. So there's so much. There's no room for error at all, and he has to make sure, at least for Julian now in this stint, that he keeps up the pace, but is cautious as well. Lapping cars, they have no room for error.
I don't know what a bowling ball is.
Huh?
It is. It's pretty heavy.
Is it the thing that you roll and you hit the pins?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
all
not
right. I was
joking.
confused. All right. I think I was guessing it was a cricket reference. Because I know they bowl.
That would be called a cricket ball.
A cricket ball. Okay, good.
Yeah,
good.
call me
I'm
crazy,
not crazy.
but it's a cricket
I'm
ball.
not crazy. Well, I know, but I know I know they call the pitchers. Aren't they bowling or something when they're pitching? I don't know. Anyways, getting to the GT cars that I've been trying to get to here. Just trying to see what's been going on. INX and Coanda, of course, their gaps have stretched out. The Pure Racing team, though, really in no man's land. They're faster than the Trinity Motorsports car, and they've got a good solid lap on them, I presume. But they're not fast enough to keep up with Coanda and INX. They're the first running McLaren. Actually, they're the first running thing that's not a Ford. And they have just been burning the laps. Andreas Allmansberger is in the pilot seat right now, but Patrick Pitchler and Tom Valentini have been involved as well, they've been the ones who've been driving it all along. So the same 3 guys driving that car, and that's got to be real rough, having only 3 guys. You got Trinity Motorsports, whom we've had quite a couple of guys from the Trinity Motorsports crew pop in here and say hello. which is always a pleasure, as we just love the paint scheme, the fighting polar bear that's been splattered with paintballs. So the Ford there, Trinity Motorsports, they've been running great as well. They started in 21st, up to 12th overall, which is not bad at all, as they are getting chased down as they are on the same lap as the New World SimSport Moonshine car, that currently piloted by Patrick Barchward, and Tim Claessens was in there, as well as Joe Tremblay, Antti Vahajala, and well, it's been those 4 guys. So 4-person effort so far in the Moonshine car, as the IRDK Endurance car, pretty much the front running and the only roof of note has been piloted by none other than Gunnar Moore, Jacob Sondergaard, Martin Winter, and Egil Sandfield. So those guys have been doing a very good effort as well, representing the roof car very well, as they're running 6th right now in the GT field. Glacier Racing, they've been having issues all day long. Their number 1 car absolutely beamed due to I believe it was a steering issue on the Glacier Racing number 1 car, and something happened there. I don't even remember what, but that car was absolutely wrecked. Actually, I think they beamed it coming up El Rouge and off the Radion. So they've been putting their fast guys in the number 2 car. Of course, that's piloted right now by Joni Takinen, as they have been doing well. They've recovered fairly well now with these fast guys in, as they passed the Mad Cow Racing number 884. The Bessie mobile, as we've been talking about that. That's kind of a favorite of ours in the early hours. Still looking fairly healthy, a little bit of front-end damage, but Michael Fabian is now in possession of that automobile, with Philip Johnson van Rensburg running ahead of him, as well as Lars Jeppesen with Leighton Klein, and Scott Gray having been the pilots of that car over the course of the day. And they're just a little bit ahead, about maybe 15-20 seconds ahead of the Course Sim Racing 24H car. Of course, right now it's being piloted by Jerry Pakanen, who's a very quick driver. You can tell by the amount of dots above letters in their names. That means they're Finnish, which means they're very fast. But no, I know Jerry is also very fast. That Core Motorsports car has been recovering fairly well. I know they've piled on some damage, but that Core car having done very well, with Santori Kalunki, Claudia Klima, and Jacques Pukolami being the pilots of the day. They've had a 3-person effort as well. The SRN Motorsports car is a lap off of the Core car. That is the number 26 car, the DailySportsCar.com SRN Motorsports car, currently piloted by Stephen McGarvey, as he's been in there quite a couple of times, I believe. Ryan Huff as well, with Daniel Gralti, and Robert Jackman, with Lauren Bateman as well. So they've just completed their first rotation, I guess. This is the first time Steve McGarvey, though he has done pretty much a full stint. Pits are probably actually coming for GT3 cars fairly soon, probably in the next 5 minutes. But Steve McGarvey started the race. He didn't get back in the car until lap number 279. Boy, that's a gap. That RSRN Motorsports car looking fairly clean, as the car that they are just about one full lap ahead of is the Pass Left Racing number 93 car. That is another one that we've had rather fun making puns with in the Pass Left Racing vehicle, as that roof has been doing very good as well, the IRDK being the other roof of note. Tom Thompson, which is a very original name, is in the pilot seat. I mean, that probably is his name too, Tom Thompson. David Nicol, Justin Rubello, Jason Katz, and Vincent Lebrier having been, as well as Norbert Rebelewski, have been the pilots of that Pass Left Racing automobile. And then the Radicals GT car. What could have been? I believe they were involved relatively early in a couple of incidents, or at least a couple of spins. The Radicals GT car just not able to really answer, whereas the Radicals prototype is doing great. So that has been an effort from Andy K, Andy Korshatsi, Kershatorti, Andy K as we call him, Yori Withauk, and Sylvian Palmerad have pretty much been the 3 pilots. Yeah, it's been a 3-pilot effort so far for that Radicals car. with the WFC chassis, MSP Drivers Home, STC Motorsports. The Shark Motorsports car, which was running one of the up front runners. They were in the top 5 for GT cars at one point, but they have just fallen well off the back, with the Gathering of Tweakers car still circulating as well. And the Authentic Racers Teams car still circulating. The Oceanic Sim Racing cars in the pits. Falcon GP, Red Devolution Racing, and the New World Sim Sport Ford GT3. That has, I noticed that was not circulating. It's about 20 laps off of the GT cars. Somebody might have to fill me in what happened there. But both of the CTC racing cars are absolutely destroyed. But they are also circulating with a heavily damaged Alpine Eagle racing car. And so your last circulating car is going to be that CTC Racing number 1 car, currently piloted, the number 49 car, currently piloted by Sean Wiltshire. The CTC Racing number 1 car there is in position number 34th, so we've got just about 34 cars still on the circuit. Oh, what happened to the Phoenix Racing prototype?
Hasn't moved from what I've seen. Just hang on 2 secs, have a look.
When did that crash out? That was running that was running before I left. Oh, heavens.
Yeah, they had issues they had issues early on, and that continued on, unfortunately. So
oh boy.
Yeah, so but a deep field, 54 starters in this field. So it's a significant number, not just the cars, but also the drivers involved as well. And I know with STC Motorsports, they had bad blinking issues early on with Marty Carroll, and their demise was very, very, very early, so they parked it pretty much straight away.
Yeah, so as we round that out, we do close on to at least 10 o'clock here. Wherever you are, it's the top of the hour, wherever you're listening, fair listener. Just to at least recap the top 3s in each category, your Vortex Sim Racing HPD, even after that spin, is still up front by 5 laps, with the Radicals Online prototype in second, with the 7-3 Motorsport in third. For the first time in the entire race, the Friction Racing car is not on the podium. In another lap, they just went down. So the GT car, it is the INX Racing, Koana SimSport, and Pure Racing team still on your top 3. And after that, we're going to take a top round of the order. Welcome to past 10 o'clock at night here on the East Coast. It's we'll have a quick little word here. Johnny Simon is going to be with Tyson Williams, number 48 prototype driver, who was involved with that unfortunate incident with that Friction Racing HPD.
Yeah, Tyson, welcome, and we speak about that incident. Talk us through it.
I'm not actually sure about too much what happened, but I was driving along and I saw the Friction Racing car spin, and I wasn't entirely sure which way I was going to go. I thought it was going to slow down a lot more than it did, and yeah.
You speak about damage to the car as well. We know Max is in that car at the moment. Is there much damage, or has it been repaired, and how are you going to finish this race?
Well, there was a bit of damage. We got a bit of left side end plate damage and some side pod damage, but I think we've lost 5 kilometers an hour down the straights.
Oh, they did hard. Sorry, Tyson, we'll get back to you in a minute, but the INX Racing car, just as we talked about it, messed up the Radillion exit, and they have gone hard. Front and rear end damage on that INX Racing car.
Yeah, and this was our class leader as well. They've been doing a solid job all day, and certainly pulling out from the Coanda team, so Yanni's had a massive issue there. Also, whilst that's happened, our previous leader, we were just talking about that as well, the car 515 has had his repairs, well, probably not fixed, it would appear. The Friction Racing car has come out of the pits with, who was that driving, Frank on board, came out of the pit lane, drove onto the Camel Straight, parked it straight away. Obviously that car is still nowhere near good enough to be racing at the moment, and they've had to have a tow, but this is significant for the GT3 class.
Oh, it absolutely is. Journey Tomala, that car having been perfectly mint before then, and he is getting hounded by a lapped car, Oceanic Sim Racing's BMW, so obviously that car is heavily damaged. As I'll actually have a take a look-see on the inside We'll see if he's struggling to keep that car straight. Now it doesn't look like he's picked up any real wheel damage per se. But you never know with this thing. Yeah, it looks like the wheels are at least pointed straight. He'll have to bring that to the pits right away. But that will hand the lead over to Koena Simsport, who after this duel, Inex Racing looked like they had this one sort of in the bag.
Well, I'm not going to be saying when anyone's got something in the bag. About 11 hours of racing to go, so it's just a matter of chipping away Yoni in the pits now. I'll be interested to see how long he'll be stopping for. Sorry, Tyson, to do this to you whilst you're on board with us, mate, but glad to have you in the commentary booth and telling us about the GTI car, mate. It seems to be very successful just whilst Yoni slowly down the pits, mate. How much preparation had you had a chance to put into this race?
Not a lot, actually. We jumped in, I think, 2 days ago and started practicing. We started working with some setups and stuff, and we were pretty lucky, actually, with the speed we came straight out of the box with.
Yes, and now you guys did have that issue earlier, sorry.
So here's the position change now as Yoni slowly going into the endurance lane of pit lane. Marcus Lenderman will now take over the lead of the GT3 class, move up that position into ninth as well. So back from where it all started for Lenderman, started on the pole position in that class, and what an adventurous couple of laps that was. It's unlucky here, Yoni in the pit, stopping now, trying to see how long he'll be there for.
Yeah, we'll have to see what kind of damages they have and what they can even repair. Obviously, it's not like the HPDs where you can just replace a front nose cone, but if you hear in the background, there's loud yelling. There's a particular Brazilian that absolutely loves Koena Simsport for some reason, some kind of world championship. He's pretty happy about that, I would presume. Hugo, I don't know if your microphone is set up to be working with us, but Koena Simsport's now leaving 24 hours of Spa. How do you feel? That's exactly how he feels. He's happy. Good. He says good. That's good enough for me. Thumbs up. That's good enough. He's not happy about Inex. Oh, yeah, that's too bad. I got to agree with Hugo. That's not a right way to. It's never good to have the car wrecked in the lead. I agree. We had that happen in the 6 hours of Watkins Glen, by the way, which you can also watch here on RaceSpotTV, but not right now because we're streaming live at 24 hours of Spa. But ultimately, though, we'll just end up having it back to Johnny Simon. I'm sorry, we've got just a tiny bit sidetracked from your interview with Tyson Williams.
Yeah, we did. Forgot about that. But that was because of the incident for the INX team. And we know INX, a couple of drivers racing there were in the WCS race, and Isaac Price had a good one, finishing in the top 10 as well. He went straight into that car and straight into a 48.6 second pit stop for Yoni Tomala after that spin. But nevertheless, 48.6 seconds, right? I said that.
Yeah,
yes,
that was a 48.6 seconds. It was certainly shorter what I'm thinking. I'm just wondering there whether it was the optional repair only they needed to fix, because there's certainly still a bit of damage to that car. So, gee, it's a long way to drive with a bit of damage. But back to the GTI car, we've still got Tyson Williams here. And your expectations at the start of the race, mate, excuse me, I'm hoping I'm not going to come across as rude, but I would imagine you've already passed those expectations, and anything from here is a bonus.
Oh yeah, definitely. Our original strategy was just to hold back and let our first driver do what he needs to do to get her home, and then some people have had incidences, and we've just slowly made our way up through the field.
Well, mate, good luck for the rest of the race to you and the team. Flying the Aussie flag up high at the moment. Good to see someone's got the ability to do that this race. But, mate, just pass on our best wishes, and hopefully things will continue on. And you just never know, do you? There could be a podium available there with Friction Racing on its way down, GTI on its way up. You just never know. But good luck to you for the rest of the series. Oh, sorry, the rest of the race.
Alright, thank you.
It kind of is its own series when you think about it. 24 one-hour races. So, we do
Cam, sorry, to cut you off there, Cam, but I think we had another car, a big spin at Blanchimont. It's the Gathering of Tweakers car in the GT class. They're currently in 16th place, I believe, in the GT class. But nevertheless, on the exit, a big tank slapper in that Ford GT, and they've We're probably taking a trip to the hospital, Marco Derricks, after that.
Oh boy, that is yeah. They clipped the front end of that, and that sent him going to about a like a one of those spins that you would see like on Tony Hawk, where they just keep going and going and going. Boy, if there isn't vomit on the inside of that visor, I would be surprised. But he continues. He soldiers on. He soldiers on. He's a good trooper. So we are joined, of course, by Frank Levick. Frank of Friction Racing, of course. You talk about highs and you talk about lows. You can't talk about highs and lows without talking about endurance racing. And boy, you guys in the Friction Racing pits have got to be experiencing both of them right now.
Yeah, I mean, we had a really, really great start. Nearly a lap ahead at one point, and we had a wreck right near the end of Richard's stint, right before I was about to come in, and everything just kind of went downhill from there. We lost about 2-3 seconds of pace, and after my second stint, when we swapped drivers again, we had another wreck, and we lost another 2 seconds of pace, and then we had another wreck after another driver swap. So everything just completely unfolded within just maybe 4 or 5 stints.
Yeah, and that's always extraordinarily rough to see. What could have been if only this was a 6-hour race, or heck, even a 12-hour race. What could have been, but no, it is a 24-hour, the beast here at Spa. And, well, you guys had a great start and a great run to it. We saw you guys pull the car out of the pits, and immediately you went back in. What is your guys' plans of that prototype car right now?
Current plans are to park it. I took it out. The steering is completely crooked and there's no more repairs to be done on the car, so I think we're out of this one.
Well, that's very, very rough to see. There's going to be a lot of people waking up tomorrow morning wondering what the heck happened, and I'm sure you guys are going to be part of the crowds that are saying that. But that is sort of the things that we love and hate about endurance racing, is you can get so invested in something and just to have it pull away from you in such a short period of time. But you know, you guys had some extremely great running up in the point of the field to begin with, and a lot of great pace, a lot of great maneuvers through a lot of the big fields while there were still many cars on the track. So I guess there's that to take away from it, but still, obviously they're not going to be having too big of a celebration party at the end of this race.
And there's always next time.
No, and there always is. There is Petit Le Mans that is coming up. That won't be too far along now, as Road Atlanta is. I know it's strange to think we've got 11 hours left in this one, but are you guys already thinking about Road Atlanta?
No, it hasn't really been brought up yet.
Well, maybe next week. But well, hopefully that Friction Racing team, we will obviously be seeing more and more of them as we go. They've been stretching out their legs today, and unfortunately they're just going to come up a little short. Frank Levick, anybody you'd like to thank?
Oh yeah, I'd just like to thank Marcus Hamilton. He worked really hard on the setup this week. It's just a shame that we didn't get the car to the end of the race, because I do think we could have at least gotten a win today.
Yes, and what could have been, but ultimately sometimes you're in control of your own fate, and sometimes the track and the race just takes control of it all, and the Friction Racing car will be parked for the rest of the day, which is just a tough sight to see. But where one car falls, another 2 or 3 try and make the gains, is now that still that mint Vortex Sim Racing HP #1 car. And thank you, Frank, for coming on with us here. You're more than welcome to stay. It is after hours. With that Radicals Online car in second, and that 7-3 car, which really, I mean, it's they haven't really had any issues, but they're still running in third, even though they're 7 laps off. So good for them. But ultimately, though, when people wake up in the next morning, it is going to be a very different looking podium, though. Not in Brenton. That's going to be kind of an eye opener for a lot of people. Uh-oh, where's Brenton? Oh, okay. Fine then. I think Johnny's gone as well. It's just me again. Okay, well, welcome back to the Cam's 24 hours of the spot. Right, well, at least in the GT fields. Now, Frank, you did have a full stint in the car beforehand. Did you double stint, or did you have one stint?
I did a double stint. that was back when the car was damaged after our first wreck.
So okay, you didn't. Okay, but I mean, just how the car was going between Hamilton, Ward, and Avery, the car was really slicing and dicing between a lot of traffic. When you were out there, all the traffic seems to be behaving nicely.
No, not exactly. You just have to plan your moves correctly, and it'll just kind of lines itself up that way. Sometimes you get caught out, but you just gotta be patient.
Well, and if only all HPD cars did that, but I'm sure we could say the exact same thing about all GT cars as well. That Koana SimSport car, having taken over the racing lead from the INX Racing car, there's a 6-second difference between the Koana SimSport car and the INX Racing as far as lap differences going. That damage to that INX Racing car, very, very severe, but I'm not sure. I would just get the thing repaired now. That'll at least get you out in the middle of the field, and you could earn some of this back, because they are just going to be losing 6 seconds a lap, and that is something that is not recoverable for. The closest car behind them is Trinity Motorsports for it, but that is still 1 lap off that INX Racing car. But, geez. Oh, excuse me. That was a much longer yawn than I thought it was going to be. But, geez, you wouldn't have expected something like that where the INX car and the Friction Racing car to both be involved in such incidents in such a short period of time here. If you're just joining us here on RaceSpotTV, you picked an interesting time to do it in, I tell you that. So you've got Koana SimSport on the point for the GT and Vortex Sim Racing on the point for prototypes, but there are still many, many cars on the track. We'll try and find some that are relatively close together and see what they can do. As the core sim racing car, I believe, has caught up to and passed the SRM Motorsports car and is already quite gone, as I believe at least that's what's happened. And that Mad Cow Racing car is, well, they're on a lap of their own. Actually, I'm just trying to look through and see who's next to who here, but ultimately there's a lot of cars that are still on the same lap, but they're on very different parts of this Spa racing track. And
well, so, they've got the 4 cars that are the past F Racing, Radicals, WFC chassis, and the second SDC Motorsports car all on the same lap there, but a bit of a gap between them, has to be known.
Yeah, oh boy, it's a good thing you're all coming back all at the same time. As the booth fills once again, as Brenton O'Brien and Johnny Simon both rejoin us here.
Sorry, I had some issues.
That's perfectly okay. So, I mean, we're down to, well, it's 7 running prototypes, which is still... You know, it's not like, well, let me do the math here, actually. We've got more HBDs that are retired than are running, but that's kind of the nature of the beast when you've got 54 cars on track. Those prototypes, at one point, one messed up corner could ruin the entire day, Brennan.
They're pretty fragile, aren't they? They're held together with super glue, electrical tape and plasticine. So, yeah, hopes and dreams. So they are pretty fragile, and when they have a crash, it's generally a big one. But it's the nature of the beast with these cars. There's a lot of technical aspects within the car to get it right, but also the speed difference. I think that's what's caught out a lot of the drivers here. The HPD is so much quicker than the GT3, so I would think that most of the accidents that the HPDs are involved in are probably not just by themselves. We saw what happened in the friction racing. That was certainly flying solo there, and a very, very unfortunate incident there for young Williams. But the GT3s, strong cars, can put up with a bit of bump and grind, and they still get the job done. Marcus Lenderman, though, at the moment his lap times are very solid, a 2 minute 20.2 last lap, and at the moment he's really stretching out his lead over what is the damaged NX car.
And that INX car is actually pulling into pits right now. Johnny Simon, do you think that this is obviously Joni Tornelon did what he could to finish out his stint? As I'm looking at the laps, this is the end of the stint. So obviously they just did the repairs. Now, are they going to sit there and repair this car, or do you think they're just going to refuel them and send them out?
It depends, actually. You've got 11 hours left in this event, and you look at when they came on in the field, where they come out third coming in their class, so got a bit of time to make up. I think it's up to them, really. If they make a driver change, why not repair? Give the new driver some confidence. If it's for Yoni Tamala, it's really driver choice and driver preference, but we'll see what happens to them. You can see any driver changes or any status updates as they missed his pit box as well. Yeah, so
now,
lost a few seconds, but you see in the timing screens at it's not at timing.RaceSpotTV, and you can see any information for any drivers, any driver changes, penalties going on over there.
Yeah, definitely not a scheduled stop for Yoni, and have they withdrawn because that car's just disappeared.
Yeah, that car just the pilot got out. I'm not necessarily sure if anybody else is available to get in. Oh,
no,
perhaps.
I think that car's gone.
Oh boy, that would be terrible. The car was drivable and it had enough of a lapse gap to continue doing it. He disconnected though. It says he manually disconnected, so but that could mean anything. Boy,
no, I think they've parked it. I genuinely think they've parked it. The car.
No, Andreas Allmansberger's hopping in the car.
Okay.
I can see it right now. At least he should be. No, maybe not.
No,
I don't know.
He's in the pure racing car. That's that same glitch that I had.
That's what I said.
Yeah, I think that's parked, unfortunately, for the INX team. They had a good run. We're running very strongly out in the lead there until that incident with Yoni, and like you said, it's one of those ones where you really feel for the guy who makes a mistake, and I'm not saying there's always one guy who makes mistakes. The guys who generally finish up the front are the teams that don't make mistakes, but it's always one incident that can certainly ruin not just your day, but the team's day.
Well, it is, and it's terrible to have these things happen. I mean, I don't like to place blame or anything like that. This could happen to any driver sitting out here. I mean, this isn't like this is these are poorly skilled drivers. These are guys that are obviously good enough to get into the top split here at the iRacing.com 24 Hours of Spa. I mean, you've got 6 full splits as PJ Sturgios is hopping back in the car. Yeah. So I almost wonder if maybe the official effort has retired and ultimately they just sit there.
Going backwards in pit lane.
He's making it so he can just go in and restart the repair timing. The car might have just coasted up now. Okay, so they didn't do any repairs on it. They're just going to send it out. This might be one of those things. This happened with the New World Sim Sports Moonshine car. Back when it used to run the Ford GT at the 24 Hours of Daytona, the car was completely wrecked. But John Hall decided to he looked at the wheels and went, well, they're straight enough anyways. And he did a massive lion stint. I think he did like maybe 5.5 hours by himself after the team had officially withdrawn the car. But, that's if that's what they're doing, then good on PJ Sturgios. But still, that's just got to be rough. I know, obviously, with sim racing, we're all here at our homes, but still, mentally, that has got to be a long walk back to the pits after you've just been involved in an incident involving a car that has been running up front all day long. All right, so just to recap where we are, boy, a lot of action as the Pure Racing Team car comes down into pit lane. And Trinity Motorsports, where are they at? No, never mind. They are at No Name Corner, so they're even close. But the Coanda SimSport car now finding themselves alone and up front with the Pure Racing Team now in the pits, and Trinity Motorsport finding themselves in a great podium position as Patrick Vieri is currently driving it. If Marcus Meyer is awake, he can probably pop in here and give us a quick word or two about Trinity Motorsports. But ultimately, though, these Fords seem to be falling by the wayside very quickly, left and right. The Ford has been, it's been pretty much well established that the Ford GT car here is the best tool for the box that is Spa. And the roof was supposedly this big contender, but it has been the McLaren today.
Allmansberger as well. He's this is if he continues in for another stint, it will be his third in a row. So for Andres Almensberger, he's really earning his money's worth here today. He's probably drunk a lot of coffee, eaten the right foods, as I always mention, and he's certainly going to be out there for a third stint in that Pure Racing Team car. So, yeah, I mean, there are a few people speaking about how the McLaren wouldn't be the best suited car for this circuit, but they're currently in P2 and proving them wrong.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Now, the McLaren can certainly be fast. It seems that it does this at every track. The statement is always the same. She's extremely quick. She can go extremely good on the acceleration, but she will kill you if you get it wrong on any corner, which means you've got to have razor focus for the entirety of the 24 hours here in this McLaren. It is just something that is just hard to come up with a full race in the McLaren. But you know what? They're pulling it off. They're doing a fairly good job of it, and I can do nothing but wish them the best of luck with that. I love to see variety of cars, even though I am a big fan of the Ford GT and have been since they released the Ford GT3 car back when it was a pile of not so much fun. But ultimately, though, right now it's a Ford GT from a McLaren to another. Why? Oh, the timing screen is all sorts of messed up on my screen. Never mind. It is a Ford from a McLaren, from a Ford, from a Ford, from a McLaren, a roof, a couple of more Fords, and then the first BMW is the SRM Motorsports car. So between the top 10 GT cars, you have one car from each manufacturer. That's not bad after 13 hours and 5 minutes of running. So, as we just, I still just can't, it's got to soak in right now that Friction Racing is out and INX Racing is extremely damaged. That is just a massive hit to this race. I mean, just, my goodness. People are going to definitely be in for a surprise, but hopefully Coanda is going to capitalize on that, as Coanda 9 months ago to this weekend, I believe, at least it was this weekend, 9 months ago, it was the very first 24-hour race that you were able to watch here on, the first 24-hour race here on iRacing. I must always clarify that. And it was hosted here right on RaceSpotTV, which means that it has been 9 months, it's been a year pretty much since I started commentating here, which is frightening. But you could see that Coanda SimSport car having won won in the prototype car at the very first 24 hours of Spa. Now they are at least in strong competition to possibly come away with a GT win. And Johnny, with the announcement of the GT Pro Series, Coanda, since they've released it, have switched from prototypes to GT cars, and boy, they are showing that they are quick in any car.
Yeah, they certainly are. And when you have the driver and pool talent that they have right there, I mean, you're going to be quick in any single car that you're in. And I mean, last year I was really impressed by Kroenke's efforts in that HPD. I mean, completely showing everybody in the top class why he was one of the best. And in any car, as I said, I mean, to seriously be as quick and consistent as he was in a 24-hour race, that's scary. And it goes to show why he's one of the best in the world, and why, he's earning his money's worth, as I've said, for about 250,000 times today. But that's what happens. We should speak about it more, after, I'm sure we're going to a small little break shortly. But, I mean, what it takes to build a successful team in the sim racing world, and it's not just about having all the quickest drivers you can get. That will get you race wins, but in terms of building a successful team while maximizing the value of drivers around you, building positive relationships, there's so much more that contributes to a successful organization in this sim world.
Absolutely. So, with that Coanda car up on the front, move over, Mad Cow Racing is right behind them. We're going to take a quick little commercial stunt. We'll say Asta to Brenton O'Brien, thank you very much for doing what you can. I'm sure we'll see you later. Enjoy the Australian winter. Yeah, the afternoon, it's crazy. I look out my window, it's pitch black out there. Enjoy the Australian wintry afternoony stuff. Brenton, thank you very much for popping in and doing commentary with us. We'll see you again soon.
Yeah, cheers, Cam. It's very mild afternoon. It's about 31 degrees outside. So, looking forward to spending some time with the kids. But, to Cam and Johnny will be back on later on. Hope it'll be cool, boys.
All right, well, thank you, Brenton. So we will just head to a very quick commercial break. Hugo Louis will take it away from us. It is currently Vortex Sim Racing HPD #1 in first, Radicals Online in second in prototypes, and 7-3 Motorsports in third in prototypes. In GT, it's Coanda, Pure Racing Team, and Trinity Motorsports here at Spa. We'll be right back. You are watching the iRacing.com 24 Hours of Spa on RaceSpotTV.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight. and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Blue and white HPD is currently in the lead of the 24 Hours of Spa here on RaceSpotTV. No longer the orange and white we are so familiar with, as ultimately Vortex Sim Racing HPD number 1 is on the point with a 5-lap gap to the car piloted by Wyatt Gooden, the Radicals Online prototype, which you can actually see just behind. The gap maybe just a couple of seconds on the track, but 5 laps on the timing screen. And of course, then there is the number 73 car of currently piloted by Francisco Javier Gutierrez, the 7-3 Motorsport prototype. That is now currently in 3rd, but they are 8 laps off the leader as they pass the leader in GT right now, Marcus Lenderman, in the Ford Racer Coena SimSport number 18 car. They are on a lap all their own as the Pure Racing Team McLaren number 7 car, currently piloted by Andreas Allmensberger, is in 2nd, with Trinity Motorsports and a Ford piloted by Patrick Fieri is in 3rd. So, sitting here with Johnny Simon and Hugo Louis, I'm Cameron Walsh. Welcome back to the 24 Hours of Spa here on RaceSpotTV, as I've already said. But boy, these gaps, they get a little, it's all ebb and flow. Cars are a little spaced out now, but as we all know, for whatever magical reason, they always seem to close up at random times. So it's just one of those situations right now where people are just going through their numbers. Really, some of them are just trying to stay awake, and some of them are really pushing to try and make up on some speeds.
The second Vortex sim racing car, the HPD, trying to make up some time as they pit. Not the best way to make up time entering the pit lane, but they head out and away. Dennis Garis having a second stint in that car, and we'll see where he feeds out. They were right around the same lap as the GTI car. The GTI car is right about just trying to lap them right now. So they're still on the same lap, but at this point in time, as Garis heads out and away, where is the... I'm losing a few cars here. Where is the GTI car? Right there. So I'm getting confused a little bit.
Just the bus stop.
Yeah, it's at the bus stop. I'm at the wrong section of the track. Nevertheless, they have a lot of time to make up, and the important thing at this point of the race, Cam, is that you have to keep focused, because if you keep giving up a second or two every hour, it's going to total up to 2, 3, 4 laps by the end of the race.
Yeah, and we saw that's what was happening with the Friction Racing 24-hour assault car. They were just a couple of seconds a lap faster. They had over a 2-minute gap, an entire pit stop on the field. And unfortunately, a couple of incidents later, and they aren't even in the picture anymore, as in just 4 short laps, as the Coena SimSport car is in the pits. That is going to be still Marcus Lenderman in the pilot seat, as he'll get back on the throttle. That purple and white Coena car will get back onto this Ardennes mountain roadway here at Spa-Francorchamps, as Marcus Lenderman, he will be doing, I believe this will be his second stint in the car. Yes, it will be, as he has actually been the only driver out of the entire stable at Coena to do multiple stints in the car, which, no wait, there's got to have been another one. Yeah, Renz Broekman is the only other one to have done 2 stints in the car. So, good to see, as the Midnight Rider, as it would be, Marcus Lenderman now in that Coena car. He's just going to continue to tick these laps down, as he's on lap 333 with just, and I say just, 10 hours and 42 minutes to go.
Yeah,
oh no.
Start of the race. So, any issues there?
No, somebody in the YouTube channel just says, just got back from town. What did I miss the past 2 hours?
Oh, there's a lot been going on, and I'm sure that goes for a recap here from us too. And well, you know what? Where is it? The HPD class.
There's a fight for position. No, Hugo, you lied to us. Oh, no, he didn't.
It's the Mad Cow Racing car and the Glacier Racing 2 car, both battling at the moment. But wow, this is some good racing. Getting up close.
Getting up close, and if they catch up to that SRN Motorsports car, we could have a 3-way battle. As all 3 of those cars are on the same lap, and actually I believe the Pass Left Racing is also on the same lap. They just got lapped by the leaders, by the leading prototype car. So that SRN Motorsports car, the Mad Cow Racing and Glacier Racing, Jonas Puaka there is a very fast driver. This is actually his first running lap. We'll see what kind of lap times he can do against Michael Fabian, who is on his second stint already. So we'll have to see as that Ford of Glacier Racing starts closing in on him. Well, we do have some action on the track.
Certainly do. If you want to catch up on live timing, it's at RaceSpot.tv/timing. So get in on the action for the rest of the 10 hours and 40 minutes. Stay awake, drink some coffee, whatever you drink in your culture to keep yourself awake. But this battle right here, Jonas Puaka, apologies, is right up close. He's gaining 10th by 10th, but he's butchered the final corner here, up to La Source, trying to get up close to Michael Fabian. And that Mad Cow Racing car, they are always a good fighting car in every endurance race. We see them battling it out each and every time we see them out there. Currently in the top 10 in the GT class in P8 so far. But can they keep this Glacier Racing car behind? So far, it's every 10th matters, but it's going to be hopefully a position change. We want to see some more action out on track.
Well, yeah, as we say, it seems everyone always spreads out and then closes right back in. As the people on the YouTube channel, of course, we are watching the YouTube channel as well as Twitter at hashtag iRacing24H. People are laughing over the fact that the Mad Cow Racing car is legitimately a cow. You should have seen it a couple hours earlier. We had the Trinity Motorsports car has a polar bear on the side of it. As the Shark Motorsports car is obviously a shark. And then we had the Mad Cow Racing, and all 3 of them were within the same second of each other, and they were all racing each other very hard, which was entertaining for us in the commentary booth when you had a polar bear, a cow, and a shark. I'm sure there's a joke somewhere in there, but ultimately the polar bear won out, which we're pretty confident a polar bear would win in a fight anyways. Actually, Johnny, we do need to bring you into this. Which would win in a fight, a polar bear, a shark, or a cow?
I have no idea, to be honest. You know what? I'm going for a cow. A cow is pretty deadly. I was watching something the other day where a cow ate somebody's wallet, and if that's, if he had a lot of money in there, I'm sure his life would be over any more than if a polar bear ate you. So, yeah, exactly. So I'm going for the cow. I think the cow's got a good chance, and today maybe for Mad Cow Racing, they have a good chance of making up a few positions. These 4 cars from IRDK Endurance currently in 6th position in the GT3 class, along with SRN Motorsports, Mad Cow Racing, and Glacier Racing 2 are all on the same lap battling.
Well, it's not even just the same lap. They're all starting to close in the same sectors. So in a couple laps here, as the core sim racing car comes into the pits, as well as the Radicals Online prototype coming into the pits, Wyatt Gooden bringing the second place number 1 prototype into the pits. Wyatt Gooden there bringing that right to the second pit stall. Great view of La Source, or of Eau Rouge, as he will be hopping out of that. Wyatt Gooden. Anthony Roselli is getting back on the car. Hopefully, yes. Roselli's connection's a little more stable, as we might have had a little bit of a blinky blink there, but hey, over the night sometimes connections get a little ropey, but ultimately Anthony very quick in that prototype car. I still don't think they're quick enough to make a negative 6 lap gap go away.
Well, let's see if they make a friction racing mistake. Anthony Roselli is too good to make a mistake. I've made it quite obvious. I love this guy. He is an incredible driver in the HPD, and I'm just jumped off my feet. Quite what's a word I can't use. Every word I want to say is inappropriate, but yeah,
you would
he's
like
incredible.
to high five him.
Yes, and
okay.
wow, he's nevertheless, and not joking around, he's out in the way. He's incredible. Hopefully, he doesn't do a Paul Williams and maybe make some mistakes on his outlap. But for Paul, that was quite heartbreaking. But you know, he's got his pro license, and he knows he's skilled enough to race with the best. And Paul, uncharacteristic mistakes for him. But for Anthony now, trying to go around the outside of one of the GT cars. It's a Ford.
It's the NX car.
Yeah, so for Anthony now, pedal to the metal, and this is what we talk about, Cam. Speaking about, you know, building an endurance team, you got to have a guy there. And I remember, I think it was Kazuki Nakajima a few years ago at Le Mans. He's that speedy driver that will give you those sprint laps to make up time. I think Anthony Roselli fits that mold perfectly now for Radicals. They put him in the car, they got 6 laps to make up. Let's see how much time he can gain, and, you know, try and aim for. You can't really get 5 seconds per lap, but if you get a few seconds and force Vortex into mistakes, you know, somehow, they probably won't, but you have to try everything at this point, because you got 7, even 3 motorsport car behind. I'm just joking, by the way, but yeah, they're right 2 laps behind, and you know, you've got time to make up, but you've got time to lose as well. You have to really keep your head up.
Yeah, it says they will continue to plug along, and they've got a 2-lap buffer between them and the 7-3 Motorsports HPD. But boy, still, that is just an insurmountable gap to me. I don't think you can remake 6 laps disappear, even in the course of 10 hours. But unless Vortex makes a mistake, which is entirely possible, every single corner it's possible, we'll have to see. But right now, Julian Oligo is currently in the pilot seat of the Vortex Sim Racing car, as well, he's just about to finish a lap here at Spa. We'll see if we can't go on board with Mr. Oligo, as he will complete yet another lap of Spa. He'll go complete lap 731, and he will complete start lap 372. Oh God, 700 laps at Spa. So he will begin his lap, and of course, onboard coverage of the iRacing.com 24 Hours of Spa is brought to you by the iRacing.com forum app for Android. That is by Nick Fisson. You can get that in the Android App Store. It is a forum app for the iRacing.com forums. Obviously, you need an iRacing.com account to use it, but it is an essential part of my app phone life. So, you know, you can always get it yourself. It's great to have the forums on access at all times. As we'll finish out the rest of Julian's lap on his own, minus the commentary. We'll give you some nice sights and sounds of Spa here at, well, it's late at night here, but it's early somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, he decides to celebrate his lap here at Spa by pulling into the pits. Jeez, didn't even give us a lap time, I tell you. Now, a 2:12 on the entry. Now, a fast entry into pit lane will be 2:11s. That's the lap times we've been seeing on the super fast guys. But Julian Oligo pulling it into the pits there. I believe this is a routine scheduled stop for him.
Yep, it is, and that will maybe make a driver change. He's been in the for a complete single stint, as I've heard a few. Was that him? Was that Julian hitting the wall? No, it was somebody else. I heard somebody hitting the wall.
Yeah, I heard that too.
But nevertheless, he's going to search for that pit box. Find it's so difficult with so many garages. They did qualify, and this obviously helps you out. They did qualify in third.
That front, he did clip that front nose on that concrete barrier. That has been catching out people. I mean, you're tired, you're done with your stint, you want to go to sleep, and you just go a couple of miles an hour faster into that La Source pit turn, and he just clipped that nose. They're going to have to replace it. That'll cost them some time. Now, obviously, they have time to spare, but boy, that's got to be a little unsettling when you see that little contact message pop up on your screen, and you're wondering what you just did to the car.
Hopefully it doesn't impede them in their box too long. You know, he found his box well, which is the important part, but now any damage, it will compromise them quite a bit. We'll get a pit time for you as well once he finishes his stop. Out and away for Julian Oligo, and they continue on in the lead. The Radicals Online car is still at the bus stop chicane. They will not gain a lap on the Vortex Sim Racing car, but yeah, for Julian, it seems that as the stint progresses, the longer he carries on, the more faster he gets, the more he carries on into a rhythm, and I think now we'll see that over the next few laps once he gets more confidence with this car. Hopefully no damage to that front end.
No, I don't think they really did anything too heinous. They just replaced the front nose cone as Oligo goes around the much slower GTL VRT Gold car, who is now going to be 15 laps down off the leader. But anyways, yeah, that Vortex Sim Racing HPD, boy, they've just kind of come out of left field. I don't even believe Vortex was at the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. They might have been, and I'm an idiot and I don't remember well, but Vortex Sim Racing looking to come away with one of the crown jewels of endurance racing, and the very first time that we've had endurance racing on iRacing.
Yeah, and a 31.9 second pit stop for him as well. It's good to see iRacing. The progress they have to make now is obviously get day to night transitions and please get formation laps in. That is so. I don't know. To me, I don't know about you, Cam, but formation laps are important. Not only does it add that realistic element, but it's so important at the start of the race. I'm not talking about heating up brakes or heating up tires, but just to get yourself into a focused rhythm as a driver and you know, get that suspense building for the crowd. I think it's a beneficiary in all ways. The only detriment would be, as Oligo almost has a miscommunication with a GT car in front of him, but he makes it through unscathed. But yeah, the formation lap I think is key, and the only detriment will be that you lose maybe 1 or 2 minutes from your event.
Yes, and it just sitting in the cockpit of that car, and of course, we all know that this is obviously virtual. This is simulated racing here, but still, sitting in that chair, whatever chair you're sitting in, with your hands on that steering wheel, knowing that you're about to kick off a 24-hour race, that in literally one full day, you will be right back where you are again. Hopefully, if your car makes it through the day, you're going through how many sheer laps you're going to have to do. We're probably going to do 520 laps, 524 laps, I'm going to call it. No, that's too many. That's too few. Probably hit 600 something by the time we're close to the end. 700 plus? Hugo Luis says 700 plus, okay. And you know that if you mess this up on lap 1, you've got an entire team behind you that has been practicing for this race. Everyone here has been waiting for this race. And so the amount of pressure that you would have is just, I almost can't even imagine.
Yeah, it's a lot of time to make up, and Julian's having a tough time lapping cars here, by the way. But anyway, yeah, there's 1,440 minutes in a 24-hour race. And what is it? Around 128 seconds per lap. Now, I mean, if you do the math in your head, which I can probably do, I can't, by the way. I need to get a calculator out. But yeah, 1,440 divided by 128 seconds, and imagine losing this race in the final few minutes. You know, we always hear a story like that. I mentioned one before, and Hugo's just secretly told us one now. You know, everybody's got a story of where they've lost a race in the final moments. A 24-hour race, you know, you lose it in the final moments, you know, you're not going to go cry or anything like that. so be it. You did your best shot. You couldn't do anything about it. That's life. That's fate. But in terms of lap times, yeah, we'll do the math. I'm pretty sure it should be 700 plus confirmed. 10 hours and 25 seconds, 20 hours and 25 minutes remaining in this event. So we've already completed lap 375 as Julian Oligo crosses the line.
Well, that he does, as, well, it's not even just finishing in what position. Finishing a 24-hour race is just, either it's because we're so delirious from not getting any sleep that we're just excited at anything, or it's just a special thing to cross that finish line in a running car, no matter what. Finishing a 24-hour race is hard, and I'm relatively new to the endurance racing scene. Just last year was really my first full year of paying attention to all of the endurance races in real life. Of course, your source for that would be something along the lines of Radio Le Mans, dailysportscarracer.com. I never followed it before then. I knew about it, but it didn't really start taking off until the year before last and last year. And having followed Radio Le Mans from their coverage of races such as like the 24 Hours of Dubai and of course Le Mans and all that stuff, it just finishing the race is just sometimes a better goal than where you're even finishing if you're in for it like that. Unfortunately for some teams like Coanda and Vortex and Radicals, they actually do care about where their position is, so they put a lot of pressure on themselves to perform well. But if I ever get to do one of these races, I would just be happy with finishing.
Why if? Go for it. Get into a team.
iRacing is talking.
Fair enough. That's fair enough. But yeah, iRacing, in all seriousness, is being free to join. Get the promo code on your screen, and for RaceSpotTV, and also we know iRacing is offering 50% off and even 70% off for new memberships. Check that out at iRacing.com. With 10 hours and 23 minutes left in this event, it's still Vortex Sim Racing and Julian Oligo piloting that vehicle so far. We've had Balazar Reminick in that car. We also had Ashley Owen, Gabor Mex. Who else have we had in there? That's it. So we see the organization there, Cam. Look at that. Look at the drivers in that vehicle. Started off with Gabor, who did quite a lot of laps in that car, 54. Ashley Owen doing around the same amount for the second stint. Then Gabor and Ashley doing the same thing another 2 times. And now for the night stints, it seems that Ballas and Julian are going to take these graveyard hours, and who knows who'll finish this car home.
Yeah, who does indeed. I mean, it is just, it's impressive to see the stabling of drivers that we've seen between all of the different cars. I mean, you look at cars that aren't even circulating anymore, and who we've had come in through the server and got on the track. Very, very impressive indeed. And of course, when the Pro GT Series starts rolling around, which the name and more concrete details will be released as iRacing releases it, which will give us a triangle of Pro Series racing, from the Pro Series of NASCAR, the officially sanctioned NASCAR racing, to the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, which Johnny Simon is much more familiar about than I am, as they just covered the race at Okayama just about 12 hours ago. They were still covering it. And then they will have this new GT Endurance Racing Series, which will be using the GT3 cars, which even the GT3 cars are constantly evolving. And once Johnny started with just a simple McLaren, and now look at it. It's got 4 of them, and they're adding more.
Yeah, exactly. And it's good to see iRacing evolving and improving their car selection. Next thing I want to see is formation laps. Come on, let's add the formation laps in. But what else does iRacing need? There's always room for improvement, and they keep putting in the hard work. They keep putting in the investment, and every racer out here is proud of that, and they're truly grateful for what they've done for the sim racing community. That's where we get races like this, the 24-hour races. Last year, at this point, it was only a dream, and now it's reality, as Julian Oligo is living that dream of leading a 24-hour race. But I want to look down the order of drivers in this HPD class, because I want to see where the GTI racing car, how that car is handling. Max Wilson has been in that car since Tyson Williams had that small little accident, I think, with, was it the friction racing car, Cam? Yeah, and so let's see how Max is handling. Let's watch him for a couple of laps and see if that car is okay, because Tyson did say it should be fine. There shouldn't be too much damage to it, but they had to pit, had to make any repairs, as now he laps the car at the worst possible point at the circuit, at the top of... But anyway, he carries on. So we'll have to see if Max can handle this car well. His lap time so far, around about maybe a second off the pace from the leader.
Yeah, I mean, their lap times seem to be fairly good. I mean, they had the issues early on, as that number 21 car prototype, the GTI racing car, as we go on board with him, yes, it's just these HPD cars, how they attack Spa, it's just so viciously different from the GT cars that having them just on the track right now is very entertaining. At least for me, I enjoy watching this very much. As just ultimately, though, we follow that GTI racing car, go around Spa. We'll give it a little bit of a break so we can go catch our breaths. You guys can enjoy the sights and sounds of Spa, the engine whine of that HPD prototype car, currently piloted by Max Wilson. So down the Camel Straight, that GTI racing car comes down. And, well, Johnny, it seems that wheel's pretty straight there on that car. And ultimately, though, car looks pretty good. Car looks pretty straight. And he's doing some pretty good lap times. That was a 2:10 last time by, which is not bad at all whatsoever, as the GTL VRT Gold car is currently in the pits. Francesco Javier Gutierrez is hopping out of the car. Not quite sure who's going to hop in that car.
Yeah, I'm trying to see who's going to jump in. The number 012 car, like the 0 at the front of that. But, yeah, who is going to jump in that car? It's Marcin
Malinowski.
Is he this? Alright, I thought there might have been a driver change there. But that's a quick pit stop. So there has to be something that's gone wrong at that lap. Because entering the pit lane was a little bit slow as well. There has to be something that's gone wrong that last lap around. Because he's pitted halfway through his stint. Unless they've forgotten to put fuel in. So, which I doubt. But there has to be, it seems throughout the lap, he's had a clean lap. So something's gone on for Marcin, and they've had to come into the pit lane.
Now that they have, as we hit the top of the hour here, it is now 11 o'clock Eastern. It's going to be, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock a.m. in the GMT time zone. And over in Australia, it's probably, 1:30?
1 p.m. Yeah.
1 p.m. Over there in Aussie land. So we will just, as we hit the top of the hour, even though there's still 15 minutes left because of the warm-up and whatnot, we're just going to take you through the grid real quick of where people are here on RaceSpotTV. And right now, kicking off the top of the leaderboards right now is Vortex Sim Racing, HPD number 1, Julian Oligo. is currently on the point with a 6-lap lead over Anthony Roselli. Roselli is doing relatively okay lap times, but he's still about 2 seconds a lap down from Julian Oligo due to some damage on that sim racing, the Radicals Online car. 7-3 Motorsport is in third in the HPDs with GTL VRT with Malinowski in the prototype car there. That is in fourth position, but they are 15 laps down. Abandonati Racing Team in 17 laps down. GTI Racing, who we were just on board with, is 19 laps down, and 20 laps down is the other Vortex Sim Racing car. In your GT field, it's Coanda Sim Sports still up on top after the INX Racing mistakes and the crash that they subsequently followed that. So Coanda on the top there. Pure Racing Team is the only cars that are on the same lap as them. Not quite sure who's catching who, but they seem to be doing relatively similar lap times, though the Coanda car does seem to be pulling away. Trinity Motorsports in third with INX Racing, damaged car piloting in fourth position. The New World Sim Sport Moonshine car is in fifth, and the McLaren with the IRDK roof car, the endurance car, will be 13th position overall. That'll be 6th position in GT. Mad Cow Racing in 7th. Glacier Racing in 8th. Core Sims Racing in 9th. SRN Motorsports 10th. Pass Left Racing 11th. Radicals in 12th. WFC Chassis in 16th. MSP Drivers Home in 17th in GT. And SDC Motorsports 2 in 18th. Shark Motorsport as well is also circulating with Gathering Tweakers, Authentic Racing Team, Oceanic Sim Racing, Red Devolution Racing, CTC. Both CTC cars are running. And still, that CTC Racing number 1, car number 49, is the final car circulating on the track, 72 laps down, but boy, they're not giving up. Sean Wiltshire currently on the pilot seat right there. As far as the retirements go, now this is going to be a rather almost as lengthy of a list as who was on field right now, as it is going to be SDC Motorsports was the first ones out. They're 371 laps down. Phoenix Motorsports, the GT effort, finished their day early with Team ORSRL, both of them finishing minus 351 laps down. The Vapex Racing HPD down 347 laps. Banana Racing, Glacier Racing is their car number 1, their primary GT effort, ended their race early, 270 laps down. SRB Racing, Team GT cars are also out. For the prototypes, you've got TNT Racing, that's out. 4 Motorsports is, well, they're on track right now, but they're 216 laps down, so I don't know if we'd necessarily count that. Apex Racing having a technical glitch, their hardware glitch, and ultimately resulting in a crash. EDT is only 4 behind. I'm pretty sure it was 5, but oh well. So it might be 3 a.m. GMT, which is okay, still cool. So you have the Apex Racing prototype that is out. Dayco is also circulating, but they're 179 laps down. Pure Racing Team and Phoenix Motorsports also joined the HPDs that have crashed out, and the Friction Racing rounding out the non-circulatory HPD cars. Friction having led so much of this race. What a darn shame, but ultimately, the last couple of cars to be out in GT racing is Brazil Power Team, Magno Autosports, 80 or 80, and 49 Motorsports with ABR Racing Silver, and Pure Racing Team as well, and the New World Sim Sport for GT3. So those are the cars that are out, and if you haven't been paying attention to what I've been saying, I don't blame you, as we only skipped over about like 5 things. So anyways, just to reset, it's everybody here at the RaceSpotTV booth. It's myself, Cam Walsh, Johnny Simon, alongside me, and Hugo Louis on the cameras in the crepuscular hours of the 24 Hours of Spa here on RaceSpotTV. So we are still watching the YouTube channel, the Twitter feed, which the official iRacing hashtag is hashtag iRacing24H. That'll work, and will give us something there. As this race continues, we've got one car on pit road right now, and that is the number 73 prototype of the 7.3 Motorsport car.
Yep, Francisco Javier Gutierrez entering the pit lane in that HPD, and currently in 3rd place. Does not Oh, he hits the wall. I was about to say, oh, don't hit the wall. And he does. So they clip that outside concrete barrier, and he's not the first driver today to be caught out. Oh, it's so difficult as well, you know, from the cockpit, the track rises as well. It's so difficult to see because the visibility is so low, and it's quite an optical illusion. But nevertheless, hopefully not much damage to their car. And, well, there we go, Cam. Another driver being caught out by that concrete wall.
Oh, yes, it is. And, boy, it is just very difficult. I mean, you've been asking drivers to stay awake for quite a long time now. Francisco, having done one stint earlier in the race, as just an appropriately timed yawn interrupts me. His first lap was 163 to 189, so he did one stint there. He's done 2 stints. He's done 3 stints. He really has not had time to go get any sleep at all whatsoever. So to clip that outside concrete wall, it's not hard to do, and it's really not that big of a surprise at this point. I can only imagine as Molly Francis will take over that car. It's not that so hard to do.
The first time as well for Molly Francis in the car since the second stint of the race. So he took over from Phil Blythe, who started the race in this car from the 13th position. So poor qualifying for them, but they're in third at the moment. Consistency is key. And let's talk about what it takes to build a good sim racing team. And you know, I'm sure myself, I'm not a team owner, but if you're a scout for working for a team, looking for new drivers, a team manager, you always look for the basic certain ratings of how fast the driver is. At the same time, you need to locate that any of the young drivers you might have are going to develop their consistency last. You know, that's always the last thing to develop in a driver. Is you're going to have the pace, you're going to get faster and faster, but the more experience you get and the older you get, you're going to improve on that consistency the more things go. And then there's more things to talk about later, Cam, but you know, such as your leadership abilities, your work ethic, and you know, even your intelligence. But certainly, I'm sure you'd agree that, at least in my opinion, as a guy who does certainly scout drivers around, is that consistency is the last thing to develop for young drivers, and you see that throughout the sim racing world.
Oh, that you do, and it's not even just consistency in your native car, it's understanding the consistencies of the cars around you. It's the experience, really, here in sim racing that does a lot of the work for you. As I cut my teeth, the ladder system was quite different back in my day, but I cut my teeth. Started out, of course, everyone starts out here on iRacing in the MX-5s, the Miatas, whatever you want to call them, the amazing sports car that it is, the most popular sports car in the world. And then I moved up. I skipped over the Skip Barber cars because I'm not too excited about them. I ended up going to the Star Mazdas, which was a great series, large community at the time, and ended up in the Lotus 79. Driving that Lotus 79 for the last couple of seasons, even though I haven't won a race, is it's made the Ford GT3 pretty easy to toast around here. So that's helped out, but just the actual helping, the whole team aspect, which is one other a good aspect here of iRacing.com, is I'm watching the Coanda car, watching him work through his way through some, well, it was some traffic at the time, but not anymore. But ultimately, as Coanda will take another lap off the tick there, finishing out 3:47, it's if you can find whichever community or group of people that you'd want to find in a sim racing service. You've got some very serious drivers, you have some very serious teams, very serious sponsorships, but you also got teams that are just a bunch of friends that have gotten together and felt like racing together. And I think that's really great, and endurance racing is the perfect medium for all of those to actually get together.
Certainly are, and talking about that Coanda that Coanda Sim Sport car, currently the only GT car, I believe, in the 2-minute and 19-second range. So the only team in this stint to break that range, I might be wrong. No, that's a HPD car. I'm looking at the wrong time. So yeah, so the only GT car to get into the 2-minute 19-second range, and that's helped by the fact that Marcus Lenderman is piloting that vehicle. So he is absolutely on a charge at the moment. He's pushing it. We look at the laps this stint for him. He started the race for the team. He's on a very long stint here in the early hours of the night for the European guys. But yeah, he's started the stint around the 2 minute 19, still not tired. He's still in the 2 minute 19 range, doing an absolute incredible job for the team. And you know, speaking about teams, we spoke about it, you know, just a few minutes ago, still on the topic of conversation, what drivers you attract to your team. And you know, sometimes you can build a great team out of, you know, not average drivers, but above average drivers. You don't necessarily have to have the best drivers in the world. You do to really win. But sometimes you can build a good, positive team if you have a couple of leaders here who can race. You know, guys who are intelligent enough to teach the young guys and who are able to help with setups, making sure everybody's work ethic is high. If nobody's willing to work, nobody's going to be testing. Everyone's going to be lazy. But the desire to win as well is something that's always overlooked. You know, attracting drivers who have the speed, who have the work ethic, but if they don't have the desire to win, that certainly relates in, you know, a lower work ethic. They're going to work less because they just want it. They're just there for a little bit of fun. So, depends how you want to run your team, what type of success you're aiming for. But it's a complicated topic of conversation, Cam. I could probably start a lecture if people wanted to. But I'd love to discuss this more. If any questions you might have, Drew, throw them to us. I'm willing to answer anything. And as Rachel said a few hours ago, I'm not joking. I'm literally willing to answer anything you have to ask, sim racing or not. Go for it. So ask me. As Lenderman,
come at me, bro.
Lapped by a HPD.
Yes, as another HPD makes it before the Racing Spot at Air Rouge, as we'll go look at the SRN Motorsports and the Bessie GT car. They're heading their way to Air Rouge and Radion, as the SRN Motorsports car has caught up to and passed, I believe, the Bessie car, as they had just gotten out of the pits. But SRN Motorsports, I believe, still owes a pit stop to the old fuel tank there. No, actually, they're pretty close. They're about 10, 12 laps into their stint, so that Bessie car looks out, but thinks better of it when that Australian Evolution HBD looking onwards, as the SRN Motorsports and the Mad Cow Racing Bessie car are still having a quick go at it. McGarvey in the SRN car, Scott Gray in the Mad Cow Racing car as a prototype, starts working his way through, and Bessie will follow right through. SRN left that door open for the HPD and has now paid the price for it. That SRN car has just lost a position, but really, in about maybe 5 to 10 laps, that SRN car is going to have to come into the pits anyways, and I believe Mad Cow Racing is on its outlap, which it is. So, well, not too difficult of a pass, I'd say.
No, certainly not. And it was a Bessie pass for Bessie in front. That was terrible. But he's blinking right now. He's got a few technical issues, and as I spoke about, there's been a few phantoms in this race who have drawn a bit of trouble. Look at the number 15, of course, sim racing in the GT class. There's some action going on right here. 3 cars on the Kemmel Straight, almost 3 wide there. That looked incredible, but they've gone through cleanly. So I'm not sure if they're battling for position, are they? I'm going to have a look at this. No. It is not for position, unfortunately. Oh, no. Is it? So, well, yes, it is, yeah.
Well, you've got the Radicals car and the INX Racing car. They're on the same... actually, no. It's the Core Sim Racing and the INX Racing car. They're right near each other, but somebody must have pitted. And I don't know if it's INX. Did INX just pit? No. Or... Why is my timing that messed up? That is so strange. Well, anyways, they're near each other. Somebody must have spun it, as the INX Racing car in position 12 is, well, it's still ahead of the one in position 15. This is so strange. Oh, you know what? I bet you the other 2 cars pitted. That's where we're getting messed up. But either way, though, Core Sim Racing and INX Racing very close to each other. As INX is just, well, you've gone from being right in the lead to fighting for 6th or 7th position, which is demoralizing in its own right, but ultimately, though, the fight must go on.
Certainly does. So we see PJ Stereos piloting that INX car after, unfortunately, Yoni Tamalo got into a little bit of trouble. For PJ right now, came out of, this is his outlap, as we mentioned, they just pitted. Let's see if he can. I doubt he's gonna gain too much time. Look how in balance that car is under braking there at the bus stop chicane. They go through the final couple of corners here on towards La Source, but PJ Stereos, there could be some brake balance issues, or it could just be a bit of, you know, maybe some damage on that car. Certainly damage, but you know, they've got a really improperly balanced car there, and to race this for the next 10 hours, they're slowly dropping down. They were leading at, you know, one stage we saw. Now they're in 7th place in the GT3 class. So, I mean, how's this race going to fare out for them, for PJ Stereos and INX Racing?
Yeah, that it is. As that core racing car INX is just slipping right down. They just had a pit stop. That's why they've gone for a little bit of repairs. That's what's happened in the timing screen there. 6 minutes 37 was their last lap, which of course means that the pit stop happened. But so yeah, you've got still got a lot of cars circulating. It's just us kind of keeping it together. Yeah, I know, right? Keeping it together as
only
at
just
some point. Yeah, they are going to be closing up in on each other at some point or another, as it looks a lot more further apart than it actually is. I mean, when you say, oh, they're a lap apart or they're 2 laps apart, as we do hit the 10-hour mark officially now, 10 hours to go, 10 hours to go, 10 hours to go. So it looks far. Oh, I mean, it's a 2-minute. Or it's a 1-lap gap, or it's a 2-lap gap. Well, that means that they're 4 minutes ahead or 4 minutes behind. That's nothing in a 24-hour race. So you may look at the lap charts and go, oh, that's insane. Well, it's really not. I mean, you can definitely see, though, if you translate the laps to minutes, that the Radicals car is got quite an insurmountable gap to that Vortex Sim Racing car, unless something dastardly happens to that Sim Racing Vortex car, which I just, you know, things do happen. We've seen that with Friction Racing, so this race is still all sorts of up in the air.
I'm trying to watch PJ Stereos approach that bus stop this time, and this time it's balanced. He's taking it with less risk. That HPD has lapped these 3 GT cars, so I think that is the HPD number. What is the number? Come on. It is the Kurt Stenberg, who is in the Dayco Motorsports number 147 car. Lap those 3 GT cars quite straightforward, but a bit of a scrap going on, and sometimes you end up, Cam, in a situation where you're scrapping with cars who aren't on the same lap as you, but you still end up battling with them because it could mean something towards the end of the race, so you might as well.
Well, you might as well, but it also risks possibly ending your day, which you'd hate to end your day racing a car that you're not actually racing against. But if you need to get behind them, or you need to get past them, get past them. But right now, that Radicals car, even though it is 2 or 3 laps behind that core race sim racing car, it is going to want to get past it. I'm sure the lap times are in the favor of the Radicals car, but right now, that Abendani Racing Team prototype is just looking to make his way through, as he'll actually make his way through at the Blanchemont corner there, or actually that's Brussels, excuse me, as they'll head to the no-name corner, and that prototype clears his way through at INX, actually. He's starting to look a little bit on the offensive there, and boy, that's always an exciting aspect there, but yeah. And sitting in front of that INX racing car, even though it's slightly damaged, is that core sim racing car. They might be able to catch him.
They certainly might. And another man who will be catched is Marcin where's the laptop? Yeah, Marcin Melanivsky is lapping in the 2 minutes 14 range. Here we go. And then the guys behind him of Marco Gabriele Nessi and Kane Kujimima, whatever, is lapping in the 2 minute 8 range. So right now they're about 6 seconds a lap faster, around 5 on a good lap for Marcin. So what they have to do, this GTI team and the Abandonati Racing team, is keep things together. Abandonati should catch him maybe for, I'm not going to do any math here, but in maybe half an hour's to an hour's time at this rate. So well, they just do a 2 minutes 11, but that was lapping traffic. The important thing, though, is you got a damaged car in front of you for the GTL VRT Gold team. And that time you're going to make up is going to be important because it's for P4. Anything happens to any of those top 3 guys, you know, who knows if the 7-3 Motorsport team of, is that Francisco? No, that's not him anymore. It's Mal Francis in that car, Mali Francis. So if he ends up in trouble, maybe even Anthony Roselli in the Radicals Online car, even the leaders, which I doubt, but, you know, this P4 could make could prove pivotal if they can get themselves into the final step on the podium, as Marco right here. Marco Gabriele Nessi is approaching lap cars in a hairy situation at Les Combes.
Well, that they are, as they do go through Les Combes, but ultimately, though, actually, yeah, there is quite a like I said, as just about an hour ago, as I said, everyone just closes right up. It's the strangest thing. Everyone just piles on top of each other. It's just very weird, but ultimately, these HPDs are having to do a lot of work, and right now, Vortex Sim Racing is going to have to work his way through a massive amount of field, and we'll see if we can't go with of course, our side-by-side coverage here on RaceSpotTV. As we'll take a quick break or so, as we'll go on board with Julian Oligo and watch him cut through some of this lap traffic here on RaceSpotTV. It's 24 Hours of Spa. You're watching it live.
For iRacing to get Le Mans is huge. I mean, this is a unique event, a unique track where, you know, half of the track is public road, so you can never test on it, you never get experience on it, and it's 8 miles in length, 4-minute lap time in a GT car. So, you know, even if you're here for an hour of testing, that's only 15 laps, and you're only going to see the corner 15 times that day. The first section going through the Dunlop area is pretty unique. You know, it's got elevation change and off camber. Then you go down Mulsanne into the chicanes, and you know, the straights are unbelievably long. It's a tricky track, and you know, every year I've come here, this is being my 4th year, you learn something new every time.
We've wanted to add Le Mans to iRacing for a long time, and we've really been working hard towards it for the last 5 years. But really, things only came together in the last week leading up to this race. So it was a real scramble to put everything together. The majority of Le Mans is public roads. So when they're preparing for the 24-hour race, it's really the only time that we can visit to laser scan and photograph the track so that we can recreate it in iRacing. We work closely with the ACO to get essentially exclusive access to the facility and everything that we needed to get the laser scanning and photographic reference that we need to create the track. We were very fortunate to be at Le Mans at the most important time of the year and gain that experience of being there. And we're going to really do the best we can to put that into our work and making sure that the Le Mans in iRacing is the best Le Mans, the most exciting and accurate recreation of the track possible.
It's been a very long offseason. Teams have changed, sponsors have changed, colors and all, but one thing that hasn't, they like to mash the loud pedal. Green flag is out on the 2015 NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series season.
iRacing is the ideal platform for these broadcasts because we have the best racers, the best online racers in the world, and we have such a variety of racing, from NASCAR to Grand Prix style racing, sports car, endurance racing. We do it all.
Since 2010, the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series has been the absolute pinnacle of road racing in a simulated form. Great start then by Yakoda from the front. They're packing up behind number one. They're going to be 4 wide as they come down into turn number 1 for the first time. Will they make it through that first corner? You can see them funneling through the center S's. It looks as though everyone is just about made it through. We have got ourselves some contact though, Rachel.
Side by side going into turns 3 and 4. Humpy's got the advantage, but Ottinger's not going to...
Oh, he got into him!
Ottinger gets into the 58, turns right into him, and that ends Ottinger's run.
We do a lot of live broadcasts now. Every Tuesday is NASCAR night, so on alternating Tuesdays we do the Peak Antifreeze Series, and on the other Tuesdays the B-Class Series, which is the Xfinity cars, and sometimes we'll even do some short track racing depending on the schedule. Every other Saturday we do the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, so the best road racers we have. And we also broadcast some special events, including the Endurance Championship, which is part of the Road Warriors Series. So we broadcast the Daytona 24, the Sebring 12-hour, we'll do the Watkins Glen 6-hour, there's several other races along there. And then of course the iRacing Pro Racing Champions, which is usually our biggest and most watched event of the year.
That is short track racing, and that's how awesome this sim is, Joe. That's something you see on TV on highlight reels, and we just saw it here, live.
We invite iRacers who are real-world racers. They compete every December. Guys like Alex Gurney, Justin Wilson, Scott Speed, Ron Capps, the list goes on. Really some big-name drivers from all major forms of motorsport. It's really neat to see them get together and race together.
See Laughlin up top, down to the ball, gets turned! Laughlin gets turned! Caution is out! Out foul at the front of the field!
The easiest place to find the broadcast is on our website, iracing.com/live. So you can find some of our races on fanschoice.tv as well. A nice place to find iRacing broadcasts.
You can also find it at mrn.com and peakauto.com.
Back here live at the iRacing.com, 24 hours of Spa here on RaceSpotTV. It's the night shift here with Cameron Walsh, Johnny Simon, and Hugo Louis as we are bringing you live coverage. So happy that you can join us, and if you're watching us on the replay, that is great too. So we are just coming back as we are looking at the car of course. Sim Racing is Jari Pakkonen in there watching as PJ Sturgios has just left the building. That Inex racing car has just disappeared from the racing surface, of course. That'll have to be towed back to the pits, though, as when your driver disconnects, obviously that is what happens to prevent things happening. So a couple of questions in the YouTube channel. When did iRacing announce the GT3 Pro Series? Well, that was a couple of months ago, actually. They have kind of an outline already posted out. Cars will be restricted in the sense of only so many teams will be allowed to go to so many different cars, which shouldn't be that big of a problem. Drivers, I don't believe, are able to switch between teams, and I believe there's a max limit of drivers you can have. But it will be a Pro Series, I believe. They will be getting black stripes, just like our Oval and Formula Open Wheel Pro Series drivers do. But ultimately, though, everyone seems to be doing fairly a-okay here, as just seeing that replay of PJ Sturgios just leaving the building. Next question, does it ever get dark on the track, or is it just going to be all day for 24 hours? It is going to be day for all 24 hours, unfortunately, but that is something that iRacing is working on. And of course, DirectX 9, the engine that we use to power, and by engine I mean the graphical engine used to power iRacing, is, well, it's a constant evolving platform, but DirectX 9 is can only do so much. So they can shift things around maybe for a setting, but the ability to transition this is going to need a different platform. That DirectX 11 platform will be able to provide it at some point in the future, but it's not just switching it over from light to dark and dark to light. It is bringing the full gambit of transitioning actually from a temperature, from an atmospheric pressure standpoint, as well as the big feature that's going to be coming at some point in the relative future is dynamic track surfaces, which dynamic track surfaces tracks will legitimately rubber up, at least in a virtual sense, but they will rubber up instead of other games where it's just as time goes on, a certain line just gets a little more grip than the other, and it gets a little darker shades. These are legitimate, physically calculated rubber getting laid down. So that'll be pretty cool once dynamic trans surfaces come out, and that'll probably be around the same time as day to night transitions come out, and that whole gambit of stuff will probably be done relatively in coordination with the recent announcement that iRacing.com is going to be bringing the Spa. Yes, it's bringing Spa to iRacing. It's 2009 all over again. No, they're going to be bringing Le Mans, of course, the preview that you guys just saw there as we went side by side here on RaceSpotTV. Now, Johnny, Le Mans has been something that everyone has been clamoring for on the road racing side. Now that we've gotten all these GT3 cars, endurance racing has really taken off. And, well, if you're going to do endurance racing, do it properly. Get Le Mans.
Well, iRacing's heading towards a 24-hour event spectacle each season, and what a great way to do that is to go straight to France, go straight to Le Mans and race around the Circuit de la Sarthe over there. And you know, that's going to be incredible. Bringing that race to the sim world will be great. You know, look at the amount of drivers here today. You got 53 beginning in the top split alone. Now, I might be wrong here, but I'm sure there's about 50 million other drivers in other splits, which we are not showing, obviously, because this is the top split. But it goes to show that having a race at Le Mans, having as many cars as you can, hopefully maybe 150 on the track at one time, which is not going to happen. But anyway, that, you know, iRacing are making steps and making progress. I think the most important part is that they're listening to the community as well, which is a good point of coverage. You know, that they're bringing out surveys for iRacing members, and even members who even non-members, guys who aren't a part of iRacing, who've maybe considered it but have never tried it before. They've even offered the survey out to them, so they're listening out. They're doing everything that's right. Formation laps will come, because I keep saying it every time. I'm going to repeat it maybe around the 9-hour mark, just remind me, but that's going to come soon. And in terms of everything else, they're doing an absolutely exquisite, incredible job. They deserve it. Now I'm just licking and other stuff, but in all seriousness, the dynamic railroad, that's going to be something to really look forward to. I've raced on other sims which have it, and it does make a huge difference. Being the last man out in qualifying, it does really affect your times by significant. Could be half a second from the start to the end of the session. So I'm waiting for all these updates to come along. It's going to be great to commentate on from here in the booth.
No, that it is. And somebody said, hey, get Nürburgring. Well, that's already coming. That'll actually be released before Le Mans is released, as they are already working on the Nürburgring GP circuit and the Nordschleife, which is this fun little circuit that you can see. It's got a couple turns, a couple hundred, I believe. And the Nordschleife should be ready hopefully by the end of the year. That'll be pretty spiffy, and hopefully we'll have some events there. As of course, you could just imagine with the car counts. I mean, we've managed to cram 54 cars between two classes here at Spa. I only can imagine trying to cover a 24-hour race on the Nordschleife, but I'm sure somebody will be crazy enough to do it, and we'll probably be crazy enough and dumb enough to try and commentate all 24 hours of it concurrently. So hopefully we can look forward to that, and as we go on to the future. I mean, we're not, Johnny, we're not necessarily in bad spots here. I mean, we're getting ready for a powder keg to start blowing up here. There's a new Formula 1 car coming to iRacing.com. I mean, it's maybe not the best of the best, but it is a McLaren, and it is Honda powered, and it is a current F1 car, so that would be pretty cool. but it just seems that everything on the roadside is really blowing up right now.
Yeah, it is, in a good way, obviously, and what matters the most is that, as I said, improvements are being made. And talking about the Nürburgring, it is the penultimate round of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, the last event concluding 12 hours ago. Will not ruin any results for those who maybe have not seen it, for those who've been crazy enough to watch the past 12 hours of this 24-hour event straight up. But yes, tune into that. It's on the RaceSpotTV YouTube channel as well, archived for viewing at any time. That was at the Okayama International Circuit. Indianapolis is the next round in 2 weeks. But then we have Spa, Suzuka, the Nürburgring, and then Circuit of the Americas. Cam, if that's not an incredible finish of racing circuits, some people do criticize the last one, the Circuit of the Car Parks, but nevertheless, those are, circuits that aren't only going to just produce incredible racing, but that look absolutely fantastic for our viewer.
Well, yes, and we may joke about Circuit of the Americas, but as far as an open-wheeler Formula One track, that is as modern as it gets here in the iRacing service. I mean, it is just a legitimate buster as far as Formula One tracks go. It's extremely difficult to try and do it driving it lap after lap, so we'll be excited to see that, and of course you can watch that all every Saturday morning here on RaceSpot TV, or Saturday afternoon, depending on where you are, or Saturday evening, depending. As we go through that, people are starting to chat up in the YouTube section. MyZLR has a question. How easy is it to pick up iRacing? Well, you are going to need a steering wheel, and you are going to need pedals, and you probably should get a decent one. I'm sure there's something, there's many articles about the basic sim racing gear. So if you just look up basic sim racing wheel and pedal combinations, I'm sure that would get you started off in the right way. Preferably get something with force feedback, something with pedals that are fairly comfortable, and something that has like 900 degrees of rotation. And obviously that's not all necessary, but it's a great platform to start off on. And well, when you start off with that, I mean, iRacing isn't obviously the only car simulator type gamey thing in the service. As the Quinn, the SimSport car, pulls into the pit lane, they got a lap on the Pure Racing team, and they're going to be coming in. Marcus Lenderman, I'm fairly confident that he's probably going to get out. He's already done 2 stints, so I doubt he'll do a third. But yes, decent pedals could mean like something over like a DF GT or something like that. I personally use a G27 with a couple of spring mods. The Australian, what is it? The Australian, who makes it? GTI maybe might make it, but I have their brake mod, which is just a spring. It's really easy to change out, and that makes everything go so much better. But ultimately, though, the Quanda will pull into his pits there. So you get yourself a decent and basic steering wheel package. You don't need 9 million monitors, and you don't need anything like that. Just make sure your settings are all properly adjusted, and if you don't want to, say, dump the boatload of money that you might need to get into iRacing, as it is fairly expensive for a new member, though we can certainly help you there with a code we will show you relatively soon. But you can always hop into other things as well. There are other games, and of course, when you're a fan of sim racing, you've got to support all of the other games. I mean, it's not like it's a big competition here. You don't want to turn it into IndyCar versus kart, where you both kill each other. So, you can be very happy racing something like Assetto Corsa or Project Cars, but you're not going to get a more authentic online sim racing service that's much easier to use than iRacing.com. That's why it's my simulator of choice. I love multiplayer racing, and obviously the 400 or 500 other human beings who are sitting at their computers driving their virtual cars around Spa-Francorchamps. Somebody's wondering about what you said about the Circuit of Car Parks. The joke is that Circuit of the America is a giant parking lot because of the amount of runoff areas. It's because it's a very modern track and has a lot of safety areas, so we call it Circuit of Car Parks, which is perfectly okay. That's a legitimate thing. But ultimately, though, you get started, you get your decent wheel. There's a promo code right there. 3 months for only $12. All of your basic free content, plus the Ford GT, which you can see is actually leading the 24 Hours of Spa right now. Both the GT2 and the GT3 models, of course, these are the GT3 cars. If you use the promo code capital PR-RaceSpotLive. So you would use that on your signing up, and you would be good to go with some new content, and that would be good for there. But and just to kind of close it up, you wouldn't start by hopping into these high-powered cars. You'd start in somewhere on the road side in the MX-5, and on the oval side, a street stock or a four-banger, as we would call them here in the States. And you'd have some pretty good fun running through what's called the rookie ranks, as there are license levels. You'd work your way up to rookie to Class D to Class C, and then B, and then A, if you really feel like it. But ultimately, it's just getting to where you want to go. And GT3 racing, I believe, is Class B, which isn't hard to get to. And boy, it's a lot of fun.
Did you say... So GT Racing's Class B, and what was that promo code? Was that for new licenses?
That was for brand new members. Brand new members.
Interesting. But anyway, I just thought I'd subliminally, put that in there. But nevertheless, it is a good car to go in for it. And go for it, everybody. Join in. But nevertheless, speaking about interesting stories about wheels and all that, as you spoke about, Cam, you don't have to have the best out there, $10,000 unit to be the best in the world. I have some interesting stories about guys who were World Championship drivers who, I'm not going to obviously name names here, but there was one guy I know who raced, and I have a video about this, is he used to race on pedals that were facing 45 degrees to the left, but he couldn't fit his CRT monitor in front of him. So he'd race World Championship races with his pedals and wheel facing one way and looking to the right at his CRT monitor, and this is about 4 or 5 years ago. So he was able, competitive enough to battle it out with some of the best in the world in the sim racing community. And as I said, even myself, racing with some of the best, and obviously I'm far from the best, but to even just be on the same racetrack at the same time as them, I don't have any $10,000 units. You just have to make sure you have what it takes to run. You have the talent as well, the desire and work ethic to be successful, and that's all that matters in the sim racing world.
Oh, that it does, and of course you can see what that level of work and ethic will get you on iRacing.com and on RaceSpotTV for the Grand Prix World Championship Series that we bring to you. But there are also many other splits. As we said, there are 6 splits right now. That means there are 6 separate 24-hour spa races, which blows my mind with how much other stuff is going on, with all sorts of different driver skill levels, all sorts of different cars, and all sorts of different teams from all over the world. So it's a great party, just throwing it out there. Plus you get to the access to the forums, which is just probably one of the most entertaining parts, as as the Vortex Sim Racing HPD1 car pulls in the pit lane, Julian Oligo pulls in, but ultimately, though, it is just a good time right now to be on iRacing. As he's just saying, you don't need a big thing. Some of the other automobiles on the iRacing.com service is the Lotus 79, the 1978 Formula One World Championship winning car, piloted by Mario Andretti. As that car is in the service. Great, lovely car, V6, H-pattern, sloppy box with the pedals and the clutch and everything, and it's just it's an amazing car to pilot, and it's the car that I mostly piloted, at least up until I ran into this thing called life in a commentary career. So you'll have the Lotus 79, the champions. There aren't that many people who run the car, and so obviously you don't hit the split level. A split, as you've heard us calling it, a split is when there are too many cars for the track. Like say there'd be 54 cars in this one, and 55 cars join. Obviously, you can't do that, so it would split it in half, and that's been done 6 times now. So there's like 6 splits with like 50 cars each. It still blows my mind. So we don't get to do that in the Lotus 79. So I get to race, I had to race with the fastest of the fastest, and they would be 5 to 6 seconds a lap faster than you. And boy, oh boy, it was just insane. You would always have people that were running the same lap times as you, but to watch them do what they do, and then you go on the forums and you find out that they're racing on an old laptop from 2004 with a steering wheel and pedals that are basically held together with hopes and dreams and rubber bands. It's just impressive what some of these sim racers can really do with some of the least amount of technology you can imagine. So yeah, don't go blowing $1 bajillion on your gear. Just get something comfortable. I love my G27. I, of course, have 3 monitors, but it's not necessarily a racing thing. I just really like having 3 computer monitors, as I get to have my main iRacing screen, my TeamSpeak, all my information, timing, living, scoring, all of the good fun stuff, as I do quite a lot of other things. But ultimately, okay, yeah, well, actually, we'll do that now. We're getting pretty close to the top of the hour, so we're getting pretty close to a rundown of who's where and what's going on. But first, we'll go to Johnny Simon, who's going to do a quick report with the HPDs.
Yeah, certainly. Julian Oligo at the moment is putting in the effort, putting in the pace right now. I mean, it's Balazar's Reminiak in that car. They've just made their pit stop, so Julian hands the car over, I believe. No, that might be wrong. Might be... no, actually, I'm correct. So, yes. So, for them, they're out and away in the lead of this race. Too easy for them. And I think what this allows is an excellent buffer. You know, you bring another guy who was... Balazar was the... Yes, Reminiak was the previous driver in before Julian Oligo. And for the rest of the field, Anthony Roselli is having a quiet event so far in P2 at the moment. He's 6 laps down from the leaders. For 7-3 Motorsport, Marley Francis lapping slightly faster than Anthony in front, but he's got 2 laps to make up. Now here's the important part. Marcin Malinowski in P4. He's racing for the GTL VRT Gold team. He's losing around 6 to 8 seconds per lap to the guys behind. That is in the Abbandonati racing team. That's Marco Gabriel Nessi, who just made their pit stop. So they have a bit of time to make up to the guys in front. As well as Kain Kojima in the GTI racing car. So these guys are going to catch, as we spoke about around 15 to 20 minutes ago, they're going to catch that GTL VRT Gold car of Marcin Malinowski. So what they need to do now is keep the pedal to the metal, and they'll catch him, as we spoke about, around about 9 hours to go.
Yeah, I mean, it is 9.5 hours to go here at the 24 Hours of Spa, and I mean, it's setting up, you kind of have your 2 sets of fields, your 2 groups of HPDs. You've got your Vortex, your Radical, and your 7-3 Motorsport. Anything can happen in Vortex, you never know. And Radicals and 7-3 are only split by 2 laps. That's less than 5 minutes. That's nothing as far as the 24-hour race goes. Then you've got the GTL VRT, the Ebendani team, and the GTI racing team. They're all within 1 lap of each other, as we are going to be looking at the fight between Glacier Racing and the Core Sim Racing car. Glacier Racing, I believe, with Timu Walkajarvi. Hold on a second, I actually have the pronunciation. But anyways, that Core Motorsport, that Core Sim Racing car looking to get mightily close, but he'll back off before he goes into the Lake Home Complex.
Timu Valkiavi in front. I know him. He races around a few areas where I do in the community. He's a nice, great driver there. Promising prospect. He's been with a few teams, which he's with different teams now. But yeah, he's
Walkajarvi. I got it. They came in. The Glacier people were kind enough to write down the pronunciation. I had to scroll up for it. It's Timu Walkajarvi. So it's good to see him come all the way around. He's awake now, and he's in that pilot seat. Yeah, doing a good job. Had a couple of good stints to begin with, but now he's got that pesky Ford of Yuri Gamelkorn behind him in that Core sim racing car.
The problem for Timu now is he's around 2 seconds a lap slower than Yuri behind. So for Yuri's, they're both early in their stints. Yuri, this is his 4th lap, and for Timu, it is his 7th lap of the stint. So both of them are still trying to find their rhythm. I think Timu might almost be there, but he's not fast enough at the moment. I think that car is a little bit damaged because Tiumu is lapping around the same pace as his teammates and the same pace as Yunus Buaka, who was in the car before him. But for now, let's see if Yuri can maybe get up close on the exit of Blanchimont. He's getting really close here, Cam, and he's tucking into the slipstream. We see there, though, Yuri hits the brakes mid-apex. For Timu, though, he hits it before the apex, and that was the key right there. The dirty air for Yuri, it didn't help him out. He had to coast before the corner, and he saved it too late. So the difference in driving style is quite visible.
Yeah, it's quite visible, and of course differences in setups is, of course, that is something that we always seem to forget to talk about here. We always talk about pure driver skill, which is an extremely important part, but every single bit, at least of these GT3 cars, are completely configurable. I mean, just going into the chassis, the tires, everything, as they'll go up Air Rouge into Radeon. We'll see if the core car can't get on par here, but ultimately, though, you can change everything, all the dampenings, all the spring rates, the cambers, your perch offsets, ride heights, as that core car will get the overspeed coming up, and he will look to go on the outside of into the Lecombe complex. That is a very risky maneuver, as Timu will ultimately have to yield, as that core Autosport car, I keep calling them Autosport, I don't know why, the core sim racing car will end up picking off that position. They will get into 15th position overall, and it'll put them about 7th or 8th in the GT3 field. And for Yuri Camelcorn, that was a Gamelcorn, that was a relatively easy pass. Now just time to lock down the corners, pull away a little bit, and see what else you can do. As next ahead of them is the SRN Motorsports car, the Mad Cow Racing Bessie car, and the IRDK Endurance cars. They are now all on the same lap, and actually the SRN Motorsports car is in pit lane.
Yes, they are. Scott McGarvey in that car. He's been taking it from probably his brother, Stephen McGarvey, who started the race, but that was quite a while ago. Scott continues for yet another stint. He's been in this car for 27 laps, so he'll go out again and prove his worth in this BMW. What a sexy car, Cam. Look at that. That's a lovely car if I've ever seen one. And it's so dirty though. Have a look at the front of the BMW of the number 26 SRN Motorsports. That is dirty. Surely the pit stop guys would have wiped that down and given it a nice clean
nonsense.
look.
But all you do is you get the headlights and the windshield. That's all you need.
Yeah.
That's all they do. That's all they've done. So yes, that SRN Motorsports car, of course, sponsored by DailySportsStar.com, which is beginning to start to enter a very interesting period of time here in sim racing. We always talk about golden eras. It's getting to the point where legitimate sim racing, or where legitimate sports car racing is bleeding into sim racing, and that can, well, it could spell disaster at some point, but for right now, it's nothing but good. DailySportsCar.com, of course, not to promo them too much, but a great source of sports car information if you care at all about real life sports car racing, which if you do here in sim racing, you can do it in real life too. It's real easy to follow along with real sports car racing, and it's great to do it when you've got the experience of playing it on iRacing yourself to match it.
Yep, certainly, and I don't mean to completely change the topic of conversation, but I've just been reading some. I've just been reading some comments, but it's true though. I mean, when people speak about going back to the sim racing rig topics about some of the best drivers in the world, not everyone. Yes, you're gonna have to have some good equipment on you and all that. Definitely need a speedy PC, but it's all based on talent for those guys. I remember years ago when I was, delving into the depths of sim racing, when I used to think, I wish I had, $250,000, up my sleeve so I could buy the best wheel and everything like that. But, watching and spending time as I've progressed and getting to know and having the privilege of testing and even speaking to guys who have raced with the best in the world and who are the best in the world, it's all simply talent. It's all simply hard work. And if you don't believe me, go for it. Go join them. Go check it out. We can, there should be more of an insight into it, because all of that is, that's all eye candy, and that's all, just a bonus. It's nice to have, 3 screens, triple monitors. It's nice to have, racing gloves and racing boots when you're sim racing, maybe even a helmet for those who want to take it that far. But, you know, in the end, it's all about talent, it's all about skill, and, you know, that's what these drivers have who are racing here today, especially Julio Noligo, who I keep mentioning throughout this event, who switched the car over to Balazs Remenick, and those two have done an incredible job in this night shift for Vortex. And they've got that lead to around about 6 laps. So the talent for them, as Anthony Roselli in second place is 6 laps behind, is absolutely incredible. So yeah, some of the best the world's best drivers will have, you know, $10,000, $15,000 rigs, but, you know, most of the guys who are coming in, you know, don't spend too much time on that. They're more concentrated on developing their skill and learning how to drive fast rather than learning how to buy the best equipment.
Yes, and it's somebody's asking, Catfish is wondering, how many cars are actively running on the circuit? I can answer that relatively quickly. It is going to be, the final car running is in 33rd position. They're about to be, but I know that there's less cars. There's 32 running right now on fields out of the 54 that started, which is just insane. Well, actually, you know what? That's not true. There are a couple of HPDs that are running after they've gotten repaired, so I'm going to probably put that around 35, 36 cars is running on the track right now, which is still a very populated track. I mean, Spa is 4.3 miles around, but that's still a lot of cars per square mile.
Certainly so, with 9 hours and 20 minutes, less than 9 hours and 20 minutes left in this race, and what a 24-hour event it's been so far. So many people to thank at this point just to get this going and underway so far. I mean, what an event. We had, Cam, that issue with friction racing, unfortunately. I mean, they could have certainly been, you know, with Paul Williams entering that car. Paul Williams is a speedy driver. I mean, it would have been, you know, interesting, maybe even scary to note where they could have been with Paul Williams in that car, driving it to the limit, how much time they could have made up on the Vortex Sim Racing HPD and P1. And yes, they did have the lead earlier, and they could have regained it back quite easily, something that unfortunately we're never going to get to see.
Yes, the what ifs, and it is with all of endurance racing, both in real life and in sim racing. The what ifs are always going to be taking over the what's happened in your mind, as it's just there's so many different things that could happen. It is just nuts when you start thinking about it. But ultimately, right now on the point is that car of Balazs Remenick of the Vortex Sim Racing with a Radicals Online car. And the 7-3 Motorsport car is in third in the podium position there for GT Racing. Coanda SimSport in the GT is going to be finishing out another lap, starting lap number 368 for the GT cars. Pure Racing Team in second, and the New World SimSport Moonshine car has moved himself up into third. Joel Tremblay is going on like that, and Trinity Motorsport has actually been bumped from the top 10 overall and the third position in GT Racing, as the gap between the two cars, we could get that, would be pretty cool. Is it true Matt Orr drives in the Race Spot car, or am I wrong? He drives, yeah, he's empty box. I believe he's got his own stuff. But no, I'm not sure what Matt Orr drives. I know that he drives lots of other cars. So either way, we did at one point have a empty box cam for one of the races. But yeah, that New World SimSport Moonshine car, currently piloted by Joel Tremblay, that kind of was in lingo for a little bit. Now it seems to have come dialed in right back. Managed to get past Trinity Motorsports, either through the pits or not. But ultimately, though, Trinity Motorsports falling back down to fourth, and Moonshine up to third. No problem at all.
Not fussed. They continue on in the GT class. Always good to see that New World SimSport Moonshine car. Has Randolph Channel been in a car today for New World SimSport? I'm not sure.
I don't.
He's not racing
so.
today,
He
is
went
he?
to work. No, he went to work. He was supposed to pick up later on, but he never got to get into the car as the Ford GT he was supposed to get in. Maybe he'll get in the Moonshine car, but normally he gets in the Ford.
Maybe in next week's Spa 24-hour he'll be in. No, I'm messing around. But yeah. It's it's unfortunate this event's only once a year.
Yeah, so it was so it was for the 4GT for the New World Sim Sport. It was Jonathan Fuller, Jonathan Boutel, John Hall, and Joshua Chin, and then they started rotating around when that car had a very unfortunate end. That New World Sim Sport 4GT3, now 113 laps down, but well, what can you do? This is endurance racing, and ultimately crews can only do so much. The crews can only replace so much before that tub gets broken. And ultimately, though, everyone who is still on track, even at this point, even with 9 hours to go, yeah, wake up Cam on a hashtag. But ultimately, though, I just got to throw this out there. It is just impressive enough that these cars have made it this far, and I just got to keep telling myself, we're 3 hours over the 6 hours that the Glen left in this race, and it has just been a very crazy race, very good race at that.
Yeah, 6 hours of Glen. When was that? In just mid-July, a few weeks ago. So that was
just at the end of the actually the first week in July.
Yeah, so that was a great event going on, and Cam, you were there enjoying that one. Part of the Road Warrior series at iRacing. That was the 6 hours of the Glen around your area. You're in New York, aren't you, Cam? You're based around there. So
yes, I was I was at Watkins Glen for the real 6 hours. It was a great event at that. So actually, just as I look at the clock here, it is tomorrow here on the East Coast. Hooray! It's been tomorrow in Johnny's world for some time. So we're finally on the same day as Johnny Simone, as we just get past the midnight hour here on the East Coast of the United States. So welcome to tomorrow. We're still racing sports cars here on RaceSpotTV and the iRacing.com 24 hours of Spa, as normally we go through the grid, but I think we just did that like 5 minutes ago, so if you missed it, sorry. But yes, I was just at the Watkins Glen race in the end of June. It rained the entire time, but that happens. Ultimately, though, well, it's nice when you're about an hour and a half, 2 hours away from Watkins Glen. You get to go see a lot of things, and you get to take a part of a lot of things.
Yeah, certainly. I have the privilege of living half an hour away from the Albert Park Street Circuit and about 3 hours from Phillip Island, two circuits that the world loves and adores. I know Albert Park is one of my favorite circuits to race on. Unfortunately, not in iRacing. It probably, it'd be a bit difficult to get that circuit in, Cam. One of the street circuits where you have 4 days a year to laser scan it, and getting all the equipment down is going to be quite pricey. But nevertheless, Phillip Island is in iRacing, and that is a great and amazing circuit right near the South Coast. I just made that up. It's not actually called the South Coast, but it is, if you know what I mean. But yeah, there's the beach side right there. Great circuit for motorbikes and MotoGP. I don't know about the rumors. I've been hearing rumors that go-karting is coming to iRacing. Now, that's just based on the last survey that was over a month ago, but I'm not sure if that's true or not.
It's
speculation.
It's speculation, but it's been a big rumor for a very long time. I think the big problem is that they'd want to do it right, and you cannot really get chassis flex down to a science, at least physically yet. So maybe someday. Somebody is asking, what happened to the Inex 4 GT? Well, what happened indeed. The Inex 4 GT ended up, where are they down to now? 25th position, as that car was last piloted by PJ Sergios. They just ultimately got into a really bad wreck and had to tow the car around, had to repair it, and they are not going to be finishing the race here at Spa today, as Inex Racing, who was once right on the top of the point, much like Friction Racing, is no longer in competition. So if you're just waking up and you're just joining us, the top three in each class is Vortex Sim Racing HBD #1 car is leading with a 6 lap gap between them and the Radicals Online car in second. The 7-3 Motorsports car is in third. in the prototype category. 4Racer Koanda SimSport in first in the GT field. The Pure Racing team and New World SimSport Moonshine, 2 McLarens on the podium position, following down a Ford. And the Koanda car has a lap gap ahead of Pure Racing team. So with that, we'll see if we can't maybe go side by side or something so we can collect our breath and kind of reorganize here, and we'll see if we can't catch you back on the other side, or at least we'll go do an onboard or something fancy. But we'll go do that and go from there. Yeah, side by side. All right. So here on RaceSpotTV, we're going to go side by side. You won't miss a thing, and we'll be right back in just a quick moment.
I'm Dan Garrison, software engineer at iRacing. Since the beginning of Papyrus and through iRacing, the track has been unchanging through a session. Whatever you have at the beginning is what you have for the duration of the session and the end. The track doesn't change. What we want to do is be able to have the track respond to what's going on, to have cars interact with the track, to have the track change in temperature, in the amount of rubber. We want marbles, and we want those to be generated by the cars, putting them where they should be and picking them up and rethrowing them off the race line. It's a physical-based model that we focus on first and foremost. The tire and the track interaction, what's really going on there. It would be easy to just quickly throw something together. Our standards are, it needs to make sense. What's really going on, even at the molecular level between the track and the tire. The way the track works, essentially, is we divide it up into small cells that your car interacts with. So if you're adding temperature to a certain part of the track, we can pretty accurately know exactly where that is. That gets transmitted to the server. So if I'm in a race, my data is going to the server with everybody else in the session. The server accumulates that and basically broadcasts a consistent track state to everyone, so everyone's got the same track that they're racing on. One of the big challenges was being able to implement this dynamic track with any number of clients connected and have it just work as you would expect. Have it be the same for everyone in the service who's in a session. So to kind of give a little bit of a preview of the state of things right now, I basically have run a number of laps at 5 flags with the effects exaggerated for demonstration purposes so that we can kind of immediately see what's going on with the track. Right here is basically the track at the beginning of the session. There is a little bit of rubber on there that's put programmatically. That's the starting state of this track, and it's fairly low rubber at this point. If we skip ahead to the end, yeah, I did about 30 laps, so at the very end you can kind of see all this darkened in right here. This is where I was running the car, so well, there you go. And again, this is exaggerated. A single car in 30 laps is not going to darken the track anywhere near this level. We also have the ability to see the temperature, similar to an IR camera. At the beginning of the session, it's a little bit warm down here. It's very cool up here. As we skip ahead, all of a sudden this part of the track has become very warm. This is where I was running the car. And we can also drag the little thumbnail and see the effect of time as the track cools off and returns back to its equilibrium state. Before we had fairly symmetrical tracks. Now, because the sun is shining at some angle, one side of the track might be particularly hot, and 180 degrees around the track is going to be significantly cooler because the sun isn't really pointing at that. So you're on a track where maybe you basically treated it as 2 equal halves. Now you need to adjust to that. With multiple cars over a long race, you're going to have to seek out where's the grip, where is it going, how is the track changing. It's going to require a much more intelligent approach to racing. You're going to have to be able to handle the track through the life of the race. So in addition to temperature and rubber, we're also spending a lot of time working with marbles, putting them on the track where they should be. Later in a race, you can expect there to be marbles offline, and so a pass might be a little more sketchy later in the race because you're going to have to go through part of the track that has accumulated some rubber. On the oval side, if you want to venture out into, say, the outside line and nobody's been there yet, you can expect to find marbles there. I expect that the track becoming dynamic means that during a race, temperature is going to go up significantly and the grip is going to respond negatively. You will want to be anticipating that, seeking out cooler parts of the track, taking a slightly higher line for a while, testing out, is it faster up here? I fully expect it's going to break up the field. Cars are going to be trying new things. You won't be able to just take a qualifying setup and make a tiny change and then be able to run the same laps over and over. It's going to just become a much more dynamic and unpredictable experience. As significant as this first implementation is in creating a dynamic environment, it's really kind of just sets the foundation for even bigger and better things. We'll be able to handle day-night transitions and a moving sun and clouds coming in and have the track respond to that. We can look down the road and say, well, we'll want to do rain and have water on the track and have it move and have it dry according to where the tires are and how much temperature is there and how much is the sun shining. All these things that happen in a real race, we want to model them, and we are well on our way in being able to do something like that. I think it's great as an iRacing member to see this feature come to fruition. This dynamic track is something that really has been kind of discussed for a long time, and to join the team and be able to bring it to the members, myself being one of them, is very exciting. It's going to change the face of race sessions significantly and really improve the experience.
As we close out, nearing 15 straight hours of racing, there is but 10 hours to go here at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit for the iRacing.com 24 Hours of Spa. Good morning if you're just tuning into us somewhere. I don't even know where it would be in the morning right now. Somewhere over the Middle East, I'm sure, but morning is coming, I assure you, to the European side, and will certainly be joining us as it is getting deep into the late hours here in the United States. So, just to recap right now, Vortex Sim Racing HPD number 1 is on the point, Radicals Online in second, 7-3 Motorsport in third, with 4Racer Koana Sim Sport, Pure Racing Team, and the Moonshine New World Sim Sport, your top 3 in the GT category. So you just saw the promo video for what is hopefully coming some point in the future. I don't want to say near future because something like that is going to take a lot of work to implement in a real-world environment, but that surface model certainly would make us very excited. You get something like that surface model, day-to-night transitions, and maybe a track like Le Mans, and boy, would we be having some real good smashing fun indeed. But right now, the gaps between your leaders. Vortex Sim Racing has got a 6-lap gap over 7-3. Is a 9-lap gap. Coanda has got a 1-lap gap over Pure Racing Team, who's got a 1-lap over Moonshine. Now, cars moving up through the field is the Glacier Racing car with Timu Walkojarvi is moving his way through the field. He passed the Core Racing car. Now he is trying to slowly crawl his way up to the IRDK Endurance car, but it doesn't look like that's going to be happening anytime soon. With the lap times that Glacier car is pumping out. So, hello everybody, I'm Cameron Walsh, he's Johnny Simone, and we also have Hugo Louis on the cameras and all the other important bits. And, well, gentlemen, we are just closing out 15 hours of straight racing. And for a lot of cars, it is still some very competitive cars surrounding them. So, Johnny, just what do you make of the last couple of hours here on RaceSpotTV?
That's you can't. If I had to put it into one word, I'd say interesting. I'd say it's exquisite because I like that word. No, but if anything, it'd be interesting because, in all seriousness, there has been a lot that's going on. Mad Cow Racing has just pitted, as I think you mentioned, so they are currently in 7th place in the GT3 class, being lapped by a HPD right now. In the HPD class, I think the most dominant driver of the past 2 hours, most dominant team, has been Vortex Sim Racing. Both Balazars Reminiak and Julian Oligo in those in the 2 cars, sharing the past couple of hours together, doing these night hours in Europe. But they are on their way to a Spa 24-hour win, unstoppable at this rate. Behind them, the other HPDs, it's good to see that at least 2 of them can stay within 10 laps as we just tick over the 9-hour mark now, Cam. And I'll let you go through it as we round out the rest of the order.
Yeah, so just as we've gone to the top 3, a little more in-depth look of what exactly is going on. We've got about 35 cars on track right now. Ultimately, though, it's 7 prototype cars split by 21 laps, and the rest are GT3 cars with a couple of stragglers and repaired cars in the GT3 and prototypes, as we do have to look as the Core Sim Racing car has caught up to Glacier Racing. When did this happen? I almost wondered, did Timu possibly pick up a slowdown penalty? But that Core Racing car, which we had seen earlier, pulled a maneuver on them, as actually Timu was going to give them a little bit of a good morning bump. Good evening, good morning, wherever you may be, as gets a little bit of a bump on that Core Sim Racing car. Now, Core had made this exact same pass a couple of laps ago, but obviously had lost it to the pilot of Timu Walakiari in the Glacier Racing number 2 car. So the 4 GTs are still duking it out, but it is a pair of McLarens that are stealing the show, as in 2nd and 3rd is the Pure Racing Team and the Moonshine car, but the leading car is, of course, that Ford of 4Racer Coanda SimSport. So as they go through, it has just been an interesting, an interesting race to say the least. But as time goes on, though, that roof car, that IRDK Endurance car piloted by Gunnar Moore, who's got to be one of the fastest GT3 pilots I can picture, as he's gone, the last 3 laps have been within a second of the fastest lap of that car's race, which was set by Eagle Sandfield. Ultimately, though, the car balance is fairly good right now. I mean, you've got, of course, the Ford is up front, which seems to be the best package for Spa, with the pair of McLarens, another Ford, Roof, another pair of Fords, actually a trio of Fords, and then a BMW. So you've really got the entire gambit of GT3 cars, and that GT3 car field, Johnny, is going to be growing in the relative future in iRacing.
Certainly are, and you talk about iRacing improving and developing for the future. I think force feedback is something that needs to certainly get some progress going on. At least that's my opinion anyway. Getting some more fuel out of the car and out of your wheel, it can make a difference. I know some of the world's best don't even race with force feedback, but you know, I think once you go towards it, it's something that when people say, you know, once you try it, you just can't go back. It's such a good feeling. It makes it much more fun. It's much more immersive as you're traveling around at high speeds, such as Team Uvalkiavi is now on the Kemmel Straight in that number 42 Glacier racing car in P14 overall. Look how close, though. The HPDs creep up. And who is that? That is, I think, Anthony Roselli in the Radicals Online car. Yes, so Anthony Roselli, I speak about him being aggressive and having those guys who can push to the limit. Oh, look at the distance. You couldn't put a piece of paper between the two cars, right? You probably could. But you know what I mean. It was very close there, heading into the downhill sections on towards Pouon.
Yes, and Radical's just making his way through the traffic there, of course. But in the GT3 field, we are going to be seeing the class growing relatively soon. You've got Aston Martin bringing a GT3 package into it, and AMG Mercedes GT3 car is also going to be coming at some point in the relative future, of course. We don't get release dates for these things, as obviously the teams release them as they are ready, but they do come at a relatively normal package. You get about 4 times a year. 4 updates a year, as we call them, as the official series is split into 12-week rotations. Each week is official races hosted at a certain track under certain conditions. And after 12 weeks of that, they move on to the next season. And during that off week, there's just a couple of fun, weird track combinations and car combinations that don't mean anything. And then they release an update, and that gives them a week to unbug what could possibly have been bugged. But ultimately, right now, a gentleman is joining the server who knows quite a bit about GT3 racing, and that is going to be the man of Randy Chenworth, who for the first time in probably over 2 hours is a voice that isn't either mine or Johnny Simon's.
Hello, and because I find that Cam and Johnny Simon's voices are very sexy, I'm just going to let you guys talk.
Oh, great, thanks. Thanks for... Yeah, you dumped that one right back into our laps. That was really good. I opened the door and there's just a burning bag of poop right in front of it, I tell you.
No. Happy Halloween.
Yeah, no. So, ultimately, though, the GT3 field is growing. Now, there is, of course, rumor and speculation, of course, as to what the other is. They said they had signed 4 Aston Martin cars. One was the GT1 V12, which is a beast and is released right now. You're going to be able to catch it. The DBR9 has been released, and you can catch that in the coming season for the Neo Endurance Series, as that is going to be the HPD, which you see racing around right now, with a pair of GT1 cars, the Corvette and the Aston Martin, with the roof seat, with the Ford GT2 car. So you'll be able to see that in the coming future. I'm sure more details will be released as we go. But ultimately, though, there's 2 Aston Martins that haven't been announced yet that have been signed, and there's speculation around as to which one it might be. Huh?
Well, which ones they could be? It could be really any number.
Exactly.
For those who are unaware, the 2 that are announced, I don't know if Cam actually mentioned this. I'm just now sitting down to the broadcast.
Good job.
But the ones that may not be announced that Aston Martin really does race a lot could be their GT4 spec car that they run in Pirelli World Challenge.
Would be lovely.
Could be their GTE spec car that they run in WEC. Could be their Aston Martin Lola LMP1 from a few years back.
Yes.
There is probably 3 or 4 different spec Aston Martins that it could be, and really it almost it's almost just basically up to personal preference into what's good. I'm sure many people would disagree with me. I wouldn't necessarily be a fan of the outdated LMP1 car, but because it's out. I don't trust most iRacers in an LMP2 car, nonetheless an LMP1 car.
It would be great fun for me. Well, actually, that's an LMP1 car that raced around the same time that we have the this P2 car, the GT1 car, and the GT2 car. All 4 of those cars. It would be
like a circa 07, 08 spec, international Le Mans race.
Okay, so they would have all raced each other at some point. Yes, no?
Yes, they would.
Okay.
Yes, they would
Yeah,
at
see,
some
that'd be
point.
cool.
I believe. I'm not Mr. Jonathan Patel. He could probably tell you. He could probably tell you when they were built, who built them, who made the wheel bolt.
And not who built them. I mean, literally their names.
Like literally the employees.
The
like
people.
he has
Yeah,
the pay stuff.
The guy who delivered coffee to the shore, I'm sure he would have the guy's number. I don't know if he'd remember his name, but at least have the number on the phone. For those of you that are unfamiliar, Jonathan Patel is, of course, our Le Mans correspondent for everything. And I say our, I mean literally the entire iRacing service. Going through that, though, that would be amazing to me to have an LMP1 car, but I do have to agree. I personally would love a GT4 car. I think GT4 is an amazing group of vehicles, very in tune with real-world racing cars, very real-world road cars, obviously racing cars. A GT4 car would be very nifty. A GTE car would be cool, but I guess it wouldn't. There really wouldn't be much for.
It'd run with the 4G GT2. It would run in the Proto GT Challenge class.
I guess. Yeah.
Basically, a lot of it comes down to a lot of people's opinions on what iRacing should do. I know a lot of people are getting kind of bleh on GT3s these days. I'm personally it is a great series. I'm personally of the opinion that they should keep focusing on GT3 cars and build from the large field that they already have, because iRacing's development time is obviously slower than most other sims because there's so much more in detail. I think that just pushing forward on their GT3 category would be the best bet, because then instead of having two small sort of fields of cars, you can just work to have one large one. Plus, with the way that real-world racing regulations are going these days, really it's looking more and more like we're going to have, GTE and GT3 be combined in a lot of ways in the relatively near future. I know that a lot of manufacturers are pushing for that, but yeah, it's certainly, up in the air.
God, I have to interrupt for a second. Yep. Sorry to cut this. We'll go back to this conversation, but Marcus Lenderman right now leading the GT3 class for Coanda. I reckon he's losing concentration. In the past half a lap at Blanchimont, got on the grass just before the entry. Luckily, I hope that was scripted. But then maybe making some in-car adjustments on the Kemmel straight, hitting the grass as well, losing concentration. So for Marcus Lenderman, he's been in this car for quite a while now, Cam. We know
he almost spins it.
Good morning, Marcus Lederman. You're in a Ford GT car and you're leading the 24 Hours of Spa. Wake up, good sir.
Yeah. Wow, so that's what I'm talking about now. That's the third time in a lap. Marcus Lenderman leading the race. Needs to keep his cool together as another HPD lap sim. So talk about Coanda here and celebrating the dominance that they've had today, in this GT3 class, but only by a lap, So Lenderman still has to push, and that's why we see him making mistakes, because the race isn't over. There's still 8 hours and 48 minutes remaining, and yeah, so some interesting news there in the meantime.
Oh boy. If that didn't wake up Marcus, I don't know what would. That Coanda car. Oof. That was almost a bad day. When you have a bad day in endurance racing, it is an extremely bad day.
He was on the grass again going into Blanchimont. He is pushing hard. Now, for those who are unaware, Marcus is basically Coanda's dedicated hot lapper. Anyone who really runs the GT3 series knows that it's not uncommon to see Marcus post up a flying lap in the Ford GT, and even he said that he essentially practiced hot lapping, and he depends on his teammates to tell him what the car is going to do over a race bench. So could be seeing that work out to his detriment here, but he's very, very good at pushing extraordinarily hard and just running right on the ragged edge. But it'll probably be best for him to just tone it back a little bit with their one lap advantage they have over everybody.
Yes, but we doubt that's going to happen. But ultimately, though, on the bleeding edge right now, not doing necessarily great lap times, though. I mean, normally they can get into the 120s, the 119s. The last couple laps have been 122s. I think he's getting towards the end of his stint. You know what? I think he might just be getting out of the car relatively soon, and he is just trying to get the laps that he can get while he can get. So, yeah.
Marcus has actually been in the car for a long time. He got in the car on lap 306, currently on lap 381, and
It's over an hour.
a stint is it's well over an hour. An hour
2
is
hours,
26.
yeah.
An hour is 26 laps. He's working towards the end of his third hour of racing. So yeah. Hopefully he's able to scratch a minute off his lap times and run 118s like Cam says GT3 cars can do at Spa. But I don't think that's gonna happen either.
Did I say?
What
did I say? No.
You said he's
managing a 222. Most, if they're really fast, it's a 220. Excuse me if I said anything else. Ignore it. But
don't
he's
ignore
coming up
any
right on the rear
mistake.
end of the Glacial Racing 2 Ford. And that's Timo Valchiari, as he'll let him go through. As that's kind of the story of the GT cars there. I mean, you've got Coanda Simsport, new to GT racing, passing the Glacier Racing one. Hi. Randy, I'm echoing a little bit off your... There you...
I stepped out for a second.
Yeah, I know, because I was echoing off of your microphone. The Coanda car, relative newcomers to the GT series as far as a committed effort, and then you've got Glacier Racing, who has pretty much been the GT racing team of real note other than IMAX. And, the Coanda car just lapped the Glacier Racing car. Now, of course, Glacier had a couple of issues, but ultimately, though, Coanda, with that one lap advantage, as, there you go, Marcus Linderman now with a 220, has been doing just a good thing.
So here's
got a good gig going.
So here's what happens with Coanda is that, yes, Coanda is relatively new as they're coming up to lap the Moonshine car coming out of the pit. So around the time that Masters of Endurance or before the time of iRacing, Masters of Endurance, and Driver Swap, like you said, Glacier, maybe Radicals, pretty much the dominant GT teams, maybe some Virgil, probably about 3 or 4 quote-unquote top teams. Then Driver Swap got announced, at which point the Coanda spaceship landed. And all these GT car aliens that no one had ever heard of, who hadn't watched the DWC since like 2011, came out of nowhere and just started running like retardedly fast times in these GT cars. People like Klaus, people like Marcus, people who really I had never seen on the sim when I joined in 2012 that were like, old fast guys. That just suddenly they start running 2 seconds quicker than me, and I'm just sitting there confused.
Well, I normally do that for any car, only it's not 2 seconds, it's like 20 seconds.
It is true.
Why aren't you racing, by the way, Randy?
Well, here's the story. I was supposed to be in the Moonshine car, but there was a bit of back and forth with setups, and basically I couldn't drive the setup that they actually made. Let me put it this way: the setup that like Auntie and Joel and them are all running lap after lap after lap, I would just get the Blanchiment and the car would just spin. I don't know what I was doing wrong. So I got booted out of the car, and then I was going to drive the Ford GT, and then Joshua Chin wrecked.
What's the difference between your driving style and, let's say, Joel, who's in the car right now, right behind leader Marcus Linderman, obviously 3 laps behind?
I'm not really sure. I've been on the sim for a while, so relatively speaking, I know how to lap Spa. I've probably run a couple thousand laps of Spa over the course of my being on the service. But I don't know. I don't know if it's just experience in the McLaren itself, because Joel and Tim and Auntie and Patrick, they're all lapping it just fine. But I just couldn't do it, and you can ask one Mr. Oscar Hardwick if he ever decides to join us. He was watching me drive the night before the race, or 2 nights before the race, I think. And he was watching me struggle. So, yeah, I think it's just a difference in preference and probably experience. I can generally run similar laps to Joel. And on my setup, I was actually running similar laps to Patrick when I was watching earlier. But I think it's just different ways in which people think McLaren should go.
Yes. There's the insight, Cam.
Yeah, there's the insight indeed. Now, after watching Watkins Glen as the Pure Racing team has come into the pits, and Tom Valenenti there is going to be getting into that Pure Racing team car number 7 in the pit lane there, as well, maybe that'll help the Moonshine car get a little closer. But ultimately, though, we had after Watkins Glen, everyone was pretty much under the impression that the Ford was just going to run away with everything once again. And well, the race has gone on. We've got 2 McLarens on the top 3. And the first roof car is in 7th, and not too far from that is a BMW. So, you know, the teams are really showing through the cars instead of the cars carrying the teams.
Marcus Lenderman, sorry, Carl, Marcus Lenderman on the run down to Pouon. For some reason on the straight was drifting left. I think he was trying to blow a kiss to Madison down and was lapping him, but it was quite a while ago, around 40-50 seconds ago. But yeah, I think at the last second he realized that he was creeping left and he quickly pulled back to the right. So for Lenderman, as he spoke about, and I don't mean to change the topic of conversation again, but he's that hot lapper and that speedy guy at the moment. But I think he's in the car at the right time. So this guy is, so this guy is, you know, he's fast, he's crazy, but it's working out for Coanda at the moment.
Yes, it is, as he is going absolute balls out. He's got another 220 under his belt, but he's got a couple of 119s under his belt, too. He's managed to go it around, and yes, on this very stint, he has managed, I was just wanting to look up to this, on lap 336, which is a while ago, but is still the same stint, for him, well, the same ride for him. He pulled a 219.132. That is the fastest lap of that GT3 car that it has gone today. So Coanda absolutely trying to push Marcus Lenderman. They want to get as much of a gap as possible. And I think they got it, seeing as well, Marcus is coming to the end of his stint as he pitted on lap 360. So it's at least 24. So he's got at least one more lap to go. So he's got one more lap, and I think they're going to pull him out. And boy, he is giving them quite a boon to the Coanda team, as he is trying to absolutely put a gap on the Pure Racing team.
Yeah, Coanda is just running away with it right now, and I'm sure they're all nervous because there's been quite a few cars that were having good runs that have dropped off. I know NX was leading at one point, and they hit the wall at Eau Rouge. I know we weren't quite as strong as Coanda, but we snuck ourselves up to the top 5, top 6 or so, and hit Eau Rouge. So they definitely want to push, but they definitely need to take it careful too. They need to remember that there's 9 hours left in this race, and not 30 minutes.
Well, for some cars it could be 30 minutes if you manage to mess it up. But as we saw, there was about an hour period where the entire race changed as the MN Donati team comes into the pit lane. But ultimately, though, we had Friction Racing and Inex, who had been leading for pretty much the entirety of the race, and both of them they didn't even make halfway, and that's very unfortunate. The Friction Racing having an incident going 6 laps down, and then, having another incident there, now they're gone. So it's just too bad. But right now, Vortex Sim Racing from the Ashes have carried the lead, and they are carrying it forward, and Coanda is taking over, and is really taking over in the GT3 category slot. So some great racing from these guys so far, but ultimately, gotta say, this 24 hours of Spa has been very ebb and flow. A lot of periods of time where there's some downtime between all the cars, and then some periods of time where it's just massive amounts of activity, and I think that's just how Spa-Francorchamps goes.
Yeah, talking about our HPD field a little more, I'm sure Vortex is thrilled to be leading this race right now. They, if memory serves right, they finished P2 in the inaugural 24 hours of Spa. The RaceSpot did back in October, which Coanda actually ran a LMP entry at that point. I'm sure they're just thrilled to actually be leading. They have a 7-lap lead over second place, so that class is, unless someone puts it in the wall, they're...
Speaking of putting it in the wall, the Pass Left Racing car has just lost the rear end of that roof car. Of course, it's rear engine, number 93 car. going in through Brussels. I wonder, did he hit the arm carol? Nobody's hit him. No, he did not. Okay, good
Just
for
a bit
them,
of a
but,
bit of
oh
a slow
boy.
spin and carry on. Make sure the rear tires aren't too overheated, but
Too much
but
apex speed as well.
yeah, just a little bit. Probably overdriving. He may have just gotten in the car because we're seeing. Actually, no, he's been in the car for a little bit. Probably just driver error, just a little mistake.
Yeah, just a little bit. The tires are getting a little worn in.
Yeah, if that car otherwise still looks spotless and without a scratch on it. So if that's the biggest mistake they've had all race, I'm sure that they'll take it. But good to see that car on screen. It's good to see Rachel Whiteford's hard work getting some love.
Or sure, why not? So you've got instances like that. Well, hey, you can never go wrong with that. But yeah, so they'll get back on track. I think they might have lost a position to Radicals. No, they did. Radicals is about 5 seconds behind now. So Radicals with Jory Wivauk in the cockpit right there is going to be trying to make what they can from it. Is there is now a little bit of a gap there, and they're on the same lap. So should be interesting if these guys all catch up to each other.
Wow, I've seen the number 93 going off at Ronchimon again. And I'm not sure, you guys are definitely more of the experts in the GT cars, but with this roof, especially for Jared Thomas at the moment, he carries so much more apex speed than you can imagine, but he makes the corner, and that's what I think made him spin, is that it looks like he's carrying too much speed, but for some reason in all the roof cars, it just seems to pay off. I don't know if I'm correct or not, but that's at least what I've seen so far.
Generally speaking, with the roof, because it is rear engine, you can kind of just plow it in a little bit, and with all that weight in the rear, it'll just stick. Generally, where the roof is really going to shine is on corner exit, obviously, because you basically just get on the gas, and the rear end is like what's oversteer. But there are a couple little advantages to having that rear engine car. The BMW is basically front/mid engine. I mean, that engine sits way far back, kind of similar to like what you see in a Corvette race car, where even though the engine is in front of the driver, it's almost basically a rear engine biased car in the way it's built. But yeah, that's one of the advantages of the roof, just being able to more or less just make it stick, and being generally the car itself is just greater to the slower sections of the track. It tends to suffer through some of the quicker places, though, like Blanchimont and Eau Rouge. Plus,
yes,
depending on their setup, if their setup is loose, they might just be in a position where if they're struggling with rear grip through the faster corners, which is where their rear engine bias may not matter as much, they're probably just saying screw it, and they're just going to take the 1Xs and the off-track penalty for going wide at Blanchimont. Because you're more likely to spin fighting to keep the car on track than you are just, tracking way too far out and taking the 1X.
I spoke about earlier that GTL VRT Gold car in the HPD class. Currently, Marcin Malinowski as Coanda pits in, but Marcin Malinowski made his pit stop. They were struggling. Now they've lost fourth place to, I believe, that is the Abandonati Racing team. So I spoke about that, Cam. That was going to happen around the 9-hour mark. It's taken half an hour longer. Next on the list is GTI Racing with Kane Kojima, who will try and make his way up the order. But yeah, Coanda in the pits, and maybe, hopefully, a relatively clean pit stop. I think, was that Marcus Lenderman who hit that concrete wall again, or was that somebody else?
No, he didn't. I was about to comment. He has been, he took that the fastest that I've seen anybody take that entry, that turn, that La Source pit turn, and he didn't hit the wall. Very good for him right there, as he will coast it down the pit lane, 37 miles an hour, as he will slide into his pit stall behind an HPD, and they will get that thing jacked up. I believe Marcus Lenderman has got to be getting out. Yes, he is. Marcus Lenderman, after a monster stint where he had set fast lap quite a couple of times, and Philip Stamm is getting in, and I think I can see the picture just a little bit clearer now as Philip Stamm. He's an extraordinarily consistent pilot, but 220s he does not constantly run. So Marcus Lenderman has given them as much of a gap as he can. Now Philip Stamm is going to keep that Coanda car nice and safe and hopefully nice and safe. At least I think that's the plan. And they will ride that 1 lap gap that they have to the Pure Racing team for as long as they can get it.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be wanting to push. And Phillip, looking back to their last stint, was running 222s, 221, so a couple seconds off the pace. But then again, that whole stint may have been complicated by traffic. There's definitely times where traffic can just generally slow down that average lap time, especially because his last stint was about 100 laps ago, which would be, give or take, 4 hours? So probably more cars on track, probably more HPDs having put themselves out of the race. But I'm sure we'll see just a good, clean, consistent stint here from Phillip.
Yes, and that's really the best you can hope for. Just all of your different drivers. Just keep the car nice and safe, get into a groove, don't spin it out too much. We saw with the Friction Racing car, they were 6 laps down and still running competitive laps, and they had a driver hop into that car, Paul Williams, and in 1 lap, he spun it at the exit of Lake Holmes, which is okay, it happens, and then he spun it again, only this time when he spun it, it did massive damage to that car at the Stavlos corner, and then the GTI racing car nosed right into the car as he was spinning out. The GTI car had nowhere to go, and that is what has killed the Friction Racing effort. And the pilot that got into that car didn't even get to complete 1 single lap in the entirety of the 24 hours of Spa. That was on his first lap. He had those 2 issues that can happen in a blink of an eye. So Phillip Stam, he just wants to, knowing that, he's just getting back into it, and he'll be good there as Marcus Hunterman is off the server. He's probably off to a much well-deserved nap, and we'll hopefully see him later.
He's probably just going to go practice qual trim for next week's Block Paint Sprint Series race.
Probably.
He deserves a rest. He's had done so many laps. Started the race in that Coanda car, and now he is the second stint in as well. Probably one of the longest stints in motor racing history. And now we give it to Phillip Stam, and with 8 hours and 30 minutes remaining, I'm sure Marcus will get a good night's rest. Probably, doctors recommend 8 hours. He probably won't get that. But if he can get into the car for the latter stages of the race, if they need him to sprint through and give him that little bit of energy, it'll be important now if Marcus can, bring that energy come tomorrow. I'm sure, that's if he's going to bed. Will he wake up the same man he was today, giving up fast lap times? Almost, look at all the lap times in that stint. So many 2-minute 19s.
Yes, and an amazing lion stint from Marcus Lundeman there. And so we are getting near the top of the hour. We're getting near 1 a.m. in the East Coast. So we will quickly take a quick little commercial break here before we come back and go through all of the standings as they are right now, and hopefully an interview if things go right. So you are watching the iRacing.com 24 Hours of Spa here on RaceSpotTV, and we will be right back in just 1 moment's time. Don't go anywhere.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Welcome back to RaceSpotTV. Hello everybody, I'm Cameron Walsh with Johnny Simon, Hugo Louis, and Randy Chenworth.
You know what, Cameron? I'm going to interrupt you for the intro. The second place Radicals car in LMP2 just got wrecked.
Oh, come on. Guys, I can't even get an intro in without some leading LMP car crashing. I tell you, let's find out. What happened to Wyatt Gooden? Oh, here we go. Wyatt Gooden, the pilot of the #1 Radicals Online car, was going through the no-name corner, and oh heavens, it looks like, did he just run into the third place car? Yes, he did. Oh no, what just happened here? We actually have to go to car number 73, Molly Francis, who he was in Brussels. They're heading to no-name corner. We're getting a replay, hopefully, of the 7.3 Motorsport car. This is the third place HPD car, losing the rear end of it, and he just has a lofty little spin. Anything special there, but while he is turning around, he's sitting in the grass, and when is he going to try into, yeah, no, that's perfectly okay. So he starts spinning around, and he ends up spinning around right in front of the Radicals Online car. He thought he could have made the gap as, oh, jeez, that Radicals car is indeed all sorts of messed up. I guess he just tried to wait for a clear sector, and that is exactly the wrong time to do it. The two cars on the podium that have gaps that are insurmountable. I mean, 9 laps between them and the fourth place HPD, and they managed to run into each other, Randy.
Yeah, they, well, I wouldn't put any fault on Radicals. I wouldn't say that was a Radical running into anyone. I'd say that was definitely the 7.3 Motorsports car just running into Radicals. Basically, I think, like you said, pretty simple. Like you said, they were just waiting for a gap to just clutch the car and then, you know, just dump it and whip a 180. But
hold the center. It went for a gap that didn't appear.
Yeah, but I think maybe he left his traction control on. So instead of the car just doing a tight 180 on the grass like it normally would, it basically just bogged down, and the traction control did what traction control does, and
controls traction.
Yeah, and it didn't let it pull nearly as tight of a radius as it would have liked. But I am sure that the Radicals guys are infuriated.
I imagine that let me put it this way, if this was the Neo Endurance Series, there would probably be protests already filed.
Yeah,
so,
I'm sure.
Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. So as we'll let that develop, and in the meantime, as that's developing, as 7.3 is still on the field, we'll go back to the standings, and we'll pick up right where we left off coming back from the commercial break. It'll be fine. It'll be great, guys. Don't worry. So,
I hear giggling.
That would be Paul Smith. He's trying to contain himself here.
What happened?
So professional. So professional, guys.
So we're very professional. Hey, this is the Midnight Hour here on RaceSpotTV. So, going in back to the standings here at Spot 24. it is going to be the Vortex Sim Racing HPD #1 car. After 15 hours and 37 minutes of racing, is on point with Radicals Online having a very unscrupulous collision with his 7.3 Motorsports car. As they were already split by 3 laps, that Radicals Online car is definitely going to be in the pits for some time now. They're not even sitting in the car. Anyways, if you go down to the GT fields, it's been co-anda almost all day long. Inax Racing having fallen away over the night. Crashed out for sure. Pure Racing Team is moved up to second. The New World SimSport McLaren is up into third as they are 2 laps off of that co-anda car. And guys, as we're starting to get more and more commentators in here, we'll just go to Paul Smith, seeing as Mr. Giggles there himself. Paul, it's been a boring-ish race, at least for the last 45 minutes, and then in one turn, the whole
it turns
thing
into a
decides
split.
to stand. Yeah, it just turns its hand on its head, doesn't it?
Well, I would like to comment on the split that you're watching, because obviously I'm racing in split 4, so I'm watching my team. But yeah, things like this can happen in endurance racing. There's suddenly one little incident, and you suddenly got people back into the fray that were maybe thinking it's a bit out of touch with them.
Yeah, so, boy, that is just a nasty thing to have happen to you, as Radicals is now, well, on just another lap. The 7.3 Motorsports car will be picking up second, but boy, that is just rough.
Sorry.
Actually, they were HPD.
HPD.
There was a BMW, excuse me, there was a BMW, Marty Atkins, talk about Japanese drifting right here in that what number car is he? He's in the number 351 car, going through, after Les Combes, he's going through turn 9, going through Rivage, actually, turn 8. He completely gone sideways, drifting the car, and says, almost drifted to Japan, but kept it together, and he stays in Belgium. But that was some nice work from him, and you can see the rear end quite bent on that GT BMW. So
Not
he's
the
got
only thing that's bent on that BMW.
Yeah, I'm looking at it from more angles now, and yeah, I can see from the front. I think that's quite beaten up if I've ever seen a BMW. So good stuff from him to keep his head cool and keep the car in a straight line.
Well, a straight-ish line. As the Falcon GP car comes into pit, see, we haven't really been able to talk a lot about the back-running cars. It's 67 laps down is the Falcon GP number 76 car. They'll come into the pits. Boy, that McLaren's really sort of mopped up now, isn't it? But either way, so you've got a lot of these walking wounded cars, and you'd think that would be the issue, as the Radicals Online car does have a pilot in. Wyatt Gooden is sitting patiently in that HPD as he will lose a position. So 7.3, after a collision with the Radicals Online car, will drop up to second position. And, well, Johnny, a little bit of excitement. It's 1 o'clock in the morning in the East Coast. Not a bad time to do things, I suppose.
No, certainly not. Still 8 hours left in this race, though. We're going to be around 9, 10 a.m. your time when the race completes. But for the Radicals Online team, they fall down to P3, still on the podium. I'm not quite sure how long it's going to take to repair that damage, but if it takes another 15 minutes, let's say, they'll still be in P3. So, as we look at a fight here between the number 12 and number 93 cars, the Radicals and Pass Left Racing, who Jared Thomas is creeping right in towards Jory Withok, and they're going towards the down dip to Rouge and Redillon. As you can see, they're just throwing the car into the corners here, using as much curb, Jared Thomas. He's got a HPD behind him. It's important now. You can maybe tuck into the slipstream, gain a little bit of time. He doesn't do that, though. I'm not sure why he wouldn't do that. He could have gained maybe a tenth or two.
I think he's hoping this HPD just dive bombs and wrecks the Radicals car, which by the looks of it tried to do.
Oh, hey now. As Randy Chenoweth launching off the Race Spot After Dark series, which, well, we'll try to avoid Race Spot After Dark. I don't like PowerPoint presentations. Either way, Either way, the Past Lap Racing car and the Radicals car, these two guys, it's a Roof versus a Ford. They've been running similar lap times, though last lap Jared missed it at 2:26, which is obviously not going to get you anywhere, but they've been doing similar lap times, so we'll have to see. I mean, they are 46 laps down, but that's not too bad, you know.
Well, that's 46 laps down on the LMP2 car. They're 5 laps down from their GT3 leader. So,
yeah, still it's 5 laps down. Yeah. Either way, so with Vortex must just be loving this right now, as their closest car to them now is 9 laps down and also slightly damaged. So, right, the Radicals Online car is still sitting there, I'm sure fuming, as the Abandonati team there only has to run 8 more laps before it'll pass it for the final podium position in GT. Unfortunately, Coena doesn't have such a gap, as the Pure Racing team is on the same lap as them, even though that Coena car is quickly. Actually, where is the Pure Racing team car? It's just going on a Stavlos. So there is quite a big gap, probably 45, 46 seconds. But, man, ultimately, though, it's just a kind of, man, it just flips everything on its head. We actually have a question for Hugo Louis. Announcers, point him in the direction of where he can find your streaming computer spec. We just had a crash, car number 42. It's a GT car. It's a Glacier Racing number 2 car, currently piloted by Jonas Puhaka. We'll get a replay up and we'll find out what just happened. Oh, it's actually in Brussels. It is almost exactly what had happened to a Roof car. Oh no, he was getting on the throttle. A little too much throttle. Went in the Armco. Oh heavens. Ooh. Whoa, didn't collect anybody else though. Oh.
Yeah, that CTC Racing car was very close.
Almost collected a couple of other people, but only
although
did a little bit of front end
granted,
damage.
the way that CTC Racing car looks, it might as well have gotten collected by the Glacier car though. I don't think they would have noticed any different.
No, they wouldn't have, but I can tell you right now, it probably would have bent a couple of those pieces back into a sort of shape.
Yeah.
But
this is something I actually notice a lot about. Go ahead.
So the exit of Rivage there, and any car, you got these Ford GTs. Sometimes I know, experience with open wheel cars. Rear end traction is vital out of there because you're going to sweep it into turn 9, that no name corner. You need to switch yourself to the right as quickly as possible. So the longer it takes to get that rear grip and get the confidence in the car, the longer it's going to take you to sweep right to prepare yourself for that wide racing line into turn 9 where you have to turn left. So you can see there for Eunice, it's where he struggled in that Ford GT, trying to get on the power, and the most important bit is that he didn't collect any extra damage from cars coming back onto the circuit, but only the front right, it seems, have been damaged from that incident.
Yeah, he may have caught the front right or the front end square enough that it maybe didn't do too much, but yeah, like you said, that is a corner that is very, very difficult. And you want to track out all the way to the curb there, which I know it may or may not be faster. But I know for me, always battling with the traction there, I've always run a tighter exit line just to help keep the rear end in check. But Eunice looked like he was trying to track out pretty early, and like you said, really that whole corner, both on entry and then through the middle and exit, can be a struggle for rear traction.
Oh, that it absolutely can. But also, Hugo Louis has just answered the question here, at least in our chat. He is running, and this is surprising to me. It's an Intel Core i7. It's nothing fancy. It's a 3.3 gigahertz. He's got 16 gigabytes of RAM and a GeForce GTX 680, which is somebody who is running a GeForce GTX 660 triple core. I think I actually have a better computer than Hugo. Anyways, we are streaming timing and scoring live on our website. That is RaceSpot.tv/timing. Of course, you can get all of your fancy-dancy information in your pit stuff and your innies and your outs and your times and your gaps and all of that other non-important stuff that apparently endurance people enjoy at your leisure. But right now, I just have to say, the Radicals Online car is back out on the track, and after 12 minutes and 18 seconds, they're getting ready to complete, they're starting their first lap. Wyatt Gooden is going to be starting that one. Paul Paul Smith has to go. Goodbye, Paul Smith. Thank you for coming for this and saying goodbye. Oh, you know what? I bet you their car probably just crashed. He's racing in Split 4.
Yeah, so literally anything could happen.
Anything could happen.
Anything could happen.
I believe, if I'm getting this right, the bridge has collapsed and they actually red flagged the race in Split 4.
Yeah.
Terrible what happened in Split 4.
Yeah, but like I said, Radical's back out, and that car actually looks pretty straight. Doesn't look nearly as demolished as it did initially.
I mean, it already had that rear end damage.
Yeah.
That left rear damage was already there, so maybe it just needed a new front nose cone. Maybe it needed the suspension changed out on the left front side, but boy.
Yeah, but I'm sure they're frustrated to have lost that position, especially to the driver that or to the car that wrecked them. But I'm sure they'll be out there playing some more. But Mr. Cam, I actually have a conspiracy for you to theorize on me with. Mr. Cam. Have you ever been called Mr. Cam before?
No, not really.
Okay. So, we have the 7-3 Motorsport car.
Yes.
Wrecked the Radicals car for
Yes.
the abandoned Naughty racing team to get to P3. A triangle has 3 sides. Illuminati confirmed?
No, but I do believe you just cracked the code and have got the release date for Half-Life 3. I mean,
Yes.
I would take that over the Illuminati thing.
This is... Everyone watching, you're welcome.
Thanks, Randy. Your input to this broadcast has once again propelled us to the absolute forefront of sim broadcasting talents.
And I will accept Dogecoin's name.
Anyways, yeah, that 7-3 Motorsport really didn't get anything any worse for wear off of that incident. And Phil Blythe is now on the point for that one, but yes. So that's just not too bad at all, I guess, for the 7-3. But boy, I would be fuming if I was that that Radicals team. But ultimately, though, in the rear view mirror of the Vortex Sim Racing car, so hey. If the 7-3 really wants to do something, they should probably spin out going into Brussels this time by, because the leader of the race is right behind you, as that is Baldos Remnick in the Vortex Sim Racing car, but as he will put him officially 10 laps down, our leader will have 10 full laps, and that is quite impressive.
Yeah, 10 laps that's like an insurmountable gap. Even for a 24-hour race, really
that's like 25 minutes of them not moving.
Yeah, that's they're doing. Let's see, what are the Vortex guys doing? Because I think the Vortex car is basically the only. It's like the only HPD that like looks like it didn't just complete in a bomber stock race that your average short track oval. They're doing 207. Yeah, they're doing 207. 10 laps is what? That'd be. Like you said, yeah, probably about 25 minutes. Good guess there, Cam.
Hey! We are going to the pass left racing and the Radicals car once again.
No.
As the Glacier Racing car is also there. But they're all on different laps, actually. Yeah, they are all on different laps. Yeah, they're all on different laps. So this isn't even a fight for position. But it looks really cool, though.
Yeah, side by side. I think Yuri Withhook just gave the car to his teammate. And now, so who's that behind? Yeah, so Pass Left Racing. Jared Thomas still in that Pass Left Racing car, but they're not on the same lap. Radical's unlapping himself. That's Andy Kirschtorte, who's in that car. And I'm reading some of these comments about it. But yeah, Radical's unlapping himself. They still have another 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go to make up to Pass Left Racing's Jared Thomas. But we spoke about that Radicals online car of Wyatt Gooden going back out on track, still lapping in the 2 minute and 9 second range. And we spoke about how much time they're losing in that car. Really, around the leader, you'd want to be they're doing 2 minute 6s at the moment. So they're losing about 3 seconds lap to the leader. But most importantly, they're really aiming for second place realistically. And that's Phil Blythe, who's in the 2 minute and 8.3 second range. So a second slower per lap for Wyatt Gooden.
Which, depending on traffic, is...
Yeah.
Depending on traffic, they could actually be running very similar time.
Yeah, exactly right. So traffic does come into play, and you do lose a couple of seconds. A clean lap will be in the 2 minute 6, 2 minute 5 range even. But I mean, for Wyatt, as I said, pedal to the metal. He's got 3 laps to make up. It's going to be hard over 8 hours, but anything can happen. Who knows if that 7-3 Motorsport car, who started in 13th, now in 2nd, gets into a little bit of an incident on their own.
Well, I mean, it's hard to really complain or say anything. I mean, after almost 16 hours of racing, it's not crazy to just lose the back end going out of that corner. So it stinks that when they came across, the Radicals car was there, and they're paying the price for it. But Radicals is paying the full price for that debt, even though they are back on track and actually performing right at where they left off in 209s. So we'll have to see what the Radicals car can do, but it's 2 laps to the 7-3 Motorsport car, and I don't know if they'll have the actual car speed to get those 2 laps back.
It'll be tough for them, if they really want to finish second place these last, 8 or so hours. It really is going to be a sprint. They're going to be having to push every single lap. Because, there's obviously the potential pace difference. They just ran a 2:09.2. Second place car ran a 2:08.6. So they're about half a second down right now. So they're really going to have to push really, really hard in order to get there.
They certainly are, and now we, another battle as well here, as I'm looking at, and this is something that's been shaping up for quite a while as we approach 8 hours remaining in this event, is that GTL VRT Gold car really trying to approach us. We have a spin for the number 86, but yeah, we'll focus on that back again, the HPD battle near the top, but the IRDK Endurance car of Gunnar Moore here, Randy, on towards turn 9. It's been an infamous corner we've seen around Rivage and turn 9 exactly. Cars losing control. It seemed like he got unsettled on the curb and then he turned into the corner and the car was not balanced.
Yeah, he probably, that's, Russell's and No Name Corner there, turns 8 and 9, they can be very, very hard with rear traction, and the curbs there are very, very difficult as well for traction. They're not, there's some curbs you can basically get all over and be fine. Like Puhan, the next corner down, you can be all over the curbs and just the car's just like, okay, there's just plenty of traction. But through No Name and through turn 8, there's just, you basically want to stay off of them and avoid them like the plague. And turning in, he got on the curb a little bit, and that's what kicked the rear end out. And from there, he's more or less a passenger. I'm sure happy not to have hit anything, and but just a little spin and carried on.
Well, you're the expert in these GT cars, and we follow Gunnar Moore again now after a spin. Now, the number 86 car, take us through a lap of what you would do after spinning out. You're trying to cool down the tires and get back into a rhythm. He approaches La Source, lets a HPD lap him right now, but now he's trying to find his rhythm back as he approaches Oru. So what goes through the driver's mind now over the course of the lap?
Well, the main thing for me is usually is actually the corner I spun at. I tend to be, usually the next lap, I tend to be a little bit anxious, and really that's the main thing, is just getting that anxiety back down. Is just accepting the fact you spun, trying not to get frustrated, and then trying not to stay anxious. It's just, for me, I basically just have to force myself back into that sort of rhythm. Basically say it's a long race. I might be pulling 2 to 3 hour stints in the car. If I spin the car once and don't put it in the wall, it's not a huge deal. Just sit back, relax, try to get basically into the quote-unquote zone, and try to get your heart rate down. Because the worst thing you can do is get anxious. Because once you get anxious, you're going to start making more and more and more mistakes. We see him. Yep, he went through No Name Corner pretty much, as scheduled that time. So, and Gunnar is a very, very top-notch GT driver. He's very experienced, very chiseled into these sorts of races, so I'm sure he'll be able to get himself just fine. But it really is just a matter of just calming yourself down and not, psyching yourself out.
Well, Gunnar Moore did start the race for the IRDK Endurance team, and this is his second stint in the car. Now, he's been in the car, Randy, since lap 351, and for those that don't know, because we're looking at a timer now as we approach 8 hours remaining, it's lap 396 at the moment for Gunnar Moore at least. So he's been in there for almost right around 2 hours now, and fatigue will settle in. But if you have a look at the stats and his lap times, you can see from the beginning of his stint, there's not that much change. It's maybe, it deviates from time, and it seemed like approaching his spin, that's when he started to really start pushing and start making more mistakes. You can see his lap times delve into the low 2:20 range, but then once he made that spin, now he's probably obviously going to back off a few tenths per lap.
Yeah, he's dropped down to 2:22 this most recent lap, but I'll say, just looking at their lap times and the times Gunner's been putting down, that IRDK rough has a very, very, very good endurance racing setup under it. It's just, first lap is a 2:20.8, and then getting down to about the last lap of the stint, he ran a 2:20.7. So basically almost no drop off over the course of the run, which is just, it really is the strong suit of the rough. The McLaren, I was getting about 6 or 7 tenths drop off per lap, running relatively similar times at the start, but towards the end it just almost wasn't possible to run that low lap time. And then the Ford was again a few tenths as we got down to the end of the run, but yeah, they have a very, very good setup underneath them, and that car is probably relatively easy to drive, I would imagine, because that's generally a trait of a setup that is consistent like that. It's relatively easy to drive. The drivers aren't constantly fighting it. Yeah, mistakes can be made and it can be fun, but it's just easy to get in a rhythm and just cruise, and basically a 3-hour stint can just go by. And he should be, let's see, when did he first get in the car? 351, 396. Basic math tells me that's 45. We should be seeing that car in the pit lane in about the next 6 to 7 laps. And it'll be interesting to see if Gunner pulls a double or if he's going to push it into a triple, because at this point in the race, 8 hours left, is generally where we're going to see sort of the quote-unquote fill-in drivers kind of finishing out their stints, where they might be running a double or a triple, basically trying to get the car down the road and then get the faster drivers in towards the end of the race.
Yeah, talking about drivers pitting for the Mad Cow Racing team, Scott Gray Deuce, number 2, I'm just trolling around. He left the car, he pitted in after a very lengthy stint, over around 2 hours, and he's given the car to Leighton Fine, who's going to jump in. And now for Mad Cow, they will exit the pit lane. Are they going to drop a position? They've dropped a position to Core Sim Racing. So obviously they've gone down from 6th in their class to 7th. But in terms of pit stops as well, as Leighton Fine goes away...
We're talking about, what, Glacier 2 car?
The Mad Cow Racing car here, number 884.
Okay.
Just coming out of the pits. Also, yeah, talking about pit stops, where the Pass Left Racing, Jared Thomas did make a pit stop right around 5 minutes ago, and he out on the way, no driver change for them. But we've hit that 8-hour mark, and the top 3 for each class at the moment. You can see the rest of the standings at the top of your screen. It's Vortex Sim Race with Balasaz Reminiak lead that car away at the moment. Then it's 7-3 Motor, the HBD class, Phil Blythe piloting that car, and Radicals Online after falling into troubles, approaching a spun car in the exit of turn 9. The corner they're approaching right now, Wyatt Gooden had nowhere to go in the blind exit. So they're the top 3 in the HPD class. For the GT3 class, it's Coanda Simsport. Wonderful job, especially from Marcus Lenderman, who gave some nice what did he do? He gave some nice good, big laps. So for Marcus Lenderman, he pushed to the limit, gave us some entertainment, really, almost spinning off a few times, but he's done his job. He's probably having a good night's rest. Philip Starm leads the way for them at the moment. A lap behind is the Pure Racing team and Tom Valentini, who heads that team's progression. I think they are still on the same lap, actually, as Coanda Simsport, so they're only about 1.5 minutes behind. It's very close in the GT3 battle. And then the New World Simsport Moonshine car of Joel Tremblay in 3rd. So very tight racing in the GT3 class here, Randy, and it goes to show that when you have a field of so many cars out there racing like we have in the GT3 class, you're going to have close racing because of the absolute, not just the strength of the field, but the numbers and quantity.
Yeah, there's a 60 car grid, and there were 1 second, about 15 or so HPDs. So 45 GT3 cars-ish, 40-ish, something like that. Anyone will tell you that's a very sizable field. There's GT3 only races that don't pull 40 cars. So even, being able to run strong in a field like this it's just the treat, and seeing the racing that we're getting is actually a treat too. I will say, even though I'm much more of a GT car fan and connoisseur, I would love to see the HPD class get some more love in the future. It's one of those classes that I think can generate some of the best racing in terms of strategy, just with a prototype being a prototype. And I would love to see some of these teams, your Coandas. I'd love to see Coanda, try to field an entry. I know they're busy with DWC, but I know they ran one for Neo as well as the original RaceSpot24. Hint, hint, Hugo. There's a few of these top teams that I think could probably throw together an HPD program and say, all right, let's go racing.
Is iRacing in development for a competitive prototype car? The same way we have a variety of GT3 cars. I'm not sure if maybe there's a rival car to this HPD that might come out in the near future.
The next prototype that's coming along is a Tudor spec Corvette DP, and I believe that's one of the next cars to come out. It might be either the next car or the car after. I know that car is very far along in development. In terms of prototypes, the problem right now, in terms of other skepticism, I'll say that the other thing people are skeptical on is it may be an Aston Martin Lola LMP1 car, because as we were talking about earlier, there are 4 Aston Martin signed, and we know about 2 of them, one of which has been released and one of which we know is in development. The other 2, haven't been talked about, and people theorize it's an LMP1 car, which would be a treat in some ways. But really the problem right now with LMP1, or LMP in general, is that, I'll say LMP2, because LMP2 is a very different monster from LMP1. LMP2's regulations are looking to change in 2017. So in some ways, getting a LMP1 spec car now would be sort of a double-edged sword, because yes, you would have an LMP1 car, but on the negative side of it, you would have an LMP1 car that's out of date. So it could go either way, and there's people who are in both camps. People who think they should just get an LMP2 spec car now, and just that way they have a more up-to-date car. And then the people who are like myself, I personally think they should wait until 2017. They're probably mid to late 2016 is probably when we'll see these cars getting built. 2017 spec LMP2 car. Now, as for LMP1, we probably will not ever see any modern, up-to-date LMP1 car, because generally speaking, LMP1 is a lot like Formula 1 in the sense that it's very, very open, and basically you build your own design, you can do whatever you want. There's no BOP really. So teams are very, very they play their cards close to their chest, and they don't want to let any of that data of those race cars, get into the public. So I doubt we'll ever see an LMP1 car.
Talking about LMP1 cars, Balazars Reminick is leading the way. He just crossed the line with a 2-minute 7.5 lap time. Incredible stuff from him. Now, Randy, he's going down the hill on towards Rouge and Radillon, and what he needs is to minimize the lap time loss when lapping cars. Now, you're in that HPD. On a straight, it's much easier, because all you have to do is mash the throttle and just move out of the way of wherever the GT car is. You can see the GT car pulling left, and he's pulling right. But I'm hoping by. I'm hoping towards the middle part of this lap that he can at least catch a few cars, and you can talk to us about what's the correct way in endurance racing for both the HPD and a GT car to overtake each other harmlessly, and what that minimizes the time loss for both drivers.
It's a lot of give and take. Really, that's the way you have to be with it. You don't want to take risks. You don't want to force an issue, but there's other times where you more or less have to say, okay, he's getting close enough, and I need to let him by. And as an HPD driver, there's times where you have to... There's a point in an HPD, I'll put it this way, there's a point in an HPD where you're overly cautious. So right now, going through Piff Poff, he's coming up with a Ford. He's going to be coming into Stavolo 1. Stavolo 1 is generally, unless you're very, very close, is very sketchy. So he's going to stay behind, and he's going to probably stay behind through Stavolo 2. He might be close enough. Yeah, he's going to go up the inside. He's going to be able to get this McLaren on the straightaway, and that Ford GT went wide, which I don't think was entirely necessary. He's going to get the McLaren on the straightaway. I believe it's a Falcon GP car, so that's more or less irrelevant. But as the HPD driver, there's times where you have to dedicate. You have to say, okay, I'm going to pass this person. I'm going to brake late. I'm going to, whiz by him. There's been multiple times, and I've been doing the multi-class stuff for a few years. I can't really name names of who's done it and who hasn't. But there's been times that there's been drivers that they show a nose in the HPD, and then they brake early. And because they brake early, they don't get by, and then suddenly you're going through the bus stop at Spa side by side with the GT car, which just, is disaster for both cars. So just to make it simple, if you're in a GT car, if an LMP car is coming up next to you, the best way, in order to lose the least amount of time, is to brake maybe a car length or two early, maybe even a brake marker early, or not even necessarily brake, just lift. Let them breeze by, and then take the corner. You're going to lose yourself 2/10 going into the braking zone, sure, but if you run yourself side by side with an HPD through a corner, you're A, putting yourself at risk to wreck, and B, you're probably losing more time anyway. So it really is just a lot of basically not taking stupid risks, but knowing when A, to dedicate, and B, to say, and to bow out.
Well, as Ballas, as Romaniuk is about... Oh, wow, I'm getting really hesitant. See, this is why I'm going to, at least for now, stick to Grand Prix racing, is because it's the speed difference between the two classes is absolutely incredible, and especially going through Pouan, easy, very lots of risk taking, as you saw before. Through Stavolo and Curve Paul Frere, you're expecting him to stay behind through Curve Paul Frere, but then instead, he went up the inside. He needs to gain that extra time.
Yeah, there's definitely times when going through the Stavolo 2, as I've just always called it, where a GT or an HPD car can pass a GT car there and do so safely. I just misjudged. Really the way you judge is just being in the cockpit. There's been some people that are overly risky, and there's some people that are very, very good. I'll say this, the best HPD driver as a GT racer that I've ever dealt with was Martin Cronke of Coanda, and that was during the RaceSpot 24. And Hugo's probably like, yay, Martin! But Martin was the perfect balance. It wasn't just the fact that he was fast. Being in a GT car, generally I don't care if an HPD is fast. I just care if they're smart and if they're safe. And Martin, to me, he knew when to dedicate to a braking zone and to get by, and he knew when he couldn't dedicate and when he should just sit behind. In the entirety of the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa, not the iRacing, in the entirety of the RaceSpot 24, I didn't see a single moment where Martin really was very risky. And I know he ran that entire race without a single incident. We're getting word of a battle between the 15 and the 86 in GT3, and we're getting word, and that's RDK Endurance and Core SimSport, and Core SimSport confirming on the cameras has gone by.
Yep, they have. That's Yuri Gamelkorn getting past the Aya DK Endurance car, and he's up into 5th in the GT3 class. Now, the unfortunate thing is that...
I was going to say, the thing we missed, the RDK is the one that's fun, and they did do a driver change. Gunnar Moore hopped out of that car, and then we got Yuri Gamelkorn. I'll just say it, there are some weird names in this race right now.
Yeah. Well, that's Kim Vedel Osterby, and I'm sure that's probably not how he pronounces it in his local tongue, but for now, that's how we're going to deal with it. As we're getting a bit of a scruffy situation here with that number 86 IRDK Endurance car. HPD coming out of the pit lane. And another one lapping him as well. So I think that is that the Radicals Online car? It is. No, it's not. It is the... God, they look the same. It's the GTI racing car. They have a similar livery. They're similar colors, at least. The Radicals Online, have a look at that. Through Rivage, Dyson Williams almost being punted off by one of the 4 GT cars. That was Yuri Gamelkorn we're just talking about. Not easy through that section of the track, Randy.
Yeah, there's a few parts of the track where it can be a little hairy, especially when you get 2 GT cars and 2 HPDs trying to navigate around each other. That's really where you get the stress of endurance racing. Well, multi-class racing rather. That's pretty well done by them to not have any incident.
Well, we head towards 7 hours and 45 minutes remaining in this 24-hour race. So almost about 45 minutes until we approach that 7-hour mark, obviously. That's stating the obvious right there. But nevertheless, we will wrap up things here. I'm joking. Is leading the standings. Balazaz Remeniuk is dominating this race. We know in this night shift, him and Julian Oligo have been doing some great work for that team. He's been in there for almost 50 laps now. It'll be next time around. Who else is in these standings right now? Radicals Online, the 7-3 Motorsport up there as well. So it's very tight between those, at least the second and third place car. Radicals needs to come in. And what we have as well is a close fight. So we'll hopefully join you after this commercial break. And we'll see you shortly. Do not leave us as we go side by side.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engines!
Michael Conti comes up at a corner number 4 to the checkered flag. He wins his first NASCAR iRacing.
We're so excited to be bringing the Nürburgring to everybody. It's by far the most requested track that we've ever had. I've been with iRacing since the beginning. I can't tell you how many people I've met at trade shows or racetracks and demos that we've done all across the United States and even in Europe, and it's always the most requested track that we've had. And it's always been kind of a sad answer, no, we don't have it. When are you bringing it? And we never really had a good answer. And obviously we announced this last year, and it's super exciting.
In the Ardennes Forest, there lies a track. It is Spa-Francorchamps, and that is the event today, the 24 hours of Spa, as many in Europe might be waking up or sleeping in, as it is a Sunday morning over there. It is the iRacing.com 24 hours of Spa. Hope you have enjoyed the midnight shifts here as we switch into the dawn of Europe. We will be bringing you all of the coverage still continuously 24 hours without dropping a single minute. It is Vortex Sim Racing HPD number 1 with the 7.3 Motorsport number 1 in pursuit with a Radicals Online car now in 3rd. After a brief instance with a 7.3 having collided with the Radicals Online car in a rather crazy happenstance in the no-name corner, well, they've swapped positions from 2nd to 3rd. In GT class, it's the 4Racer Co. and a SimSport car. Now the Pure Racing team, the New World SimSport Moonshine Pure Racing team has just pitted, and we'll see about the response from Coanda and the New World SimSport Moonshine cars. But you're listening to Cam Walsh, Johnny Simon, Randy Chenworth, and Hugo Louis on the cameras. And guys, really have enjoyed our midnight shift together, but I have to say it is getting quite late here on the East Coast. I think I'm about to head off to go get my own shut-eye, and we'll see. We'll leave this into your capable hands, guys, as we go forward, and we'll go from there.
Adios,
See ya.
Cam. I'm sure that
See you
Zoe's
later.
going to be happy to see you get away from the computer for the first time all day.
Yeah, she went to bed. She left me.
Oh. But appropriate music as you leave. It's going to be a sad moment, but I'm not sure if you'll be
not
back
really.
for the end of this race or not. But
I won't be. I never am. I'm the guy that I'm the midnight guy. I'm never around at the end of the race.
all right. Well, thanks very much to Cam.
Cam
Walsh,
never cares
from-
if there's a fulfilling finish.
Yeah.
Exactly. Anyways, so we'll leave that into your capable hands. Thank you, Hugo, for streaming. And of course, if we can just go on board really quick with the Vortex Sim Racing HPD number 1 car, the number 13 car, as they are going into the pits. We'll go on board with them real quick. And that is going to be the onboard camera, which is sponsored, of course, this race by the iRacing.com forum app. It is for Android, made by Nick Thyssen. It is an Android app, not a Windows app or an iOS app. It is for it is for being able to post and look on the iRacing.com forums. I got this. And it is, of course, a forum app that I believe probably everybody here uses, and you should too. And of course, if we take a quick look at the aerial view from the blimp as the number 13 car will be pulling into his pit stall, the aerial coverage is provided by Andwern Design. Andwern Design is, of course, an essential part of many different facets of the iRacing and the sim racing community, and is also really helpful with our overlays and stuff, as Balazs Remniak will hop out and Julian Oligo will hop in. We'll leave it with you guys, and we'll go from there. So for me, so long for now, and for the rest of the race, get ready, as it's I'm sure something exciting is going to happen.
Surely will. Thank you very much, Camus. Balazs Remniak gives it to his teammate Julian Oligo. Put in some power laps earlier, a few hours ago when I first came into the commentary booth. So, in terms of his event so far, as I one sec, there we go. In terms of a good event so far, Julian Oligo is fulfilling those duties for the Vortex Sim Racing HPD team, who leads the HPD division right now, 10 laps ahead of the 7-3 Motorsport number 1 HPD car, currently piloted by Phil Blythe in second place, and Radicals Online in third, with Wyatt Gooden as we approach 7.5 hours remaining in this event. The two 4th and 5th place cars are very close to each other on track, 45 seconds between them, and that is the Abundanati Racing team and the GTL VRT Gold team. So the GTL VRT Gold team is slowly dropping down the order into the clutches of maybe the GTI Racing team in the next few hours. But those are the standings for the HPD ARX-01C Honda prototype division, and hopefully, Randy, we can see, as we spoke about before, some new, maybe LMP1 cars into this division, as I should also mention, the Vortex Sim Racing, the second of their cars, in 7th place.
Yeah, before we go there, I'm just going to say that GTI racing car is actually running very, very stout lap times compared to the cars ahead. They're only about 2-3 laps down from, they're 2 laps down to the next car for position, and then 1 lap further for that. And they're running 2:08s, maybe 2:09s, while the other cars are running 2:10s, 2:11s. So with 7 hours left, it's definitely feasible that we could see them catch the next 2 cars in front. Obviously, depending on driver talents and what some of the other drivers can get out of those cars. But yeah, there's definitely a zone iRacing needs to expand on is their prototype field. It is very restricted. The only real prototypes we have are the Daytona prototype, the HPD LMP2, and the Radical, I guess you can kind of call a prototype, but that's basically a club car prototype, really. But yeah, LMP1 cars will be a struggle because they are so, developmentally locked. LMP2 is probably a much more interesting category to go with, just because it's customer car based, and basically, if anyone that has an LMP2 car by a manufacturer They all have the same data as it is, so that would be an interesting route to go. Excuse me. For those who are unaware, the LMP2 car that we currently have in this HPD is from, I believe, 2008, 2009 specs. I'm sure some endurance racing nerds in the comment section might correct me, but the car is actually much quicker than most LMP2 cars today, and it'll be much quicker than the Corvette DP we get. So for all the people wondering, and there's always people who wonder, no, the HPD LMP2 that we currently have and the new Corvette Daytona prototype will not be able to be a VOP, which is, I'm sure, the question a lot of people have on their mind. Yeah, I would definitely be a fan of, expanded LMP2 cars.
Approaching the 7.5 minute mark, we look at the GT3 standings for Racer Coanda SimSport. Lead away with Philip Starm currently piloting that vehicle. We've seen a lot of him lately after Marcus Lenderman took proceedings in that car. So those two taking the graveyard shifts for the team as they lead the GT3 class. Pure Racing Team in second place with Tom Valentini piloting that vehicle. Then we have the New World SimSport Moonshine car with Antti Piala. We'll give you...
Antti
Pilaja, yeah. But I was going to say... We'll let you, actually, let me round out the standings, and you talk about how he's a very interesting and a deadly driver. He could be one to watch out for here. He could get the New World SimSport Moonshine car maybe into the first or second positions not during this stint, but get it closer at least. So they're in third place. In fourth, it's Trinity Motorsports.
And he's running down Phillip right now. He's running down Phillip right now as he goes into Poulan. He's lifting out of it. And for those who don't remember, the New World SimSport Moonshine car is the car that won the Daytona 24 Hours of Spa back in January, I think it was. And we're seeing I believe that's the Badabanti Racing Team HPD going through. Yes, it is. But Antti is super alien fast. He's easily the fastest driver in our lineup at New World SimSport. He's probably one of, if not the best McLaren driver on the sim. But yeah, he's the one we depend on, and he's running down that Coanda Ford right now, get himself a lap back, taking he may not get it just quite, but he's trying really damn hard to get past Phillip.
That HPD trying to find a way past as well, but he needs to unlap himself, and every time he gets close, here we go, 3 wide on the run down to the bus stop chicane. Oh, and good stuff right there. Look at the HPD wiggling under braking, so good stuff from Antti there. You talk about him being an alien. He's showing his racecraft quite well. The rest of the GT3 standings, though, Trinity Motorsports, Core Sim Racing in 4th and 5th, and it's IRDK Endurance, Mad Car Racing, SRO Motorsports, as well as Glacier Racing and Radicals. Now, the thing is, Randy, we speak about Antti in that car. Let's have a look at his lap times first. A 2-minute 22s for him, but behind them, yes, he had a bit of traffic on that lap. That's a pretty incredible lap time, considering he had to back off the pace quite a lot.
Yeah, considering he backed off the pace to let an HPD by, and then he passed the GT leader going into the bus stop chicane. Antti in practice was running 2:19s, and I believe he was the only car other than Marcus to log a lap time in the under a 2:17.5. Actually, no, I take that back. Pure Racing Team logged a 2:17.4. So there were 3 cars on the grid that logged under a 2:17.5 in qualifying, and Antti was one of them. And I'll tell you right now, he did it on the most dangerous setup that I've ever tried to drive.
But that's what makes him so fast as well. He's on the limit.
Yeah, Antti knows how to drive the car on the limit, and I think part of the reason that we were having issues with setups is that he can drive the car when it's very, very, very loose, and he's just like, okay, he's finished. There's ice on the roads everywhere. He's not used to traction. Whereas I generally have a little bit more conservative approach to the way I like my cars to feel, and he can just run a car with no wing lap after lap after lap after lap, and he can do it in such a way, and he keeps the car clean. We're 17 hours into this race, and you look, the Coanda who's leading, they're kind of banged up, as we see Jorn Jens getting in the car right now, who's not the fastest Atlanta driver, but he's also not the slowest. He'll probably be running relatively close to Mark this time. You see there you have some bangs. The Pure Racing team looks like their front fender is kind of curled. Trinity Motorsports, you know, the car behind there actually look very clean. But Anti's able to run these lap times and just keep the car straight for the entirety of the race. So that's really where the strength in our Moonshine car comes from. It really is Anti. Let me see him. He just logged in at 220.6. You know, a handful of laps into the stint, but he's definitely gonna be pushing hard.
Sorry, a pass here on the racetrack. It's Mark Melcher getting past the number 23 Rodrigo Lelis on the Camel Straight there. Sorry to cut you off, Randy, but a pass on track, and this is for position in the GT class. This is for 11th and 12th. So as the HPD car comes to lap them both, but into Ravage. How about that? That's hair raising. So Mark Melcher going straight into Ravage, blocking the path of the HPD. Gets out of the way. 7.5 hours remaining in this 24 hours Aspire event here at iRacing.com for the Road Warrior Series. RaceSpotTV's live coverage for the rest of the event will be live and exclusive on our YouTube channel. For live timing, visit RaceSpot.tv/timing and visit iRacing.com for some new membership deals, 50% off at the moment. So join in on the action, join in on the fun. We have promo codes as well on your screen for RaceSpot TV. So have a look at that. Some 4 GTs to get involved with what you see out here today. Johnny Simon in the commentary booth along with Randy Cheneth and Hugo Luis broadcasting on cameras.
I'm gonna say this: you are the first person in the world to ever pronounce my name right on the first try.
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to know that. And yeah, anyway, but yeah,
it's an honor. Your
7,000
life's work has come to this point.
It has. Well, that's my job, to be honest. You know, we're commentating here, and we have to do the right job. You know, I'm not perfect, but I try my best as much as I can. As Mark Melcher's trying his best through the bus stop chicane. And here's the deal, Randy. Through that bus stop, how much sausage can you use? And I'm sure it's absolutely almost zero, because for Mark now, as he completely misses La Source and he runs wide a little bit as well, does it damage these GT cars as much as you'd think if you collect those sausage curves too much?
It's not so much damage. You basically you catch that curb, and it more basically just the car just jumps basically. You know, the curb is probably 3 to 4 inches tall. You people in the metric system, I'll let you do the conversion, but it's a significant height, and it just basically the way it upsets the car. The red and white curb, the red and white, the standard race car curbing. From Mr. Hugo Louis, 3 to 4 inches, approximately 10 centimeters, which is relatively, that's pretty tall when you're talking about 50, 60 miles an hour. But you can get on the red and white curbs all you want through the bus stop, but you basically try to get as close to them as you can, to the bigger sausage curb. For those who aren't aware what we're talking about, load up Spa, or actually, yeah, just load up Spa. Go to a lap and go to the bus stop, and you'll see that on the inside of both parts of the bus stop, there's a big curb that sticks up pretty aggressively through from the regular curbs. They're the ones that you need to watch out for. The red and white curbs, you can hit those all day, no problem.
Certainly, I remember at the Circuit of the Americas with at least the Williams F1 car. I was testing that probably, I can't even remember. That was the last time I tested that car, because every time I'm in for a WCS race or anything, it still has my setup from the Circuit of the Americas before I quit on myself and did not continue because I didn't have the time to continue. But nevertheless, I don't know why I'm mentioning this. The point is that those curves in that first sector, and I noticed in that Williams F1 car, you hit those curves, you damage the front wing, and you can damage the car quite significantly. Yes, an open wheel car is much more fragile, but I mean, it goes to show that element is still implemented in iRacing, and that element of having realism all over the racetrack. You've got dynamic tracks coming up, and as well as these curves, many more to come. there's certainly progress being made to making this as close to 100% as possible.
Oh yeah, definitely. And there is somewhere, I'm just trying to find it. There is a, I believe it's from a Formula 3 race. The car actually went into the bus stop, got sideways, and they actually launched over that sausage curb. And they got some pretty big air out of that. I'm trying to find it. I can't actually find the video to send to people. But yeah, like you said, with the surfaces coming along and the well, mainly the surfaces and the day-to-night transition, we're fast approaching a point where the endurance racing, specifically the endurance racing on iRacing, is going to be top-notch and just very, very, very good.
Well, now as we look at a few drivers, number 27 and number 60, very close on the racetrack. And we speak about your man here in that New World SimSport Motorsport car. That was Antti Pialaja, and he was lapped. That's what happened on the Kemmel Straight, and that brought him into the clutches of Marcus Meyer behind. And Marcus, will he be able to? We look at lap times. These two are the fastest GT cars out on the racetrack at the moment. And we were speaking about this before you came on, Randy, is that with every endurance team, you really want to have that one driver that can push to the limit and give you those sprint laps. And I remember watching Le Mans a few years ago where Kazuki Nakajima was doing that before he took out one of the, I think it was one of the Nissan Delta Wing cars, I can't remember. But yeah, having a driver
To be
like
fair,
that,
I think everyone took their shot at the Nissan Delta Wing car. I think that car spent more time on its lid than it did on its wheels.
Yeah, and well, Kazuki Nakajima did help that, but nevertheless, we speak about, Randy, having that sprint driver on each team, especially now, these two GT3 drivers, both, you could say the sprint drivers for these teams respectively, doing a great job, and they're both here at the same time on the racetrack, at the same place.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that doesn't really happen a lot. And we're about to see it. Antti really is the fastest driver in the Moonshine car. I'm not overly educated on the Trinity Motorsport lineup, but I can tell you right now, Marcus put down a 19 a lap or two ago. He ran a 19.2, a 19.7, a 19. He really is absolutely flying out there. And this is going to be an interesting battle that we have unfold in front of us. We're going to have the McLaren, which is a little bit slipperier, but probably faster in a straight line, and the Ford GT, which is probably fastest over a lap and just relatively more stuck to the ground. And really, this is going to be a battle watch for the next 20, 30, 40 minutes. And I wouldn't be surprised if you see these guys pull, a double or triple stint. As we see, Marcus he's pulled out going into Lacombe, and Antti gives it to him. I think he knows that discretion is probably the better part of valor with about 7 hours left in this race. So going through Lacombe, looks like Antti's just going to he's probably not going to let him get away, but he's probably just going to just sit there, maybe conserve some fuel, because the McLaren does suck up a little bit more fuel than that Ford GT. Not a huge amount. It's about a 1 lap difference or so, but Marcus is starting to stretch that gap a little bit.
Yeah, and Pilaya getting straight out of the way there at the Kemmel Straight, not really fighting around the outside. If it was a 30-minute sprint race, you'd certainly see Antti take it around the outside into Lacombe, but for now, we still have just over 7 hours remaining in this event, and for Marcus Meyer, he surprised us a little bit here. Look at the other drivers in his team for that Trinity Motorsports car. He's been in the car for quite a while, but Patrick Bury was in that car beforehand, Simon Grossman as well, and a few other drivers as well. I think it was Dirk Reinhardt who began in the car. I think, in my opinion anyway, this Trinity Motorsports car has been the underrated car in the GT3 division. We haven't spoken about them much, but they're a car that's just lurked around, and now they're proving their worth, staying consistent, and they find their pace as the race goes on, because the longer that Marcus is traveling into his stint, you can see his lap times are just increasing once he finds that rhythm.
Yeah, this is actually, looking through their lineup, this is a very strong lineup. Marcus is someone I am aware of, and he's always been very good. Dirk Reinhardt, another person I've raced with a lot, he's very good. Patrick Bury, another person who I've raced with a lot in a couple various cars, specifically the Mustang, the FR500S. And he was, alien pace in that car. This is a very experienced group of guys. So I'm not really, as I look through their lineup, the only person I'm really unsure of is Simon Grossman. But he wasn't exactly, a slouch. He was running some pretty strong lap times through his stint. So I'm not really surprised that these guys have found their way forward after looking through their lineup. At first I was like, who is this? But then I'm like, oh, this is who this is.
So hashtag ask commentator if you have any questions towards me or Randy, and hashtag iRacing24 for the Spa 24 hours here for the Road Warrior Series. We had 2 previous Road Warrior Series races, the 12 hours of Sebring a few months ago, as well as just over a month ago the iRacing 6 hours of the Glen. It's good to see these events coming out and hosting endurance events. What is next, Randy? And I haven't mentioned it for 2.5 hours, but formation laps, yeah? You have to agree with me, there needs to be formation laps. Please?
Oh, are you talking about yellows?
No, I'm talking about the pace laps.
You're talking about pace
on road
laps.
courses.
I actually agree.
Yeah, for standing starts. Because you start a race without a formation lap, it's just, but you build suspense for the crowd. You get yourself into a nervous rhythm. You get yourself into a nervous sense, but you have to build yourself into a rhythm as well. And it could even prevent more accidents at the start of races, because people are used to, and they're pressing the throttle brake pedal, and it just gives that extra feel and element towards realism.
Yeah, for the big events, I'm definitely a fan of the longer pace laps, and even in the official races, I see a lot of people. You'll load up like a Road America for a race. And then Road America is one where, you're talking about lap times that aren't too far different from Spa. And then you have to do a full outlap, and people generally complain about it the entire time. I've never really had a problem with it. But I definitely think for this sort of racing, it's definitely better. Because like you said, you build the suspense. It gives the commentators more to talk about. So we're getting word this is a battle between the SRN Motorsports car and the Glacier Racing 2 car. As we see Glacier Racing using that Ford GT power to blast past that BMW on the entrance to Lacombe. But we're going to have to see what that BMW is able to do. Going through the inner part of the racetrack, that BMW is known for having high downforce. So they should be looking to take advantage of it as they close up quite a bit on the brakes entering Ravage here. But then again, Alexi Aloma is the one behind the wheel, and Alexi's a pretty stout driver as he almost loses it to No Name Ben.
Yeah. So Alexi Aloma, we've seen him around racing through the Grand Prix series and plenty of other, using with the Grand Prix car. And
just trolling around all the various series like the Glacier guys do.
Yeah, exactly. I know Timo Valchiavi was in that car before. I've seen him around many, many times. He's a good guy and he's a great racer. So good guys there at Glacier. Just trolling around, as you say. Alexi Aloma really not trolling around at the moment. He's stepping at, widening as much of the track as he can. This exit though, I remember when I first tried this track on iRacing with the DW12 through the second Stavolo, as you like to call it, or Curveball Fret. There's like a bump or there's something mid-corner where you can, I'm not sure if you felt it as well, but it depends which car you're in. The mid part of Curveball Fret is not easy, and you can see Alexi Aloma there. He has to back off the throttle slightly due to his damage.
Yeah, I know that there's a pretty nasty bump if you come off that left side curb where, because basically, when going through that corner, that you're talking about the second part that leads to the back straight to Blanchemont, correct? Or do you mean the first part? Yeah, so through the second part,
yep.
Yeah, through the second part, there's if you tried to ride too much of the curb on the left, which you want to ride as much as you can, there is a little bit of a transition between the green AstroTurf and the red and white curbing that'll upset the car. Basically, you want the left side wheels more or less on the outer edge of that of the red and white curbing. And there is a little bit of a bump mid-corner. You don't feel it as much in the GT cars, but you do feel it in the in the quicker single seaters like the Star Mazda, the Formula car, the DW12, and it can be a little hair-raising. That corner is, I don't want to say it's overly difficult, but it is one of those corners that feels very, very scary. can be very intimidating.
Certainly can be, as Alexia Loma still trundling around through Rivage on towards the exit. Now, here's something that could be interesting, is that the two leaders in GT3 are on the lead lap, but I don't see Tom Valentini catching... God, I just heard a car scream. Oh no, they're behind. Alright, I was getting scared for a second there. I heard a screaming HPD, and I thought it was about to go side by side through Eau Rouge, but it doesn't, so that's good. But yeah, in second place, Tom Valentini there, towards Les Combes. He's on the same lap now. He's gained a second on this straight on the relative times, which is obviously because he's on a long straight. But what can you do now, Randy? Like, what's the mentality to approach closing down a 59-second gap? Because for those who may be new to endurance racing, if it's a half an hour event, 59 seconds, you give up. But with 7 hours remaining, how do you break down that gap and bring it in to catch the leader?
There's two main schools of thought you can go with. The first one is that there's 7 hours left. Just sort of relax and just cruise. Make sure you don't lose any spots. Make sure you don't wreck the car. What you're risking there, though, is that if the leading car doesn't have an issue, you're basically locking yourself into second place. The other school of thought is that you just push. You try to find some way to make up 10 seconds per stint, which there's, roughly 7 hours left, roughly 1 hour per stint, roughly 10 hours per stint to make, or 10 seconds per stint, rather, to make up your minute, and then a lead. It's hard. It's hard to say. Because let me tell you, 10 seconds in a stint, when you're trying to reel in Jorn Jens, that's a very, very difficult procedure. Jorn's not the quickest pointed driver, but he can log, mid to high 220s all day. So you can't, there's no room for error. If you start dipping into that same point, if you can't run faster than really low 220s, you might as well just cruise and just hope they get into trouble, which is probably what we're going to see the Pure Racing team here do. Trinity, Marcus was out here running 219s earlier, so I wouldn't be surprised if he just, goes pedal to the metal. But yeah, if I was PRT right now, I would just sit back, relax, and just let the race sort of come to them.
At the moment, this is a real big hair racing situation for Motorsport's Matt Stratford. Extremely beaten up, obliterated. HBD's almost lost the car at the exit of turn 8 Rivage, and then through 9 he keeps it together, and that was just in front of this battle I was about to mention between Antti Pilaya and Marcus Meyer in front, and then through Buon, Meyer is compromised, and will that gift Pilaya a bit of a gap here? You know what it gives him, Randy? A 10th, but that's still going to make a difference, because the gap between those two GT drivers for the final podium spot is only 1 second. And as you speak about Antti right now, he, as the HPD car is really trying to make his way through, Antti realized that the HPD car had no straight line speed, and for some reason has continued on. Don't worry about that, that's all good, I'm just wondering. But nevertheless, for Antti now, he's got to keep things together, and he's got to get back into the top 3 in the podium. But can he do it through pit stops?
It's definitely something that can be done through pit stop. There's a few different ways you could go about that, actually. You could link in every single pit stop, completely fill the tank on fuel. For what it's worth, we were doing, I believe, 26 laps on fuel, which you're talking about 2 minute 20-second lap times. You're talking about an hour and 4 minutes, hour and 5 minutes. So basically from here on out, I don't really think there's going to be any fuel saving. They should be having to stop here relatively soon. But so you could fill up every single time, and what that'll give you is it'll give you a short last stint. The other way you could go is you could, as Antti is struggling to get past this lap car here going into Eau Rouge, I think he probably should have just given it on, but oh well. The other way you can go is you can actually short fill. And basically every single stint you'll take maybe 3 gallons less every single time you go in. So instead of taking the 34.4 gallon in the McLaren, you take 31 or something. And what that'll give you is you'll have to run a longer final stint, but the goal is to spend less time in the pits overall over the course of the race and just basically gain track position. It's something similar to oval racing strategy. Almost you take 2 tires, you take 4. I would say that the effects of those 2 strategies are much different, or much more obvious. But the goals are pretty much the same. You're basically you're trying to weigh where you're going to get your advantage. Are you going to get your advantage now, or are you going to get your advantage later?
Speaking of advantages, and I'd love to ruin your voice because I'm making you talk so much this afternoon, but nevertheless, speaking of advantages, we have 4 different GT cars, and you know best. Which of these cars would you pick? Yeah, exactly. Which of these cars? I mean, at the moment, at this stage of the race, coming towards the end, as we look at a battle between the number 15 and number 42 cars at the moment. That's Glacier Racing.
Corn and Glacier too.
Yeah, exactly. So that's Nicholas
Glacier's
Lawrenson.
moving themselves up pretty up. Just not very long ago, Alexei was running with that SRN BMW, and now he's moved himself forward, racing with that Core Ford GT. That could be due to pit stops, I'm not sure, but I'm sure Alexei is pushing rather hard.
But in terms of Alexei now, he's pushing hard, but he's making up time for them. We look at his lap time for this stint for Alexei Aloma as he wonderfully sweeps the car up, turns the famous Eau Rouge. And we get into the slipstream, and this will be a pass 4 position as he takes P number 7 away from Nicholas E. Lawrenson, and they jump themselves up in the order in the GT class. So another pass on track, and the GT class so competitive. But nevertheless, Randy, approaching the hour here, the hour mark with 7 hours remaining. Which car, and I read your pre-race comments on it, saying the BMW you'd expect could be the slowest car of the lot. But what's the difference between the BMW being the slowest car of the lot and the McLaren being the worst car of the lot here to race in this 24-hour race? If you still agree with what you said.
So I pretty much agree with what I'm saying, or with what I initially said. The thing that's really shaken up is I actually wasn't expecting the McLarens to be as strong as they were. I was expecting the McLarens to drop off, sorry, I'm just reading a message in chat. So more or less the difference between the GT cars. So we'll talk about the difference between the BMW being the slowest and the McLaren maybe being the worst. The BMW is the slowest over a lap, generally speaking. With the current build, the gap between all 4 cars in terms of speed is the closest it's ever been. There's been some shuffling. Typically, the BMW is the fastest, with the rough coming a close second. The McLaren being maybe a step behind, and then the Ford was always kind of the red-headed stepchild of the GT3 category. On the most recent update, the Ford generally has the edge everywhere. The rough can keep pace, but a lot of people don't drive it because it doesn't look like a race car. The McLaren can keep pace as well, but it is very, very slippery and very, very difficult to drive, specifically these fast corners. As I'm sure there's been a couple spins from McLarens to Blanchimont and Eau Rouge. I don't think nearly as many has happened as I initially thought. And the BMW, although being slow, is very, very easy to keep underneath. The BMW is really just sort of okay, we're going to get here, we're going to log lap, and we're just going to cruise. We don't want to spin, we don't want to, we're not going to light the world on fire in terms of pace, but we want to just be able to just hang out and just, over the course of attrition, work your way up the board. The Ford GT is a pretty easy drive. It's not overly difficult, but it's not overly forgiving. It is, without a doubt, the best car for Spa, and probably the best car in GT3 right now. And the roof is, relatively equal in pace, but a little bit sketchier of a drive. But GT3 is in a very good place right now, I think. I think we finally reached a point where the cars kind of represent their realistic positions in terms of, typically where GT3 is in terms of in terms of how they work with each other, with the McLaren being fast on the straights, the BMW being slow on the straights, but super fast through the corners, the Roof being, strong suited towards slow, tight stuff, and the Ford being kind of an all-around car. And I think at this point, we're basically talking just ballast adjustment. I think if you throw 20 kilos at the Ford, take 15 kilos away from the BMW, I think you're looking at a very strong BOP arrangement. Maybe 10 or 15 kilos in the rough, maybe. But I think if you do those little changes, I really think you're looking at an almost perfected BOP.
Talking about perfection, the lap car at the moment of, the HPD car of Carlo Labate is currently in 4th place overall, trying to make his way past Antti Pilaya, and so it's not the easiest thing at the moment. I believe as well in behind is that James Owen for GTI. So there's so much going on at the moment, and trying to unlap himself. Is that Marcus Meyer trying to get out of the way? A bit scruffy here. Oh no! Contact as well. Big accident here. James Owen in that number 21 GTI car. Has caused a huge pile up there. On the bus stop chicane coming onto the racetrack. He's given, no. And for now, we've seen a huge incident there, Randy, and that's not the way you should deal with each other at this situation of the race.
Yeah, that was... I'm going to try to bite my tongue as much as I can, but those HPDs, 20 laps off their leaders, shouldn't be racing like that around really two of the, I won't say the leaders, but you're talking about the P3 and P4 GT cars. Just completely irresponsible driving in my opinion. And that was nothing by the air of any of the GT guys. The Trinity car drove the way he should have. That was just people that are laps down. There's I'm sorry, one. I mean, yeah, there's a 3-lap gap between those two GT cars, those two HPDs, and you have two GT cars fighting for 3rd and 4th. It's just silly to push like that.
Oh, and for James Owen, in the braking zone, as you saw, he was to the left. He started braking at an angle and collected the other HPD car of Carlo Labate. Wow. And for Marcus Meyer, he was battling for position with Antti Pilaya there in that New World Sim Sport Moonshine car. And that's the battle I was watching as these HPD cars came to lap them. And this is just about as we're going to wrap up the standings at the top of the hour here with 7 hours remaining in this event. But I want to see how these people are going to continue with their race. Marcus Meyer's continued with some significant damage, and we'll see if that will affect his lap times. It probably will quite a lot. For Carlo Labate, he's still right behind Marcus Meyer at this point in time, about to pass him again. Where is Antti Pilaya? He came away unscathed, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he just, snuck through.
And then
just as part of the luck of this sort of racing, you see, the Trinity car, who's who's arguably running faster at the time, just get caught out, and then Antti just is able to slip by. That's just how quickly things can change.
Exactly. So it works out perfectly now for Antti Pilaya, and we'll look at the standings here as we will go to a commercial break. For the top of the hour, for the HPD class, it's Vortex Sim Racing who are absolutely dominating the standings. Julian Oligo really charging through the field. A 10-lap lead for the Vortex Sim Racing team ahead of 7-3 Motorsport and the Radicals Online team. Radicals falling through some early troubles. The top 5 followed by Abernathy Racing team with Carlo Labate, who we just saw involved in that incident, followed by the GTR VRT Gold, who, just as I'm talking, are about to swap positions with that Abernathy Racing team and go into 4th place. For the GT3 class, the top 5, it's Coanda Simsport in 1st, only just by half a lap ahead of the Pure Racing team of Tom Valentini. It is Jorn Jens piloting that Coanda Simsport car. And then rounding out the top 5 is Antti Pilaya, the Trinity Motorsports Marcus Meyer, who was involved in that incident as well, carrying on, and Kim Vedel Osterby rounding out the top 5. This is RaceSpotTV's live coverage of iRacing.com's 24 Hours of Spa for the Road Warrior Series. We'll see you shortly after these messages.
a very long offseason. Teams have changed, sponsors have changed, colors and all, but one thing that hasn't, they like to mash the loud pedal. Green flag is out on the 2015 NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series season.
iRacing is the ideal platform for these broadcasts because we have the best racers, the best online racers in the world, and we have such a variety of racing, from NASCAR to Grand Prix style racing, sports car endurance racing. We do it all.
Since 2010, the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series has been the absolute pinnacle of road racing in a simulated form. Great start then by Yakoda from the front. They're packing up behind number one. They're going to be 4 wide as they come down into turn number 1 for the first time. Will they make it through that first corner? You can see them funneling through the center S's. It looks as though everyone is just about made it through. We have got ourselves some contact though, Rachel.
Side by side going into turns 3 and 4. Humpy's got the advantage, but Ottinger's not going to.
Oh, he got into him!
Ottinger gets into the 58, turns right into him, and that ends Ottinger's run.
We do a lot of live broadcasts now. Every Tuesday is NASCAR night, so on alternating Tuesdays we do the Peak Antifreeze Series, and on the other Tuesdays the B-Class Series, which is the Xfinity cars, and sometimes we'll even do some short track racing depending on the schedule. Every other Saturday we do the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, so the best road racers we have. And we also broadcast some special events, including the Endurance Championship, which is part of the Road Warrior Series. So we broadcast the Daytona 24, the Sebring 12-hour, we'll do the Watkins Glen 6-hour, there's several other races along there. And then of course the iRacing Pro Racing Champions, which is usually our biggest and most watched event of the year.
That is short track racing, and that's how awesome this sim is, Joe. That's something you see on TV on highlight reels, and we just saw it here, live.
We invite iRacers who are real-world racers. They compete every December. Guys like Alex Gurney, Justin Wilson, Scott Speed, Ron Capps, the list goes on. Really some big-name drivers from all major forms of motorsport. It's really neat to see them get together and race together.
See Laughlin up top, down to the ball, gets turned! Laughlin gets turned! Caution is out foul at the front of the field!
The easiest place to find the broadcast is on our website, iracing.com/live. So you can find some of our races on fanschoice.tv as well. A nice place to find iRacing broadcasts.
You can also find it at mrn.com and peakauto.com.
Welcome back everybody to the iRacing.com 24 hours of Spa here for the Road Warrior Series. Live and exclusive coverage for the remaining 6 hours and 50 minutes here on RaceSpotTV. We are going to show you every single minute of the action as we go side by side through every ad break. So we show you every piece of damage, every piece of debris flying into our faces on screen. So we just saw before the commercial break Marcus Meyer in the GT car getting collected by James Owen, Carlo Labate involved as well in that incident, the 2 HPD cars. Well, not a good situation for them. Lots of damage for all 3 cars as we approach that 6 hours and 50 minute range as I just mentioned. Johnny Simon in the commentary booth, Randy Cheneth as well, Brenton O'Brien joining us for this stage of the race with Hugo Luis streaming for us on cameras. And now, we'll start off with you Randy for this 6 hour and 50 minute range. That damage from Marcus Meyer, I'm watching him trundle around at the moment. His lap time's still relatively competitive.
Yeah, I think they may have dodged themselves a bullet and gotten mostly cosmetic damage. The front end is a little torqued, and there's a bit of a torque in the rear end. However, the wing looks straight and the splitter looks straight, except for maybe a little bit of kink on the right side, but overall they should be okay. Like I said, their lap times are still in the low to mid 220s, which is, extraordinarily competitive. Jorn right now is running, 220.5 through his stint. Yeah, 220.4 is Jordan Jensen's best lap, and he's leading the race. So they definitely have that ultimate pace that the leaders tend to have. But it's going to be a battle for them as the Pure Racing team still chugging along clean, and the Anti-Bajala in that New World Sport Moonshine car, he was there right behind that little incident, and as someone who would Moonshine would normally do, he just squeezed himself through that trouble as best he could.
Live timing is available on RaceSpot.tv/timing, and any questions you have towards any of the commentators here in the booth, use hashtag AskCommentator on social media, hashtag iRacing24 as well for this event. Says Brenton, I want to ask you about these GT3 cars. The field is oh so close. Look at the top 10 as well, within a few laps of each other. I mean, it's incredible to see these cars as close as you can imagine after, over 20, so almost 20 hours of racing at this stage, 18 at the moment. So, I mean, it goes to show as Alexi Aloma leaves his box that, adding more variety to these cars, as me and Randy have discussed, will make this racing even closer, even more competitive, and we're just going to see more and more as Aloma has a very scruffy exit there, braking in the middle for some reason. That's cost him a couple of seconds.
Could come down to pit stops, couldn't it, in the end, which would be amazing after such a long race. And I'm on board the Pure Racing team, second in class now, the McLaren MP4 12C, which is a fantastic effort for them. Started second on the grid, I think they did, in class, so they've obviously got the pace there, and the race is getting stronger and stronger for this team. They did drop down fairly dramatically early days, but they've got themselves back up onto the lead lap of the class leader, the Coanda Sim Sport car. And anything could happen from here on in. It's getting long, the day is long for these guys, and driver swaps and pit stop strategies really coming into place.
Talking about driver swaps, none for the Glacier Racing team, who are onto the Kemmel Straight now, and Alexi Aloma casually strolls his way to Les Combes. And now, this Les Combes complex, Randy, is, how can I say it? It's quite sexy, you could say. Turn number 5, 6, 7. Get one part of it wrong, and it compromises you through the rest of the complex. So it's really important to get that initial stage of Les Combes correct, because, as I said, run too wide or carry too much apex speed, and you're going to lose so much time through turn 6 and 7.
Yeah, Les Combes is one of those sections of the track that I think a lot of people overlook. Most people, when they look at Spa, the corners they really worry about, are your, Eau Rouge, Blanchemont, probably La Source, because, there is a decent sized straight after it as well as the bus stop. But Les Combes is one of those corners or one of those complexes rather, that because it all strings together, if you have a setup or if you have a car or even just a driver who doesn't know how to drive it, you can just throw huge amounts of time away getting through that complex. Like you said, if you get too hot going into turn 1, it sacrifices you through first part of it. It sacrifices you for the next corner, and potentially the corner after that. There's, it's just one of those sections that you have to string together. It's like the S's section at Silverstone or at Suzuka. You basically have to treat every single corner as a part, both the corner before as well as the corner after.
Yep, certainly so. And Brenton, Pouhon, turn 10. Incredible if you're standing as a spectator at turn 10. Something I've never done in my life. It's something I've only heard of. Something I will do one day, as the number 884 Mad Car Racing car has just gotten past the number 86 Aya DK Endurance car at that turn, Pouhon right there. So we have, and the exit of Pouhon, that corner right there, it's another one where when you're approaching a lap car on the entry, it's so important to stay patient, because you start attacking and you get into a bit of a bit of scruff and a bit of damage. It's a high-speed section of the track. So is Blanchemont. Get it wrong, you're straight into the wall and the race is over.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a small crash there, is there? If you're going to go off, you're going to hit a wall pretty hard. But Leighton Fine and the Bessie car done a fantastic job today, up into 14th place outright. So they've just kept it clean, showing us a good pair of heels now, and this team's going to get stronger as well as the race goes on. We are. It's a bit of a favourite amongst those who are watching, and certainly a favourite here within the commentary booth. But yeah, a lot of places around the world with the tracks there, Johnny, that you want to go and visit, mate, and just going to get the time and the money to do it. But that's I can just imagine standing at the top of Eau Rouge with the cars coming through the awesome sight, and also other parts of this great track in Belgium.
As at La Source, a HPD lapping. Who is that? That's Dennis Garis in that second Vortex Sim Racing car. Let's have a look at the lap times of each leader in each class. Right now, Julian Oligo, a 2-minute 5.1. At this stage of the race, for him, in my opinion, is quite impressive. Because what he's doing here, Randy, before you lose your voice, is he's got, you know, not only, yes, he's early into the stint, it's only about 22 laps into the stint, which is around about an hour, but at the same time, he's got, you know, a stint before that where he had to rest and help Balazars Remenick, his teammate, out, you know, maybe through radio or through something else. So at the moment, he's definitely tired, but he's got to get this graveyard stint correct, and he's got to make sure that he, as he approaches he's at one of the Moonshine cars, I think, in front of him. That's Mad Cow Racing's Leighton Fine. But this is for Julian Oligo in P1, the Vortex Racing car. He's really got to bring this car home, as I spoke about many hours. 6 hours ago is the last time I mentioned this. Was that these guys are completing their graveyard stint, and those European guys waking up to sprint home are going to be absolutely inspired by the performance he's just given them.
Yeah, they really are in a very dominant position right now. They need to just... Basically, they need to just cruise and not die. And they're in, you know, very comfortable position to win this race.
As he's going through quite a number of GT cars here, slicing his way through Blanchimont. Who's that in front? That's a HPD. That is the second Vortex Racing car. And he is something you're never going to see. I've seen a man walk on the moon, but I just saw a Vortex Sim Racing car pass another Vortex Sim Racing car. That's incredible. Anyway, 6 hours and 40 minutes remaining in this race, and so for Julian Oligo, what is his lap time? It is a 2 minutes 6.7. So he's on his way down to Eau Rouge. So, man, at the moment, Brenton, this is something that I wanted to speak to you about quite a lot. Managing a team and bringing in drivers, you know, towards a team when you don't have access to the world's best drivers. What else can you bring towards a team? Do you bring leadership in? Do you bring setup intelligence? What kind of drivers would you want to bring into a team when you don't have access to superstars?
Well, I think setting up in intelligence and some iRacing is a bit of a contradiction in terms. No, you want to build a strong team. They're not going to be the strongest team. Yeah, we've got some guys, especially outside of Australia, who race these things all the time. This car's not a strong car in Australia, iRacing community by any means, but you know, it's getting a consistent lap time, not making mistakes. You know, the guy in front, the team in front, the Vortex Sim Racing, they're 10 laps ahead of second place. Why? Because they haven't made any mistakes. You don't need necessarily the fastest guys out there. Sure, it helps, especially if you want to go for the outright win. But if you've got guys who don't make mistakes, have to keep a level head, get along well with each other, and are prepared to race at all extraordinary times of the day, you will pretty much get yourself a top 5 every time. And the difference between first and fifth is 20 laps. You know, if you keep clean, you're not going to drop 20 laps over this race.
And that's what we said to the... Where are they now? They've dropped a hell of a way back. That was the... the Friction Racing car. I lost their name for a second. They were around the top. And the only way you're going to lose 20 laps, Brenton, is through incidents. The Radicals Online team, luckily, had a huge incident. That was the unlucky bit. The lucky part...
Sorry to interrupt. Vortex is in the pits.
Yeah, Vortex Racing in the pits, the leaders here. So that's probably something worthy of mentioning right now. As Julian Oligo, at the moment, at this rate, he should probably be continuing for a second run in that car. So I'm not sure if they'll have a driver change. I don't see any of their teammates in the server at the moment getting ready to jump into that HPD. Important now, if he hits this concrete wall, could butcher their race. No, he doesn't. And he's going to look for his pit box here, Randy, and hope to get out and away. And as I said, I think Julian will probably continue for a second run.
Yeah, more than likely. Julian is probably one of Vortex's quickest guys. actually, when he comes to join us, Will might be able to go in depth about Vortex because they started out as an IndyCar team. But, excuse me. But yeah, I'm sure Julian will probably be staying in the car for right here. I believe that looks like it was his first stint. A double at this point is pretty much standard. Maybe even see a triple, but, we'll see.
Yeah, it'll be good to see. He's doing an incredible job. Some rapid lap times. He's been in the car since lap 454. It's currently lap 480. So if you do the math, obviously that's about 72. No, I'm just joking. It's about around 30 laps for them. So he's not going to be too fatigued as he approaches the... When do you start being fatigued, Randy? As he continues from the stint. He's around about the 30 lap mark. When you reach around 40, 50... does it start to take a toll on you? Is there any place as a driver where, is there any lap mark where you start to feel drowsy and start to feel like, oh yeah, I need to get out of this car?
It probably just varies driver to driver, and in some cases even more so. It may vary race to race. If you're in a car that you're comfortable with, on a track that you're comfortable with, you could really just log laps, and a 3-hour stint could just, flash by. You'll see a lot of real-life endurance races talk about that. Guys from like Audi, Toyota, Porsche, they'll talk to them. They'll say, "Oh, what's it like driving the car?" And basically, they say they get in the car, they get into their rhythm, and basically just flashes by. For me, generally, it's towards the tail end of the second stint. So I wouldn't say it's a lap mark. Obviously, I do the GT car, so I know the HPDs are generally running about a similar time in terms of stint, maybe a little bit shorter on gas, but they're completing more laps. But for me, it's generally right around an hour and 50 minutes where I can kind of start feeling mentally sort of like, okay, I should probably hop out of this thing.
Yeah, we have at the moment the number 27 New World SimSport Moonshine car of Antti Pilaya and Marcus Meyer in that Trinity Motorsports car pitting at the same time. We know Marcus was ahead before that incident around half an hour ago. Now they pit at the exact same time. And Brenton, any damage for that Trinity Motorsports car from that incident with the HPDs will kill them during this pit stop phase. So it's really important to nail your box because one of them could jump the other, or actually Marcus could jump Antti in front, but if he doesn't, Antti can grab a significant lead.
Yeah, well, that's if they choose to make any repairs. The lap times of Myers certainly haven't dropped off.
And just to make things I'm just sorry to interrupt. Just to make things easy for us, they have the pit boxes right next to each other.
So yeah, I mean, exiting the box now. What's happened to Marcus? Oh no, that's the driver.
Change the driver.
Yeah, whoops. But nevertheless, Patrick Bieri enters that car. Now Brenton, as Patrick enters his box, hopefully optional repairs, he's going to scream up that pit exit and hopefully get in front of Antti. And it's going to take a bit of time for us to find out what happens here.
Well, I'm not necessarily hoping for it to happen being a bit impartial, but I'm hoping what we do get is a close race, and there's no point, I can't see any reason why they can't come out at the same time. I would expect them to if the car 60, the Trinity Motorsports, doesn't take any extra. Yeah, there you go, both out at the same time. Good
stuff from the pit crew there. I think one guy maybe forgot to wipe the windscreen, so that might have cost him half a second. There's Patrick Bieri. He's going to be quite nervous though coming out of this pit exit. It's the first time he's jumped in the stint. Can you do that? Can you cross the white line? Okay, why don't drivers do that more often? Can save a bit of time. But nevertheless, yeah, go ahead. I want to know. So tell me.
It is. You can actually cross that white line quite a bit. It's not. Excuse me. This isn't like I said. There's no Melanda line, I believe the term is. But you can take a big chunk out of that first part of that white line. Basically, as you go over and up to the top of Radion, otherwise, we'll maybe calling it a rouge. Yeah, talking with Antti while he's in the pit box because he is a teammate of mine. He says that he is annoyed because that damn HPD removed his toe and his ability to save fuel. Referring to the incident we saw going into the bus stop. What happened? What are we seeing, Brendan?
Sorry, my car's having an absolute mare of a day. Ben Smith, I'm not sure where that is, I've just come into the bus stop, has just lost it trying to sneak
Which car?
inside. Well, no, what's he done here? Sorry, just come out to the
number 5.
Big Blanchimont. Yeah, car number 5 is they've had an absolute nightmare to race the boys, but they've been plugging away, and yeah, drama's there. They've lost the front nose for the God knows how many times. I'm not sure our budget allows for this many.
Yeah. So good luck, Brenton, with the accounting work after the race. It seemed that on the apex of Blanchimont, oh wow, he's dizzy. He's probably thrown up as well. And as I mentioned, he's probably taken a trip to the hospital, as a few other drivers have today. So for Benjamin Smith, he's trying to lap a Ford GT. He's on the inside. I think he got maybe a wheel on the curve there as well, Brenton, which might have unsettled the car. And obviously the damage doesn't help, considering the car's pretty beaten up already.
Yeah, there's not much bodywork left on that car. This will be a fairly long stop for them. I wouldn't be surprised if Smith jumps out. He's done quite a bit of running today, and I would imagine that Anthony Manzarella jumps in. But it's a shame, because they were just, here we are. They're not going to be world beaters by any means, but they were just starting to push their way through. They'd dropped right down the order and got themselves up to 25th overall, 7th in class, sorry, 8th in class, but yeah, this will throw them right down and ruin all their good work they've done the last few hours, but that's what endurance racing is all about.
It certainly is. With 6.5 hours remaining in this event, watching Wyatt Gooden, the number 1 car, currently P3 in his HPD class at the moment, P3 overall as well, as he approaches a few lap cars as well. Lewis Goodway getting out of the way, for not easily though, for Wyatt. And Wyatt was involved in that early unfortunate crash, so it goes to show not everything's going to go your way here. He took over from Anthony Roselli. Him and Anthony have been running these midnight laps for the team, and now as Wyatt approaches this Blanchimont chicane, now Randy in the HPD does any damage, not just in the HPD but in a GP, sorry, not in a HPD, I can't talk, in a GT car as well. Any rear end damage is probably worse than front end damage, in my opinion, because going through Blanchimont, you know, you're going to probably lose the front end more than the rear end, but if the car's not balanced anyway, you know, it's probably the worst corner on the track to lose the car, because crashing into the wall will be terminal damage, and it's probably the easiest place on the racetrack to lose the car with damage, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I would almost go for what I would call a safety click, and what that refers to is the rear wing. Generally, you work on your set, you get to something that's comfortable, and then just run your rear wing 1 click up. You're going to impact your fuel mileage a little bit, but I think that I've found, generally speaking, that sometimes that extra 1 click of rear wing can really help the way the car feels over the course of the race, and just give you a bit of safety net. Like you said, if you get a tap and it tweaks the wing and you lose the downforce, you know, if you're running quote-unquote on edge, suddenly you don't have, you know, any of the grip you're used to going through those fast corners. Some people buy into that sort of theory. Some people don't, including people on my team. So it's just mostly, you know, it can be sketchy, but I've also had cars where it looks like the damage is quite bad, but the car just feels, you know, fine. So really could go either way. That was a long, drawn-out maybe.
Yeah, but that's probably what I deserve for a terrible question. Nevertheless,
okay.
With 6.5 hours remaining, we cross the 6.5 hour mark as Julian Oligo leads for Vortex Sim Racing in P1, 7.3 Motorsport in P2. Radicals Online in 3rd position in the GT3 class. It is for Racer Coanda Simsport, who've been leading for quite a few hours now. They had a Pure Racing Team and New World Simsport Moonshine. Now for Patrick Bieri, after that
Trinity
pit stop,
he's
he's
still
in
right
4th.
behind.
Exactly, in that Trinity Motorsports car. He's still right behind after the pit stops, almost running identical times, because he did lose out by maybe a second or two. Now he's closed the gap out by a few tenths, so it's 1.1 now between him and Antti. We'll see if this fresh and revitalized driver of Patrick here, Brenton, you know, Antti's been in that car for right around quite a few laps right now. But for But for I lost his Patrick Vieira. There he is. I lost him for a second. He's fresh. He's got a nice mood. He's ready to push. Unless he's nervous. If he's not nervous, all he has to do is push and make a passing move with Antti, who's probably quite tired at this stage.
Well, the thing is he fresh? We don't know how much sleep he's had overnight. Yeah, he's just jumped in the car. You probably think he's had a bit of a break whilst Marcus did a double stint. But yeah, it's about now where the fatigue certainly kicked in. Yeah, we don't know whether Patrick stayed up the greater majority of the night in European time to try and do this team thing and keep them all going and just be there just in case there's an issue. But certainly crossing the strike now for these guys. End of lap 4:35, a 2:20.9 for the Moonshine car, 2:20.3, so a 0.6 second gain there. Wouldn't be surprised with the speed of the Ford GT, even though it's got that little bit of slight damage back at the back, where they can get into the draft of that McLaren down the Canal Straight and make a move and get themselves into the top 10.
Come on, Patrick, look at the run he's got. Get closer, it's not going to be this lap. So for Patrick Vieira, as I'm clutching at straws, he's quite a distance behind. But 3/10 last lap, or 3/10 in half a lap, excuse me, 6/10 on the last lap alone, he's gained on Antti Pilaya in front. So now for Patrick Vieira, as he goes through Les Combes, you can see visibly, it seems to be under braking, Randy. It seems that Patrick's got the confidence under brakes compared to the driver of Antti Pilaya in front, as we will go on board with that number 60 car and follow him through this downhill section. How does he have that confidence on the brakes? I mean, what type of aspect in these cars? Because both these two are, one of them's in a Ford GT, the other's in a McLaren. Is the Ford GT better on the braking?
It is a little bit, but the other thing is that due to the slippery nature of the of the McLaren, they're having to run, I believe that on that setup, I think they're running 7 wing, if I remember. And I know that for us in our Ford GT, we were running absolutely minimum wing. So for the McLaren, they're 2 steps down from the maximum. The Ford, I'm not quite sure. That one in particular, they may be running a little bit more, but I can tell you, braking for Les Combes, Patrick was 2 miles per hour faster than Antti at the time when he got on the brake. So part of that's probably draft, but I suspect a lot of that is probably just due to the different arrows that the Antti's going to lose a little bit of time to this HPD if he goes for it, which he does not for some reason. Excuse me. But yeah, the Ford definitely feels very comfortable on the brake. Then I'd say overall the Ford is just more comfortable car to drive than the McLaren is at the current state of things.
So, as we watch these cars fighting it out, Patrick Vieira, and for Antti, gets out of the way at the absolute last moment. Patrick now is trying to get into the slipstream and trying to gain those extra couple of tenths. As we go through a rouge, we'll follow this even more, but as using as much curve as well. This is the difference, Brenton. We're watching Marcus Lenderman before in that Coanda SimSport car. So aggressive, almost lost the car a few times, but through corners such as Blanchimont, he'd literally a few times be on the grass to the outside, coming into the corner, trying to maximize as much of the track limits as he can as possible. And Patrick Vieira at the moment needs to do that because he's gained a few tenths again. It's half a second the gap now, but if he's going to make a pass, and if he's going to make it an easy pass, he needs to really go as wide as he can, maximize the track limits. And look at that, at Ravage, on the limit, on the edge of that Ford GT. You can see the front end trying to step away from him. And he is absolutely incredible stuff from Patrick Vieira.
Yeah, just to cut in before Brendan, we were talking about the balance of the cars. Going through a rouge this lap, at the exit curb on the right-hand side, at the end of it, Antti was doing 140 miles an hour. The car behind Patrick, he was doing 144 upon exiting Radion. So that Ford is definitely, his strong point is definitely going down that Kemmel Straight. And I actually think this coming lap, we're going to see Patrick probably making a move. If not, maybe even going into the bus stop.
We do have Eunice Puaka with us here, and I hope, Eunice, I need to ask you first about the pronunciation of your last name, just so we get that right for all the viewers out there, and then we'll speak about your race. But first question is pronunciation. Second question is, it's been a while since you've been in the car in your stint. You've handed it over to Alexi here right now. Are you happy with your job in that car?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me in this interview, and my name is pronounced Joonas Puhakka. It's
okay, so basically none of us are going to pronounce it right.
No,
basically,
I'm close enough to doing it right, thank you very much.
Hey,
you guys, you know.
You still have 5 minutes until you're supposed to be starting for your own rules, Mr. Wolfman.
Yeah, I know.
That's plenty of time to, like, run off to the shop and get yourself some ketchup.
No, because the shops don't open until, like, 10 o'clock in the UK.
You mean you guys don't have Walmarts that are open, like, 26 hours a day? Oh, well, that's what you get for being regular.
Alrighty, enough about the Walmart. But anyway, for Jonas, you ended your stint. You've handed the car to Alexi now, and were you happy with the job you did in that car?
Well, I was happy with my job. I didn't take any slowdowns. I didn't have any accidents or spins until on the last stint, which I actually took over from Teemu. I slightly may have spun on the exit of Rivage and smashed the car into the wall, and now we have a bit of a broken car. But otherwise, I'm quite happy. I was in a decent pace, not in Alexi's pace, but in a decent pace. So yeah, I'm alright with it.
Will you be jumping in the car again for the remainder of this race?
We'll have to see. We'll have to see about that. We'll still be talking about the ending of our race, but most likely not. We'll have Mikko up next, and then we'll have 2 hours of Takanen, and then we have Elomaa and Teemu closing it up. Teemu, sorry.
We'll speak to Mikko as we watch this battle between the number 15 car of the Core Sim Racing and Mad Car Racing's Latent Fine going past the number 15 there. So good stuff from Mad Car Racing. Into the top 5, Moo, exactly indeed. And Mikko, now we speak to you,
Will
jumping
Vincent's
into that
awakening.
car, taking it away from Alexi Aloma. You need to make up time at the moment. You've got a few cars ahead of you around about the same lap. Are you going to sprint? You started the race off well. Are you going to push now to the limit to make up positions to those guys in front?
Yeah, hi guys, and thanks for having me here. And of course, we are trying to catch all the people we can. That's of course our plan, and I will do my best. But I think, well, we'll see how the car handles after going, push it in the wall. But I think it's at least Alex is driving. It's not. It seems no slow. So I think we can handle it quite well, and I think I'll just try to push as hard as I can. My pace in the second stint I made it was pretty good in my own opinion, so I think I can try to catch them.
Yeah, and finally, as Alexi approaches his pit box, how do you approach your stint now? You haven't driven it in quite a while, at least officially. How do you practice towards coming towards a damaged car? You can't really expect what's going on. You have to rely on driver feedback, don't you, from guys like Alexi and also Eunice and maybe even Teemu as well. But I think Eunice was the one who said first damage the car. So you have to rely on feedback from them.
Yeah, I really have to. Yeah, and I can somehow, see the handling in the pit lane when I'm on the pit straight, and of course the first corners coming out of the pits are quite, hazardous with maybe broken car, but the guys are saying the car is fine and handles quite fine, so I think there's no problem.
The Glacier Racing boys over there getting ready to take on the field. Thank you very much to you both, and as we head towards almost 6 hours remaining in this event, 6 hours 20 has just ticked past, and Alexi Aloma currently in 7th position in the GT3 class, being lapped by Miguel Martin there from Radicals Online. So for Miguel Martin in 3rd, he's had quite a big task ahead of him, trying to get himself back up into the top 2. So, well, now we look, Randy, at Julian Oligo, last lap around. How is it possible to not lose concentration? You're leading by a country mile, and he's leading by 10 laps, It's very far. How do you keep your concentration at this situation of the race with 6 hours remaining?
You just have to keep your eye on the prize, and you have to know that what you're battling with, or what you're potentially looking at, is a race win. You can't let yourself, when you're going for the race win, you can't let yourself lose concentration. You basically have to, you have to be disciplined, and that comes through practice and through experience. It's definitely not an easy thing. I know that sometimes it's something I struggle with. You just go out there for start a stint, and really for Vortex right now, it's a very boring race. It's a very stressful race because they know that the only way they could possibly lose is if they ruin something or ruin their car. But it's just incredibly boring for them. So it can be difficult to keep concentration. But just something really just really just something they can't let happen, basically.
Well, it's Julian right now, just going through the middle stages of the lap, approaching Stavilo as well, and he's impressed me a lot. I did say I loved someone before. That was Anthony Roselli. Well, there's probably a love triangle now between him and Julian Oligo. He's impressing me quite a lot as he blitzes his way through one. I love you too, Will.
That was me. Wait a minute.
That's meant to be kept in private.
What?
Wait. Hey, this is live stuff, right? This isn't.
I will fly to England.
So, what was I on about? Julio. As he approaches a few lap cars, there's one Ford GT getting out of the way. And, at this stage of the race, we wait for Jorn Jens to leave the pit lane as Coanda in the GT3 class, Brenton, make their pit stop. They lead away and they will continue on. As I forgot.
So I just put on an Aussie accent and pretend to be Brenton.
Yeah, no, I forgot Brenton told me he'll be back shortly, so that was my fault.
Those banana phone play. So I can't do an Aussie accent, and if I did, I'd probably have all of Australia hate me, which isn't a good idea.
What, do you not have the orange jumpsuit and the prison shackles?
As soon as the round after this is, the round after that is Bathurst, so I really don't want to upset my Australian colleagues before we at least get to Bathurst. And to be honest, there's something going on anyway, in which case the Australians might hate me literally in a couple of weeks. I don't know what it is. Apparently hitting a ball with a bat or something, Johnny?
Well, unless you're talking about something on the internet, I'm sure you're talking about cricket and the Ashes right now, so, yeah.
Whatever that is.
Yeah, hitting a ball with a bat, and as Jorn Jens goes out and away. But yeah, I'm not easily offended. I don't really care, to be honest. Lose or win, I'm
You've never
fine.
met me.
Alright. Well, I pronounced your name correct, so I should know you enough, right?
It is.
By the way, I had a game before, a few hours ago, that I can't remember what it was for. I think it was every time Cam Walsh yawned, I was going to take a shot of vodka. It was something else. But I'm glad that Cam left, because as I said before, I'd probably be a naked man by now if that was the case. Nevertheless, he is done a great job for us here at RaceSpot. And what we talk about here is Coanda going out and Jorn Jens for another stint. This is his second stint in the car, Randy. And it looks fairly clean, that Coanda car. It goes to show you how clean their race has been as well.
It's relatively clean. I know it didn't start out that way. I know when I logged into the server a couple hours into the race, the car looked pretty much like that. So it's been pretty much clean going, ever since. But, they really do have probably the best lineup of drivers that, registered for the race of everyone. That includes NX. And NX had a pretty strong team, but, when you have Renz and you have Klaus and you have Marquez, just those three, you could grab any rookie driver out of the Mazda Cup Series and probably run top 3 in this race.
Well, RaceSpotTV /timing for live timing of the iRacing.com 24 hours of Spa here as we approach the 6-hour mark. The Road Warrior Series, we've had a few other rounds throughout the year, the 12 hours of Sebring, the 6 hours of the Glen. for those who may be familiar with the Road Warrior series. Today, though, we see some great racing out. We had the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix series conclude around about 18 hours ago. Won't ruin any results for anybody who hasn't watched the race, but that can be viewed at RaceSpotTV's archived broadcast here at the YouTube channel. Check it out.
Spoiler alert, a Williams won it.
Yeah, exactly. So Williams won an F1 race, and it wasn't Pastor Maldonado, but it was somebody else.
Williams been looking pretty strong in the championship Formula One and DWC. You know, past few seasons they've had like 100% of the point.
Yeah, that's true. But soon to be 0%, maybe, as the new McLaren Formula One car comes along. And it's good news for iRacing, isn't it, Randy? That McLaren coming along and changing up the road series if they do indeed use the car.
Oh yeah, they'll definitely use the car. The way I see it, the Williams should and probably will be put out the pasture. I mean, it's just so outdated that you know, even having a McLaren that may or may not have the wherewithal to finish a race, it will be much more interesting than having the outdated Williams. But yeah, the Williams is definitely going to be a fun car. And the other car I'm actually extraordinarily looking forward to, even though not really a single-seater guy, is the Formula Renault. That'll probably be coming in probably sometime next year, I imagine, based on iRacing's current development timeline.
Even though there's the curse of the iRacing, and then Renault pulled out backing of the Formula Renault 3.5 series like a week after?
Yes, but as we said in our podcast, Mr. Wilkinson, we're not sure whether that means they're pulling engine support or whether they're just pulling quote-unquote, you know, title sponsorship. You know, the phrase pulling backing is, you know, politically not very decent.
Yeah. However, I would say what you should do is check out our podcast. It is on SoundCloud. It doesn't have a name, but check it out on SoundCloud, because Brandy and I basically sit around and talk about nothing with Oscar Hardwick for like 2 hours, and it's awesome. Watch it.
Yeah, everything racing, some iRacing stuff in there. A few inappropriate jokes because, you know, that's basically the only reason you guys bring me in. But yeah, it's good fun. Probably the best podcast you've done. And now Dave has hurt feeling.
You got my testimonial on that. I listened to the other day. I listened to about half of it. I'm not joking, and it was very good. It surprisingly, I was expecting a pretty terrible podcast, but it was pretty good. And so in the end, what you have is something you should view, and as well as
wait, how are you going to view a podcast?
Oh, well,
we will go video one day. Once I become a YouTube, once I become a YouTube millionaire, we'll make it like, you know,
a YouTube millionaire. As if you need millions of dollars to buy a webcam.
Yeah.
Amazon Prime.
Look, come on, we're not going to do a green screen. We're going to do this properly. We'll actually go and get a room for our people to sit in.
Okay, I will fly to England. You know what? You guys did it for the Formula One DWC preview. Let's do it for the endurance preview. I will be in England.
We start calling it WCS. It's not called. It's not been called DWC in about 2.5 years now.
Yeah, but I'm not going to say things that'll hurt Hugo's feeling. I like Hugo.
But the last time it was called DWC was when Hugo Louise was actually fast.
Oh no, Hugo's definitely fast. He just doesn't know how to pit.
Yeah.
To be fair, at this rate, I think Hugo is probably wrecked at like 5 a.m. in the morning, and he probably does not care. As we approach almost 6 hours left, Brenton's joined us back as well. Welcome, Brenton.
Sorry,
but yes,
mate.
check out the podcast. And my bad. And check out the podcast. I'm being serious, guys. I was listening to it the other day, and I'll be honest, I was listening to it because I was so bored of testing for another race I had to do. I flicked it on while testing. I thought I might as well get some racing in my mind. And another thing you should check out, which I'm going on towards, is the iRacing. Oh, thank you very much, Will. Yeah, good stuff. Good. And
hashtag other sims besides iRacing
on your screen as well. So check them out as well. The Ford GT available, as well as iRacing.com's 50% off promo for new members. Check it out at iRacing.com. There we go.
Yeah.
It's all over.
By the way, for those of you who don't know what we're doing,
so the lead being handed over on a silver platter to Mr. Kit,
who are you know, of interesting quality. I think this is my favorite.
Holy mother of Shandy!
It's still one of my
Oh,
favorite commentary clips of all time. In fact, that ranks up there with Takuma Sato 2012 Indy 500, the Japanese commentary. One of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life. But yeah, I have to say, like, we've got 8 minutes and 20 seconds until the big changeover. I'm coming back for the last 6 hours and all the post-race interviews. Basically, the way it works is I have to do a little bit more because I've got to do the pre-race, I've got the post-race. But Hugo, the poor guy, has to do the graveyard shift, where basically everyone's just there talking absolute nonsense. Sorry, I mean that in a nice way, John.
It's true, though. I even admit
Oh, so you don't care if you hurt my feeling?
Yeah.
No, we're good here.
Yeah.
If you scroll
You're
through the
Australian,
comments
all you
here
ever talk
on
is
TeamSpeak, it's got me complaining about how much BS I've been talking. If you scroll up literally for the past 3-4 hours, I say every time I say something silly, I like type it in. I don't know why, but anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, like about how crap the HPD field is overall? Stuff like that?
Oh, yeah.
That will be our talking point, I think. That will become our real talking point. As when we did the RaceSpotTV 24 hours at Spa, and even when we did the
Daytona 24.
Yeah, 24 hours at Daytona. Things weren't that bad. Even this has been the first time, really, where there's been some legitimate concerns about the quality of our LMP field there, Randy.
Yeah, yeah, the race spot 24 hours of Spa wasn't too bad, but even then it was still, you know, after about 4 hours, you basically had Coanda Vortex, and I know there was a third team. Was it Friction or was it a Radical? I honestly can't remember.
Yep.
But I know at the end of the race, I think it was only a 2-lap difference between Coanda and Vortex, and you know, it's just, you know, this race, you know, I'll just say it, I expect more out of a team like Radical, which, you know, I know they had an incident about probably was it about 2 hours ago, Johnny, which really wasn't entirely their fault, but really at that point they were already like 8 laps down. Now I don't know if they had bad luck, you know, up until that point. You know, I missed most of the race, but I don't know. It's just one of those things. I think, you know, I'd love to see Coanda get a car involved, because I will say this: the best, as a GT driver, the best prototype drivers I've ever dealt with came from Coanda. You know, I'd love to see them get involved, and there's a couple other very, very good teams in here. You know, that I'd love to see get involved. Cough, cough, Redline, cough, cough, Max Verstappen. But it's just been, like you said, just disappointing. You know, an 11-lap gap is, you know, bad. That's like what you expect to see Audi doing over Rebellion. And, you know, then we're talking about a huge difference in terms of equipment. Here the equipment is, you know, identical. Yeah, there's going to be different setups, but here it just... 11 laps isn't pace. 11 laps just talent. And not wrecking.
Yeah. Well, but for Coanda, they're, like, at the moment, let's have a look at the lineup they got. You start off the race with Marcus Lenderman, the speedy, crazy Marcus Lenderman, who did a terrific job. Then you have Klaus Kivakis in the car as well. Jorn Jens, who's currently in that car as well, was third. And then Rens Broekman was the next new man. Philip Stam. And now, as I spoke about, Jorn Jens in the vehicle piloting that car right now, leading away from the field. And they're only 57 seconds ahead of the Pure Racing team. At the rate that Pure Racing team is catching them right now, which is right around about a 10th per hour, Brenton. 1/10 per hour for the next 6 hours is going to gain you 6/10. So Patrick Pichler in that Pure Racing team is going to have to step it up some way or another. And we go towards Blanchimont.
He picked up 6/10 that last lap.
Yeah, so you talking about last lap as well. He picked 6/10, so he's made up for 6 hours. But look through Blanchimont now. There we go, Brenton. That's what I'm talking about. He needs to maximize the limits of the track, going right up close to the grass.
Maybe he can't, mate. That's the thing. Maybe the car doesn't have that ability anymore. Maybe it's just driving within its limitations. Don't know, and I'm not out there racing, but I can imagine after coming up to 18 hours of racing, their car's not going to be the same as it was at the start. And you know, I think there'd be certain restrictions of what each car can do. And also, at this stage, you just want to get to the finish line. Some guys are there to win. Some guys are just there to finish. And I reckon there'd be some of them just real happy to get to see that line.
before we wrap things up here for part 3 of the iRacing.com 24 Hours of Spa for the Road Warrior Series, we're approaching the 6-hour mark. We go through the standings for you for the HPD class in P1. It is Vortex Sim Racing's Julian Oligo piloting the car along with his speedy teammates there. He currently leads by 11 laps now. He's gained another lap since the last time we updated the standings on Phil Blythe and the 7-3 Motorsport team. Radicals Online in third. Had that mistake about 5 hours ago. Have not been able to make up any progress. Miguel Martin fighting through every curb to gain as much time as he can towards P2. Then we have GTL, VRT Gold, and a Bandonati Racing team rounding out the top 5. In the GT3 class, it's for Racer Coanda Simsport, the Pure Racing team in second, New World Simsport Moonshine in third, and then Trinity Motorsports and Mad Cow Racing round out the top 5. That field is very close between the 8 drivers. It's going to be one close finish over the next 6 hours. Every single second is going to matter as we approach the latter stages of this race. Live timing available on RaceSpotTV/timing. For now, though, I think it's almost time to conclude here for part 3, and it's been a pleasure commentating on another 24-hour event here with Randy Chenoweth, Brenton O'Brien. I was with Cam Walsh earlier. Will Vincent currently with us. Hugo Luis streaming all of it, and thank you very much to him. Who else joined us as well? I know
was there for a while. Dan Blake.
Yeah.
Andrew Woodhouse.
Yep, Dan Blake. Rachel as well. That was I've been here for quite a while. Lots of names. But I'm sure it's been a great event. Certainly, Randy. So far, Randy, it's been a great event.
Yeah, it's been a pretty fun few hours. Like I said, I missed basically the first 12 hours, but there's been some interesting developments for this race. But it's gonna be nice logging off. Although I think I'm gonna stick around and start off the next leg with Mr. Will Vincent.
Yeah, Will Vincent will be streaming the remaining 6 hours of this event as we approach that 6-hour mark now. Final comments, Brenton, for part 3. We know it's been a good, close GT3 race so far.
Yeah, the race really did settle down in part 3, didn't it? And some minor incidents, but overall the Vortex car... Sorry, hang on. Sorry, I'm just having a look at... Yeah, the Vortex car, it's skipping away 11 laps ahead. We're talking 25 minutes of repairs if needed. 25 minutes ahead. Radicals Online, still shaking away there at the podium, but then there's a big gap. The GT3 class closing up. There's still a lot of racing there to go.
Well, that is it for part 3 here. And as I mentioned, Johnny Simon here speaking for everybody at RaceSpotTV. We love you all. Thank you to all the viewers out there. And we'll see you for part 4 in a few minutes' time. Hope you enjoyed part 3 of the iRacing.com 24 Hours of Spa here for the Road Warrior Series.